All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is Turd Flinging Monkey. Welcome to the Turd Flinging Monkey show. Right now, I'm flying solo, but I just started a giveaway. So we have some extra copies. So one of our sponsors is S Prism Destroyer, which is it's an indie game on Steam. It's kind of a run and gun Contra style game where you play as a mech piloted by an anime girl. The developer was watching the stream last week, and they actually fixed the issues that HD found, or at least he claimed to, when HD shows up to play the game again. We'll see if it plays a little better. So that's really exciting. It's really cool that the developer watches the show and is implementing our feedback in real time. I don't know, this could be like a new thing we do. If you're a video game developer and you want us to like beta test your game on the stream, we can give you like feedback in real time, and it helps promote your product. It's a win-win. Anyway, we have some extra copies to give away. So what I'm going to do is we're going to give away one copy an hour. How many do we have? Let me double check. Quickly see how many copies we have. We have... let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have 6 copies, but HD used one of them to get the game. So we have 5 copies. So we'll give away one per hour. So assuming the show is at least 5 hours long, probably 6, then you'll have 6 chances to win a copy of the game, which is really cool. Anyway, okay. Speaking of sponsors, let's get the sponsors out of the way. We have the Dollhouse, purveyor of fine waifu accessories. We have Love Nestle, purveyor of sex doll torsos. And these pair very well with a full-size sex doll because they're cheaper, easier to store. You could be rougher with them. You don't have to worry about like messing up their cosplay or their makeup. And they're a lot more affordable. So, and the quality, especially Love Nestle, they have excellent quality torsos. I did a celebration stream with Love Nestle, I want to say Wednesday, or I think it was Thursday evening. So it was like, for those of you who tuned in, thank you for supporting the sponsor. I had a lot of fun. We answered some questions. There were people who... Love Nestle wanted people to come on and tell their sex doll journey story, and we had some interesting stories. A lot of people were not afraid to dox themselves, which I found kind of surprising. But anyway, they did some giveaways. They gave away a Savannah torso, so if you missed it, you missed out on your chance to get a free sex doll torso. Maybe they'll do one again in the future. We'll see. But in the meantime, Love Nestle makes good stuff. Check them out if you're in the market for a sex doll torso. MetWeb is AMR's web hosting platform and VPN service. It's what I use. I have a fun update regarding my internet. By the way, my internet should be working fine now. I'll explain why in a hot minute. But AMR's VPN doesn't throttle my internet at all. So I'm running at full speed. The VPN is working flawlessly. So it's keeping me protected. I'm not sacrificing any speed. It's great. And it's only $5 a month. And you could try it. And if the speed is, if it's acceptable and you realize I'm not bullshitting you, you can increase your package and you'll get prorated the $5. So just, give it a shot, see if it works for you, see if it's fast, and then upgrade your package once you verify that everything's working as intended, and then you'll get prorated. You won't even lose the $5. Then we got Lucas the Mucus, The Meaning of Life, available on Amazon and Shattermare Comics. And finally, we have S Prism Destroyer, which again is the indie game on Steam, made by Maids with Guns, and it features lots of different anime girls piloting a mech. But again, it's like Contra. We'll see. I'm actually excited to see what it plays like now that the developer listened to our feedback last week and claims that they fixed some of the problems. So I'm interested to see how that works out. All right. Let's jump into things. Actually, you know what? Quick housekeeping note. Let me tell you about my internet. Okay, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off on many levels, but here's the TLDR version of it. These motherfuckers, when they installed my whole home Wi-Fi, so I have like the best of the best router. It was supposed to be a 2 gigabyte speed router, and it's supposed to be whole home Wi-Fi. So no matter where I am in my house, I'm supposed to get lightning fast speed. And here's the fucking shit. So my office is on the other side of my house from my room, where my router is in my closet in my room. So my router's there because that's where all the wires just happen to be, but my office is on the opposite side of the house. Now normally that's a problem. Back in the day I used to use like Wi-Fi extenders and shit, but then I found out about Mocha adapters. A Mocha adapter basically allows you to use the coax cables, like those old cable boxes, the little copper wire cables. It allows you to turn those into effectively an Ethernet cable. So I had a Mocha adapter system set up so I could get good, fast internet on the other side of my house and have a direct link to my router via the Mocha adapter. And for whatever fucking reason, when they came in and put in my Whole Home Wi-Fi upgraded router, they pulled the wires out, found my Mocha adapter, because I have to have the Mocha adapter directly tied to the coax cable that goes to my office. And they cut the fucking cable and removed the splitter and just like pretended like that was the way it was supposed to be. I don't know why. This isn't the first time either. For some reason, these internet tech people, when they see a Mocha adapter, they have to sabotage it. I don't know why they hate Mocha adapters, but this is like the second company that has fucked with my Mocha adapter when they came in to do, service. But they didn't just like disconnect the Mocha adapter, disconnect the splitter. They cut the fucking wire. So luckily this happened. I for some reason I had to buy like a cable kit to put a tip on it. Like it came with a thing to cut the wire and expose the copper core and to put a screw-on tip. I had the tools for that because the same fucking thing happened a couple years ago. So I still have those tools. I found the wire they cut, put a tip on it. I had to buy a splitter and like a 3-foot coax cable from Amazon. So that was like $20. And then basically the way I had it is the internet comes in on one cable, and then I have another cable supplying power to the system, and so there's 4 outlets, and then one outlet goes to my Mocha adapter. And the Mocha adapter, it says it's connected, but it's not connected to my office. So I had to get a splitter so that the Mocha adapter goes out to my office. And once I did that, once I fucking added a tip to the wire they cut, screwed it back in, added a splitter, added a wire, kind of connected it the way it was before, my internet went from 30 down to 1 up to like 800 down and 800 up. Now I have full speed, like I was fucking supposed to from the beginning. So I've been streaming on Wi-Fi this entire goddamn time because these fucking people cut the cable to my Mocha adapter. So I've been at the mercy of whatever fucking bullshit is happening that interrupts my Wi-Fi signal, and that's why my internet kept going down. So just, if you use a Mocha adapter and you have a tech come over just to swap out your fucking router, you gotta like watch him so he doesn't pull the fucking wires out of your wall and start cutting shit. For some guy, I don't even know why he did that. And when I called the cable company, like, hey, they wanted to charge me $120 to send a tech out because it was my fault. Like this, and the worst part is like there's no competition because these fucking state monopolies. So it's like I have this shitty company or I can go with this shitty company, but there is no good company because these companies have these state fucking monopolies. So I fixed it myself. I spent like $40 and fixed the shit. And now my internet should be completely fine going forward. I'm just fucking pissed. One, that the upgrade did literally nothing. Going from 1 gig to 2 gig and paying like a third more for my internet didn't do shit. Because my internet was still going down because it was on fucking Wi-Fi the whole time. So when the Wi-Fi was working, I was getting good internet. Then when the Wi-Fi went down, my internet stopped working. So now I'm fine. Now everything's fine, and I'm never calling them again. I will fix my own shit. I will look it up on YouTube. I will do my own research and figure out how to fucking wire shit myself rather than call these fucking people to come cut my cables and fuck with my setup so that my shit stops working. So anyway, hopefully this is the end of this fucking long overdue drama of my internet being bullshit and my ISP fucking with me. So that's that. Anyway, all right. Aside from my internet issues, let's talk about what's going on. We got some shit going on. All right. I also need to admit I was wrong about something. So I presumed that what was going to happen was that Russia and Iran were going to sign a treaty which would put Russia's nuclear umbrella over Iran and prevent the war between Iran and the United States. Israel doesn't matter. This whole Israel-Iran thing, this is a pretext to get the United States involved in the war. Iran is going to fuck Israel up. And all these fucking coping people like, oh, Ukraine doesn't count. Because even though those are NATO weapons, that's all the old shit. We have all this invincible shit that, like, we don't even know. Like, you don't even know what's going on. You're stupid. There is, like, I know it hasn't happened yet, therefore it will never happen. But there is no invincible shit that America's been holding back. We've been giving Ukraine... We have our own people in Ukraine operating these weapon platforms because they're too advanced and they're too classified for us to trust to the Ukrainians. And that was the argument. We wouldn't give our good stuff to Ukraine because they're corrupt. They could sell on the black market. And you're right. We didn't give them to Ukraine. We have our own people in Ukraine operating these systems. And Russia's still taking them out. We don't have any advanced super prototype, experimental wonder weapons that we've been holding back for ourselves. We've been throwing everything we have at Russia via Ukraine, and it's over because we've spent the last 20 plus years fighting Muslims in the Middle East who didn't have artillery or air and like any kind of air force or anything. Like they had homemade bombs and missiles and ambush tactics. That's the enemy we were fighting, and so we developed weapons to fight that enemy. Now, the fucked up part is 20 years of insurgency fighting has trained the military to be very good at fighting lightly armed civilians. And all that tech and military hardware is being filtered down to the police. And they're going to use those weapons against us if there's ever a civil war. Because that's what these weapons were made for. They weren't made to fight a pure army like Russia. They were made to fight an insurgency of civilians rising up trying to get the United States out of their country. Anyway, I digress. People have been coping, saying that the United States is going to kick Russia's ass and they're invincible and all this other shit. Nope, they're not. Like, you're about to find out. Now, here's where I was wrong. Here's where I need to eat crow and admit I was wrong. So I thought, and this is based on, I had a reason to believe this. I had a reason to believe that Putin's intention was to de-escalate and to prevent a direct conflict with the United States. Because Russia wants peace. Russia wants a negotiation. Russia doesn't want to escalate. And I still believe Russia doesn't want to escalate, but I think Russia's accepted that escalation is inevitable. Russia doesn't want escalation, but the neocons running Washington and Israel want escalation. And when an enemy wants a war, it's like if you've ever been in a bar and some guy wants to fight you, and he's like walking toward you saying, "What'd you say to me? Like, I don't even know who you are. Oh, you call me a liar? You looking at me funny?" And then, he's walking toward, what do? You could back up. You could put your hands up. He's like, "Oh, he wants to fight. He wants to fight." The more you try to talk your way out of it, the more you try to talk him down, the more aggressive he's going to be. He wants a fight. So the best way to deal with someone like that is find something sharp or heavy or hard and hit him as hard as you can in the face and try to end the fight quickly. Just like if this guy's coming at you, like, "Oh, you want a piece of me?" You grab, like, I don't know, something, so, preferably metal, and you bash his fucking skull in. And then there you go, problem solved. So that, I think Russia's gotten to that point. And I also see, okay, like I said, what I do, I don't see the future. I just look at the situation. I appraise the facts. I apply what I know about the people involved, their temperament, their goals, their resources, and I try to make a predictive, kind of assessment of what I think they're trying to achieve and how. And then I look for confirmation. And sometimes I get confirmation. Sometimes they do something different, and I have to reappraise my hypothesis. This is one of those times. I presumed that Putin was going to bring Iran under the nuclear umbrella in order to dissuade the United States from declaring war on Iran, in order to prevent a regional war from breaking out. Basically, isolate Israel. If Israel and Iran want to go to war, fine. But don't drag the United States into it, because that's going to cause the whole region to go up in flames and blah, blah, blah. And so that's what I thought the intention was. However, here's what I've learned. The Russia-Iran treaty isn't going to be signed until the fall. I'm hearing October. I don't know how firm that date is, but the fall, basically after the summer, which means one of two things. Either Russia doesn't care if Iran is actively at war with the United States. They will sign this treaty anyway, which is very different than Ukraine and NATO. If you recall, the reason why they don't want to one of the reasons they don't want to let Ukraine into NATO is because they're actively at war with Russia. They have to win the war before they'll be let into NATO, which of course isn't going to happen. So Ukraine will never be let into NATO. So option A, Russia's going to sign the treaty with Iran regardless of whether they're actively at war with the United States, which is okay. That could be a possibility. Or number two, Russia expects the war to be over by October, which is okay. Now, there's a reason for this optimism. You may think, how the fuck is Iran going to beat the United States in a couple of months? Well, I'll explain. The United States is not going to invade Iran with a land army. We don't have the land army. We don't have the army to invade Iran with boots on the ground, especially during an election year. Can you imagine landing boots on the ground in Iran and invading Iran with ground troops right before an election? I can't even imagine a timeline where that happens. I don't know. I mean, there's an above zero. It could happen in the way that anything is possible, but I really don't see that as a likely possibility. What the United States will do is do a bombing campaign against Iran. They'll bomb their oil pipelines, their oil fields, their power plants, their airports, all their critical civilian infrastructure. None of the military targets, by the way, because war crimes only apply if you're one of the losers. If you're the superpower, if you're the United States, or if you're Israel, you can commit all the war crimes you want. No one gives a shit. I mean, they can shake their finger at you. They can call you a war criminal, but no one's going to do anything to you. So fuck it. Just bomb civilian targets, call it a day. No one's going to do shit. And that worked. That was a perfectly viable strategy. That was a perfectly viable model to conduct war prior to 2023. The problem is the people have not updated their firmware, that a lot has changed since 2023. Now, why am I specifically talking about 2023? Because of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. That was an utter failure. The Ukrainian counteroffensive was supposed to be the big thing where NATO was going to crush Russia, drive them away, take Crimea. Prigozhin was supposed to overthrow Putin. They were supposed to break Russia up into like 7 or 8 countries. They had maps drawn with different flags. They had it all mapped out. And the Ukrainian counteroffensive was going to be the big thing that was going to push this plan into action, where Russia would crumble and they had it all planned out. And as I think it was MacArthur, he said, all the best laid plans don't survive first contact with the enemy. And that plan went horribly awry. The Ukrainian counteroffensive was an abysmal failure. They all got slaughtered, and they didn't take shit. They didn't take shit. And that was where the Ukraine war ended. That's where this NATO expansion ended. And that's also where, critically, a lot of countries that were straddling the fence broke and switched sides. It's not a coincidence. Also, if you'll notice, there have been several failed color revolutions recently. They've all failed. Now, why have they failed? They haven't failed because the CIA got somehow worse at overthrowing governments. It's very, very simple. Nobody wants to be on the losing side. If you are in a country and you have the CIA doing some fucking ops to overthrow your government and put in a puppet, and you know the United States is invincible. You know the United States controls the financial system, controls the world, they run everything, and you be a fool to oppose them. You're going to support whatever the CIA puppet, you're going to try to join the winning side. You can call it cynicism, you can call it, lack of, goodness or will or valor or whatever. People just want to be on the winning side. So when America was invincible, these color revolutions went off more or less without a hitch. People kind of got with the program. They realized, oh, the CIA is here. Our government's going to get replaced. America. The only way to stop them is to piss off America. We might as well try to get on board and join the winning side because America's invincible. And then 2023 happened. America's not invincible anymore. And all these color revolutions are now being sniffed out, exposed. All those spies are getting rounded up and executed, and they're all failing. This isn't a coincidence. Now you might be like, oh, but it's like Boeing. Maybe they're all DEI hires or whatever. I mean, that could be part of it. I'm not going to completely dismiss the DEI hiring going on, but I believe it's simply because the world is changing sides. The American world order is changing, and America's no longer invincible. They no longer have the best weapons. They no longer have the best technology. They're getting their asses kicked by Russia. And it's not just the United States, because the other story is when you fight the United States, you're also fighting the entire Western world. All the biggest, most powerful economies in the world. Europe, America, Japan, Australia, all these first world rich, powerful countries, and they will destroy you and they will bury you, and there's no way you can compete with their space age lasers and super satellites and all this other shit. And again, 2023 happened, and that's all out the window. It's all gone. And all the color revolutions are failing. And now people are turning against... People are now realizing, oh, these fuckers aren't invincible. They can be beaten. They are being beaten. People are rising up and overthrowing these governments all over the world. Now, it's happening mostly in third world countries like Africa, and to a lesser degree, Eastern Europe. That's simply because when you're poor, you have less to lose. So you reach fuck it a lot quicker. In first world countries, you have more to lose. It takes you... Hold on. Holy God, hold on. Man. Something just like... What was that? It's like I swallowed something. Like out of nowhere. Just something went in my fucking windpipe. Yeah. Sorry about that. That was probably the most disgusting ASMR you've ever seen. Anyway. Goodness. Okay, where was I? All right, when you live in a rich country, you have more to lose. It takes you longer to reach fuck it. Your tolerance for bullshit is much higher. I understand there's riots happening in the UK. There was some Rwandan migrant who raped 3 little girls, like raped and killed 3 little girls. And the people are kind of fucking. They're doing a little rioting because they know the government's not going to do shit. I mean, this isn't the first time, rapists and criminals have killed kids and gotten away with it. So that they know how the story ends. They have no faith in the government doing anything. So they're rioting. They're rioting and making their voice heard. Now, if the government had any interest in doing anything about the raping migrant problem, they would be calming the rioters, saying, "We hear you. We are going to kick out all the criminals and all the rapists. We're going to do thorough background checks. No more open immigration. We're going to vet any immigrants who want to come here to make sure they don't have a sexual criminal history, blah, blah, blah." And they're not doing that at all. What they're doing is they're marshaling the military to crack down on the protesters. Like, they're not doing shit about the raping migrants. So now, and people I think have realized that this isn't a matter of protesting to make your voice heard. This is about rioting to show the government, fuck you. So they're burning cop cars and they're doing stuff like that. Unfortunately for these rioters / protesters, they lack organization. They're not going to overthrow the government. They will be. The government will use this as a pretext to crack down on any sort of. What they'll do is they'll arrest these people, find out what groups they frequent. If they are right wing, they'll use this as a pretext to shut down any organization. The key is organization. This is why they use any kind of illegal activity to shut down any online spaces. They need to make sure that the right remains disorganized. And this is why, like, you don't fish in the Rubicon. If you go to the Rubicon, you go all the way. And unfortunately, like, burning cop cars and doing petty... What we're talking about is petty crime. You're not going to overthrow the government with petty crime. What you are going to do is you're going to get the government to drop the hammer on you and everyone mildly associated with you. And this I don't know if this is like intended, if these are like plants, because this happens all the time. You know, they put their agents in, like they did this in January 6th. They had FBI agents in the crowd instigating the riot, leading the riot, and then they rounded up the protesters and let the ringleaders go because they were all feds. I don't know if this is the same thing. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. These riots will not accomplish anything. It's very simple. Burning cop cars and causing, property damage, that's not going to do shit. When cops are getting shot in the face, when politicians are being drug out in the street and hung, that's when, like, oh shit, it's happening. But we're not there yet. Yes, three little kids were raped and murdered by a migrant, and that's fucking terrible. And people are upset. People aren't upset enough. Like, unfortunately, a lot more kids have to die before people reach the level of fuck it necessary to actually do what's necessary. Burning some cop cars and causing some property damage isn't going to do anything. Unfortunately, look. If the government cared, if the government had any respect for the people, they would have already addressed this problem before it got to this point. They are not going to do anything about the migrant crime and the child rape. They don't fucking care. Their job is to basically keep you scared of them so you let them do what they want until they have total power and can dispose of you. But because, like, you live in a first world country, your life isn't that bad. I mean, if your daughter was raped to death by some African migrant, I could see how your day's a little ruined. But for most people, their kids are safe, they have a good job, their life is pretty good, they have a lot to lose. They're not going to rise up and risk their life to overthrow the government because someone else's daughters were raped to death. That's just the long and short of it. So these riots are going to get put down very violently, I might add. And anyone involved, even anyone mildly supportive of them, is going to be rounded up. They're going to round them up. Any groups they belong to are going to get shut down. And then you'll see all the feds who are part of the riot come out to basically be a witness against anyone who was there. Like, all these people and look, they'll be throwing Molotov cocktails and doing all this. They'll be burning shit along with you. But then you find out that they're feds and they'll be testifying against you after you're arrested. And I promise you, the government will make a very public, just like they did with January 6th. The whole point of January 6th was to make an example of them and to show that you on the right are not allowed to protest. If you protest, we will call it insurrection. We will hunt you down. We will arrest you, and we will hold you indefinitely. Now the left, they can burn shit and kill people. We don't care. But you're not allowed to do anything. You can't even protest. You can't even walk into the Capitol and take a selfie because you'll go to jail. And yeah, it's not fair. Life isn't fair. Like, look at the Middle East. You think it's fair what Israel's allowed to do? They're allowed to literally commit war crimes. They're allowed to practice ethnic cleansing. Now, if you're like a Rhodesian, some like really old man remembering Rhodesia, you're like, what the fuck? Like, how come Israel gets to do this shit, but like you literally destroyed our country because of this, like because of the apartheid, which is what Israel does. Israel practices apartheid and ethnic cleansing, but somehow they're allowed to do it because they're Jews and because they throw a lot of money around, which it's not even their money. We give them all this foreign aid, which they use to then lobby and buy off our politicians with our money. They're not even bribing our politicians with their own money. Anyway, so it's fucked up. Anyway, so fuck, where was I going with that? The UK protests. So those aren't going to amount to shit. Just so you know, anyone like getting excited thinking like the happening is here, and no. Unfortunately, no. When the happening arrives, it's going to be a lot closer to something like the French Revolution than the Black Lives Matter riots. But people aren't going to accept, overthrowing the government. Like that's what it's going to take. Unfortunately, if you think burning cop cars and rioting is going to get the government to listen to you, unfortunately, you're wrong. The government has to be physically afraid of you, and you're not a threat to them. It's like how these people will support, like, remember the Black Lives Matter riots when they were burning everything down? Everyone was cheering them on until they came to their neighborhood. And then they're like, oh man, the cop, go away, we're on your side, that kind of shit. Unfortunately, like, the elites don't fear you. They don't feel like you're burning cop cars, you're burning your own neighborhoods down. They don't care. That doesn't threaten them. So it's fine. It's whatever. Look, the fact that anything is happening, the fact that people are pissed off at the migrant rape and murder of children, that's at least, people are at least, upset. They recognize there's an obvious problem. But they still have too much to lose. Things aren't bad enough. There isn't enough child rape and murder in Europe. We need a lot more dead kids in the street. We need Gaza levels of dead kids before white people decide, oh, there's only one way to solve this problem. And unfortunately, you're not there yet. It's going to take a lot more pain and suffering for you to get there. Sadly. So unfortunately, it is what it is. Again, it's because you live in a first world country, you have a lot to lose. You're not going to risk that for someone else's kids, only when it personally affects you. This is why I believe the catalyst for civil war isn't going to be any amount of crime. It's going to have to be the hyperinflation. When the dollar collapses and the Western financial system collapses and people are starving and there's no work and there's this absolute hopeless suffering, then people will be ready. Because they'll have nothing left to lose. But it's going to have to get to that point first. So anyone advocating for any violence or crime, do not listen to them. Anything you do is just going to, like, any movement is going to get crushed because they don't have the organization, they don't have the numbers. People just haven't felt enough pain. Unfortunately, I'm letting you know how. I'm not saying this because this is what I hope is true. I'm calling it like I see it. Meanwhile, not all hope is lost. While the West is still too soft, they have it too good, and they're not prepared to do what's necessary to fix their own problems. That's not true everywhere else in the world. The rest of the world is more than the rest of the world has reached fuck it. Especially the Middle East. The Middle East has totally, when it comes to Israel, they have reached fuck it. And Israel knows that the only way they win is if they drag the United States to fight their war for them. And the fact that the United States will go along with this, despite it being an election year, despite them exhausting most of their missiles and equipment on Ukraine, they'll do whatever Israel wants. So this is honestly the goldenest of opportunities. Because now America isn't fighting at its full strength because they've exhausted themselves in Ukraine in a couple, with 2-3 years. I guess, I don't know how many years it's been going on in Ukraine. But, like, Ukraine uses more missile air defense missiles. They use more in a month than America produces in a year. So Ukraine has basically worn through our anti-missile systems, but it gets even better. Not only have we been burning through these in Ukraine, but the Houthis. So we've been using anti-air missiles to defend these ships against the Houthis. We've also been using them to defend Israel from Iran. We've been burning through our anti-air defense missiles. And now, obviously, it's classified how many we have, but we're running out of anti-air defense missiles, and we can't produce them fast enough. So it's just a matter of time. And once those anti-air defense missiles are exhausted, we have no answer. We have not, like, we could launch all the aircraft we want, but if we can't defend against missile barrages, the airfields are toast. The aircraft carriers are toast. They don't have to be sunk. The flight deck. If the flight deck is damaged and aircraft can't land or take off, the aircraft carrier is useless. It doesn't have to be sunk. I mean, that would send a powerful message, but it's not necessary. If the flight deck is damaged, then that aircraft carrier is useless. So, yeah, this... anyway, let me get back to what's going on with Iran. So, Russia is not going to... Russia's not trying to de-escalate. They're actually... They're going to use this. Now this is different from what I expected. I expected Putin to seek de-escalation and negotiations because that's what he's been doing. But I think he's like, you know what? Fuck them. If they want a war, let's give them a war. So Russia's been sending Iran non-stop shipments of ballistic missiles. They have Iskander missiles. Like, this is not like, if you're like, oh, it's going to be like when Israel attacked their embassy. They're going to send a bunch of drones and then they're going to hit a few unoccupied buildings. They'll call ahead like, hey, we're going to hit these buildings. Just to let you know, you might want to evacuate them so no one gets killed. But we just want to send a message. But we don't want war. Yeah, that ship has sailed. Iran is preparing for war, and they're getting just all the missiles. And they are going to fuck Israel's shit up. They're going to overload their anti-air defense systems, which won't be hard. They already have them mapped because they've already done this before. And maybe it takes a day or two. They'll launch a whole bunch of drones, a whole bunch of missiles, and then they'll do it again and again and again until Israel's air defense capability is exhausted. And once that happens, that's it. That's when the bunker busters get launched. Because you can't shoot them down. I mean, they already have missiles that can't be shot down because they're hypersonic or whatever. But once you exhaust their anti-air defenses, you could just literally pepper them with missiles, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. And they've also told all the surrounding Arab states, like, if you let Israel or America use your country, we're gonna go to war with you too. And they're not fucking around. They're not like, this isn't a bluff. This is because, again, this is the key. The American empire is done. Now, no empire goes down. This is the war. No empire goes down quietly. If it wasn't going to be Israel, it would be some other war. And I think Russia and China have made the calculation that let's do it here. Let's do it in the Middle East. Because this is, Israel's not a NATO member, but Israel does control the United States. So we'll drag them over there and we'll fuck their shit up. And that'll be the end of the empire. And this will be the end of the empire. And it's not just Russia. When China met with the leaders of Hamas and Fatah, like last week, China, I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but China said something to the effect of, China is a major world power. America has been in charge of brokering peace in the Middle East for decades, and they've abysmally failed because they're obviously biased to one side. China, we're a major world power. We can bring peace to the Middle East. We're not going to let Israel just murder people and get away with it because they're friends with the United States. So now China's doing this. They're going to act as the diplomat. They're going to be the good cop. They're not going to arm anyone. They're going to act as the mediator, but they have leverage. They're the power behind BRICS. So Israel's fucked. The regime is fucked. It's all fucked, and there's nothing they can do. And the fact that Russia has basically, rather than trying to de-escalate the situation, they're just giving Iran all the missiles they need. Not just to defeat Israel, by the way. They know America is going to come too. They're going to take out. Well, Iran already said it. Basically, Iran is going to attack Israel. If America counterattacks, they're going to take out every American facility in the region. Every American base in every country throughout the Middle East will be destroyed. Every American service member stationed in the Middle East will be killed. And what's America going to do? Oh, we're going to go to war with you. Yeah, okay, what are you going to do? Going to send your Navy? We're going to fucking hit it. Like, we have satellite intel. Oh, by the way, Russia is sharing its satellite intel with Iran. And they have anti-ship ballistic missiles. Those ships will never reach the Middle East. So then what? You can launch missiles from Europe into the Middle East, and then guess what happens? The Middle East is going to launch missiles right back into Europe. And all of this is going to be basically a proxy war between Russia and the United States, just like old times. Except if you do this, the Jews are fucked. And I think this is why if I were Putin, I'd do this exact same thing. Will the regime sacrifice Israel? No, of course they won't. They will sacrifice themselves to save Israel. Because, well, do I even have to say it? And if you're like, no, that would never happen, TFM, the regime would never sacrifice their own power for Israel. They're doing it right now. Before October 7th, they were telling Ukraine, we've given you everything we can't give you any more. But then October 7th happened, and then they moved their fleets in and gave Israel all these missiles and all these weapons at Ukraine's expense. And there was even like people commenting how Zelensky felt betrayed because he's losing this war because America's holding back. But then when Israel, needs their help, they spare no expense. They personally show up to defend Israel. But they won't do that for Ukraine, even though they are like NATO and the regime's empire is at stake in Ukraine. It's not at stake in Israel. If Israel was vaporized by an Iranian nuke or something like that, the regime wouldn't. Israel's not even an ally. They're supposedly our greatest ally, but we don't even have a formal alliance. You know who is our ally? Turkey, Hungary. These countries that we tried to, launch color revolutions in. They're actually our allies on paper, but obviously in practice, all those pieces of paper mean nothing. Israel is the only ally that matters, which is why we defend them and let them do whatever they want and justify all their actions and protect them in places like the Security Council and the ICC. But you know what? Like control of the financial system, control of the media, control of, all this other shit, that's great. That's not going to protect you on the battlefield. You can control the media. You can spread all the propaganda you want. You can control the financial system. You can do all the sanctions and you can come up with all the financial schemes you can to try to hurt this country or that country financially. But the thing is money will always be paper. Real wealth are the things you use to live. Food, oil, gas, uranium, like the things you need. That's actual wealth. Paper and ones and zeros on a computer screen, stocks, those are all derivatives. So, like America controls the financial system, but BRICS, they're the ones who produce all the things. They're the ones who actually produce the wealth. They trade us their wealth for our pieces of paper, for our ones and zeros. And now because of us, they're not. They're not trading their wealth and their ones for our pieces of paper and our ones and zeros. They're keeping their wealth to themselves, which is why their economies are growing and Europe is fucked. Like the Europeans are the ones suffering for all these sanctions, not Russia. But it's whatever. Anyway, so what's happening right now? Hezbollah is attacking Israel. Iran isn't. Iran is stockpiling ballistic missiles. They're getting like round-the-clock missile deliveries from Russia. And they're basically saying like, it's coming. And they're not, if you're like, this is going to be a big nothing burger. No, this isn't a nothing burger. And look, they come to, like, here's the thing. Iran knows, and I think everyone in the region knows, that they're not going to the idea of just face tanking Israeli assassinations and missile strikes until the dollar collapses. Israel and the United States will not let you do that. And you can't just face tank assassinations and missile strikes for weeks or months and not retaliate. So Iran, I believe they killed the president, the former president of Iran. That helicopter accident, I think he was assassinated, and they covered it up because they didn't want war with Israel and vicariously the United States. Israel attacked their consulate. They assassinated their president. Now they killed... And by the way, the guy they killed, the Hamas guy who was in Tehran, he was the chief negotiator for Hamas in Tehran. That's why he was there. He was conducting negotiations. So supposedly Israel and the United States want a ceasefire, and then Israel assassinates the chief negotiator on Iranian soil. So, yeah, look, Iran is just like, you know what, fuck these people. And they're not going to stop. If they tried to cover it up and be like, oh, we don't want escalation, Israel just assassinate more people, kill the next president, kill the Ayatollah, just keep killing people, keep attacking. These aren't military targets. They're killing negotiators, they're killing diplomats, they're attacking consulates, politicians. They're not attacking, military outposts. It doesn't matter if these are war crimes. It doesn't matter. Israel can do whatever it wants because the United States is protecting them. And the whole Middle East knows this. And the critical difference is 2023, the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Russia defeating NATO on the battlefield, proving that the United States and NATO and all of its power. And don't tell me the Ukrainian counteroffensive, that wasn't shit. They hyped that shit up. There were fucking teaser trailers of people shushing about this Ukrainian counteroffensive. There were all these plans openly published about how this is going to end the war. And the Prigozhin thing, he was tied to it. Because, he was talking... Before Prigozhin launched the Prigozhin heresy, he was on Telegram, whatever, talking about how Putin isn't supporting the troops, and Putin's corrupt, and Putin's not doing the right thing, and he was getting the Wagner guys on it. And Prigozhin had the support of the oligarchs. Now, I don't know why they went forward with the Prigozhin heresy after the Ukrainian counteroffensive failed. I don't know why they did that. Who knows why? But for whatever reason, the counteroffensive failed. Prigozhin launched his coup attempt anyway. But by that point, everyone had basically abandoned him. And then, of course, his plane blew up, and that was the end of him. This wasn't supposed to happen. Putin was supposed to be dead. Trump was supposed to be dead. The Prigozhin heresy was supposed to go off. The Ukrainian counteroffensive was supposed to succeed. What's about to happen to Israel is not supposed to happen. America going to war with Iran with, I don't know how, their anti-missile defenses, they're not up to snuff. I've heard reports that America's been holding back a significant amount of anti-missile defenses for a possible war against China. This might be a perfect time. I'm not even joking. When America's out of missiles and weapons and money, you fucking pile on. If America can't defeat Iran, why should China put up with America's bullshit in Asia? Have North Korea just attack their military sites and basically tell Taiwan, all right, look, America's gone. They can't help you. So we could do this the easy way or the hard way. We don't want to kill you all. We really don't. But we will. So I'll give you like 30 minutes to think about it. Talk to your family, whatever you got to do. And then we're going to call back and we're going to get your final answer. And if you don't surrender, we're going to kill you all. And what's America going to do? They're going to have their fucking fleets they're going to be fucked. They're fucked. It's the end of the empire. And this is exactly how empires fall. This is how the British Empire fell. After World War II, when Britain was bankrupt from fighting the war, they technically won the war, but they were bankrupt. And then all of their little satellite colonies started rebelling, and they couldn't afford to put down the rebellion, and so they just abandoned them, and that was the end of their empire. That's what's going to happen to all these military bases throughout the world. All these countries are like, America, you can get the fuck out, right now. The tanks are on their way. You might want to run. And that'll be it. That'll be the end of the American Empire. It'll be just like the British Empire. And that'll be it. That's the end of the regime. So at that point, the longer term, once America loses its control over the world, you're going to see, just like look, Hitler's greatest evil was losing World War II. It's not what he did; it's that he lost. Had he won, he would be remembered as this great hero that defended Germany, just like Abraham Lincoln. It didn't matter what he did or didn't do. All that matters is that you either win or you lose. When the American Empire falls, the politicians are going to be held, they're going to be arrested, and they're going to be tried as war criminals. Because America and Israel have committed numerous war crimes with impunity, and nobody could do anything about them because they were invincible and they ran the world. Once that's no longer the case, they're going to be arrested, and they're going to be tried, and they're going to be hung or shot or executed in some way, and that's going to be the end. It's going to be just like The Hague, just like the Nazi trials where they arrested and tried and executed all these Nazi officers. It'll be just like that. And because that's what happens to the losers. And I think the United States and Israel know, this isn't just fighting, it isn't just about the Greater Israel Project or whatever. They have to keep their power. If they lose their power, they're going to be arrested and tried and probably executed or indefinitely detained for their numerous war crimes. They have to hold on to power. They have to make sure that the world still fears them. And unfortunately, there's nothing left. America doesn't have any other than nukes. I mean, there's still people whispering about using tactical nukes. Okay, you go ahead and drop nukes. Worst case, and honestly, what are we talking about here? We're talking about using tactical nukes in the Middle East. First of all, those people will just be remembered as martyrs if you nuke them. And then when you use nukes, you get nuked in return. So that's the end of Israel. That's the end of the empire. The empire falls regardless. And I don't think Russia and America are going to nuke each other. I think Israel is going to nuke Iran, which is going to lead to Israel being nuked in return. Which is okay, so if they do the whole Samson thing where they take out the whole Middle East, okay. Well, the Middle East they've all been killed. And you know what? Look, I hate to say it, but if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Hopefully, that's the last time. Hopefully, we don't have to go down this road again in another 1,000 years, where the Jews get too much power and do all kinds of stupid shit and then murder millions of people on their way out again. But the beatings will continue until morale improves, I suppose. But that's what's going on. Iran is going to fuck Israel shit. They're not and they know America's coming. They know America's going to declare war on them. They're preparing for that. I think, and Russia also. By the way, Russia is doing this because America's shown. And also Europe. There's the European Union. They just had elections and they elected a whole new crop of people, and they're all anti-Russian and they all support Ukraine, and none of them are willing to negotiate, even though Ukraine is clearly getting its ass kicked. So Russia's okay. These people can't be negotiated with, can't be reasoned with. They're completely lost up their own ass. The only thing they'll respect is complete military defeat. They're not going to listen, and it has to be direct. It can't be Ukrainian defeat. Ukrainian defeat won't affect them. Their militaries have to be defeated in combat. Now, who's going to do it? It can't be Russia. If Russia attacks NATO, it's World War III, and the nukes fly. But if Iran destroys all these NATO and American facilities throughout the region, if Iran sinks all these warships, if Iran takes out Israel, despite Israel has the best anti-missile defenses in the world. It's the most secure. It's basically a fortress by design. And it's the best country money can buy. When Iran overwhelms their air defenses and bombs them into the Stone Age, that's it. And when America's we're going to go to Iran, and then when all their warships get hit, when they realize, going to war with Iran with what? Oh, we're going to land troops. Where are you going to land troops? None of these Arab countries are going to let you land troops. You're going to march them from Europe? Where are you going to land your troops? What troops? It's a fucking election year. You're going to launch missiles? They're going to launch missiles back. Okay, so explain. So from some, I don't know, Poland or something, they're going to launch missiles into the Middle East from Poland. Okay, well then they're going to launch missiles into Poland. And the best part is, it won't be Russia doing it. It'll be Iran. So then NATO can be like, oh, we declare war on Iran because, again, let's take a big step back. All of this is retaliation for what the West is doing to them. Israel attacked Iran's consulate, assassinated its president, and attacked its diplomats on its soil. Iran is not some aggressive terrorist state. They're responding to Israel's war crimes. Now, look, if America wants to fall down that hole, that's fine. If America wants to get NATO involved, that's fine. But when Europe starts getting bombed by Russian missiles fired from Iran, is Europe going to be like, yeah, Article 5. What does Article 5 even mean? Okay, get your army together, march them in the Middle East, and watch them fucking bomb you too. Like, this whole thing about Article 5, all this, Article 5 just means America nukes you. Let's be very honest here. Europe doesn't have a military. Europe isn't going to go to war with shit. Article 5 is just America's going to nuke you. That's all it is. So, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen anyway. If the regime launches nukes as their final fuck you because they lost and they won't accept defeat, which is very possible, then they were always going to launch nukes when they lost. And they weren't like, but what do? Let them win? And there were some people, it's like, who was it? There was some guy, he was on Tucker Carlson doing an interview. And he was talking about, people calling for civil war, that's evil, you can't do that. It's like, what other choice do we have? You can't vote your way out of this problem. But these fucking people are like, I can't believe you want violence. Violence is never the answer. Yes, it is! How do you stop an enemy trying to kill and enslave you? With fucking flowery language and hugs? This isn't fucking Care Bears. You have to shoot them or blow them up until they go away. That's how you stop these people from murdering and enslaving you. Look, I'm not saying violence is the first answer. I'm not saying it's like you immediately go to violence. But you can't just take it off the table entirely, like, violence is never the answer. Like, and I get it. I understand, like, these pithy little statements that replace logic and reason make thinking very easy. Because you don't have to think. You just have to apply your little fucking catchphrase, and then your thinking can turn off. You're advocating for violence? You're done. You've lost the moral high ground. What's your solution, retard? How are you going to reform the government that steals elections and assassinates people? What's your fucking plan to fix this? We're gonna peacefully protest. Okay, they're gonna arrest you and shoot you. Now what's your plan? Your peaceful protests aren't doing shit. We're gonna pray. We're gonna pray that Jesus comes back. Good, great idea. That's always worked. Just praying that Jesus comes back and solves all your problems that you're too chicken shit to solve yourself. These people. Anyway, so look, we're going to see what's going to happen pretty goddamn quick. This is not a question of weeks and months. This is a question of days, possibly hours. Hezbollah's already begun their attack. Now, just so you know, everyone's going to attack Israel. You have the Houthis, you have Hezbollah, you have Iran, you have the other Hezbollah, basically the Iraq militias, who are also called Hezbollah, which is really confusing. But it is what it is. Now, what's going to happen is Hezbollah is launching their attacks first. And they're probing the Israeli anti-air defenses. This is going to be a multi-day barrage where they're going to hit the anti-air defenses, take them out, and then destroy the military sites. Probably Dimona. If they're smart, they'll take out Dimona, which is Israel's nuclear facility. Just destroy it, collapse it in on itself. And then Israel loses all their nukes. I mean, like, maybe they have a sub in the Red Sea that has, I don't know. I don't know if Israel has nukes. Now, that doesn't eliminate the nuclear threat because America can launch nukes. But America is much less likely to commit suicide by launching nukes in a foreign war than Israel is. Like, Israel will launch nukes if it's existentially threatened, which it's going to be. America may launch nukes to defend Israel just because the Jew come must flow, but I kind of doubt it. I think if America was being existentially threatened, yes, America would launch nukes. Are they going to launch nukes on behalf of Israel? Yeah, I get AIPAC is very influential, but you're literally condemning the country to death, the entire country. And I understand AIPAC has a lot of money, but you're talking about killing yourself. And, everyone has their price, but just think about it. How much money would someone have to pay you to kill yourself? There's probably no amount of money, because what's the point? Why would you kill yourself for money? You can't enjoy it if you're dead. So unless you have terminal cancer and you're killing yourself to get money to your family, something like that, I don't think there's any amount that someone would kill themselves for, because you can't even enjoy the money. Now, people might kill themselves for a belief or an ideal, like if you're brainwashed or maybe for some kind of religious zealotry, maybe you're willing to die for that. But you're not going to kill yourself for money. And at the end of the day, the power of the Israeli lobby, it's not ideological. It's mostly money. Now, there are ideological elements to it. Like, Zionism is a real ideology. There are people who are pro-Zionist who actually believe in it, like the evangelicals, who are like a death cult. But the vast majority of those who do what the regime wants and follow the regime and obey the regime, they're not doing it because they believe in Zionism or they believe that Jews are God's chosen people or anything like that. They're doing it because they want to get paid. The regime controls the money. Money makes the world go round. They want some of that money. They're going to do what the regime wants. But they're not going to kill themselves. They're not going to march. They're not going to consign themselves to certain death for a paycheck. Because what's the point if you're just going to die? You can't even enjoy the money. So we're going to see what's going to happen in the next couple days, week. I don't know. Hezbollah's already launching their attack, but they've only launched a couple dozen rockets. They haven't even launched any serious missiles or drones. They're just launching rockets. They're just probing the anti-air defenses at this point. This is like foreplay. This is like gentle kitten whispers. The fucking has not begun yet. This is just a light kiss on the cheek, a slap on the ass, a knowing wink. We haven't even taken our clothes off. We haven't even busted out the lube. We haven't even started using tongues. We're just winking at each other from across the room. The fucking has not even begun. When the fucking begins, you will know. Because you will see, it'll be DEFCON 2 on fucking Washington. And they'll be having meetings about what do we do? Do we declare war? Because here's the thing. Even though the Houthis are the legitimate government of Yemen, the U.S. and the rest of the Western world don't recognize them as the legitimate government because they don't want to declare war. As long as they're a terrorist group, they can use the general war on terror, the anti-terror laws that are on the books, to effectively conduct a war without declaring one. Now, Congress will declare war on Iran. I mean, you saw all the standing ovations Netanyahu got. Congress is completely bought and paid for by Israel. So if they need to declare war on Iran, they will declare war on Iran. The problem is they would prefer not to, because the Congress is accountable to the voters. They would prefer if the deep state, which isn't accountable to the voters, does everything. That way there's no accountability to these pesky democracy things. But if they have to, they will vote to go to war with Iran. Now, the key is, and this is why I think this is going to be a big deal. If Iran hits Israel, kills some people, takes out a few this and that, then America will go to war with Iran. Iran has to send a powerful message. it can't just be, oh, we can. They have to demonstrate when they attack in the next couple of days. When Iran attacks Israel, they have to demonstrate that they're not only capable of destroying Israel, but they're also capable of destroying the United States' assets in the region. Now, the last time when Israel attacked their consulate, they demonstrated that they can penetrate Israel's anti-air defenses. And they were very careful to show that in a way that didn't cause any fatalities, because they did not want a war with the United States. But I think now they know, like, they can't just face tank missile strikes and tolerate assassinations of diplomats and politicians. So, war it is. You know, like, it's like that scene in Lord of the Rings. Like, oh, I would not risk open war. And then Aragorn's like, open war is upon you, whether you'd risk it or not. So there comes a point where you just got to have to... The guy's coming at you. He's like, oh, what do you say to me? Oh, you backing up? Oh, you looking at me funny? The guy wants a fight. He's not going to let you talk your way out of it. He's not going to let you back your way out of it. He wants a fight. So, grab something heavy and cave his fucking skull in. That's how you deal with these people. So, Israel wants a fight. The fucking Lindsey Graham and the neocons want a war. Give them a fucking war. Sink their battleships. I think there's like 20 warships in the region. Sink them all. Fuck up the flight decks of all the aircraft carriers. Take out the air bases. And not just the air bases, you know, like in one region. The air bases in Jordan, Kuwait, all the Qatar. Fuck, take them all out. All these U.S. bases in the region, destroy them all. Take out every aircraft in the region. And then what? What are they going to do? Oh, declare war? You already declared war, dipshit. Oh, Article 5, what does that mean? Oh, Europe's going to, like, I don't know, send you hugs and kisses? Like, Article 5 doesn't mean anything. Article 5 just means America goes to war with you. But you're already at war with America. Article 5 doesn't mean shit. If they launch attacks from Europe, you take out those bases too. Like, Europe is very close to the Middle East. Like, you can't reach America from the Middle East unless you use, like, you know, very high-range ballistic missiles, which I don't think Iran needs. They just need to basically send the message that, just like in Ukraine, you're not going to win this war. You have no troops, you have no money, you have no missiles. You're like, your fortress called Israel, it's fucked. Kiss it goodbye. And it's not like these are innocent victims. They're genociding the fucking Palestinians. Fuck these people. They deserve what's going to happen to them. And if America wants to go down with them, which they will, this is the whole point. The only way the regime goes down is they have to be defeated militarily. And Russia can't do it because that would end in nukes. Iran can do it. Iran can take out all these things. And then once America... NATO losing to Russia, you're like, okay, we lost to Russia, but you know, we're still number one. You know, we're still number one, you guys. It's not like we're losing to some pissant Middle Eastern country. And then Iran. Now, the Houthis have already shown that they can't. Well, I mean, fucking Hamas. Hamas can't even be defeated by the IDF, despite them dropping tens of thousands of bombs on a very small area. They can't even beat Hamas. Now people are like, oh, the IDF is invincible. And this, they said the same thing about Ukraine. Remember the first, it was like all through 2022. Ukraine was winning. Russians were losing. They were fighting with shovels. Again, 2023 was the defining year. That's when all the bullshit evaporated. It turns out Russia was winning. It turns out the Ukrainians are getting their fucking ass kicked. And all these NATO weapons were getting destroyed. But it took over a year before that started coming out. So you have this war going on in the Middle East, in Gaza. Hamas isn't going anywhere despite all the civilian casualties, all the war crimes. I mean, when you have to cheat and you still can't win, that says a lot about you. And now Israel's going to be fighting a multi-front war, and now they've provoked They provoked everyone because they want to drag America into the war. They're going to. Russia's allowing it. Again, I was wrong. I thought Russia would take steps to try to neutralize America to de-escalate the war and keep it between Iran and Israel. But apparently, no, here, have all the Iskander missiles you want. Fuck them up. So it's going to start with Israel. Who knows when? Possibly, it could happen right now. Like as I'm talking, Iran could launch their attacks. But if I were Iran, here's what I would do. I would have Hezbollah, the Houthis. I would have them soften up Israel and probe their anti-air defenses. And then I would start out with a very similar barrage to what happened with the Iranian consulate attack, where they sent a whole bunch of drones and some small cruise missiles. Like essentially, if you recall, Iran spent like a couple $1 million, like I think $10 million on missiles and drones. The West spent over $2 billion on anti-air defenses just for that one night of attack. So you do that. Send all your drones, send all your missiles. Watch America and Israel launch all these missiles and shoot all these drones down. And like, haha, we repelled Iran's attack. And then you do it again. You launch another wave of drones and missiles. And then you let them spend another $2 billion shooting all those drones and missiles down. And then you do it again. And you keep launching drones and missiles until they stop, until basically they run out. They run out of $2 billion of anti-air missiles being launched every day. Because they certainly don't have them. They don't have the missiles to be repelling missile barrages every fucking day. They're going to run out of missiles real goddamn quick. And then once they do, that's when you launch the Iskanders. That's when you launch the fucking Fab 3000s. That's when you launch the hypersonics. And you take out every military facility, and honestly, at this point, because Israel has shown no hesitation when it comes to assassinating politicians and scientists and diplomats, fuck their shit up. Don't just take out the military. Take out the government. Take out the headquarters, Netanyahu's house. Take them all out. Fuck them all. Fuck them all up. Maybe if you take out like the government buildings and kill all the politicians, take out all the military bases, then maybe the people of Israel realize, oh shit, we just lost. And then they're like, hey, you might want to get the fuck out now. So your military's been defeated, your government's been destroyed. You can leave. I hear there's some American warships that are only slightly damaged that might be able to get you passage somewhere the fuck else. Who cares? Get the fuck out. This is now, this is going to be known as Palestine again, like it was under the Romans. The last time this shit happened, like 1,000 years ago, a couple thousand years ago. The last time the Jews started doing stupid shit, and someone had to come and fuck their shit up. And that'll be it. That'll be the end of the regime. That'll be the end of, Now, just like with the British Empire, just because the empire collapses doesn't necessarily mean the government will collapse with it. This is where the hyperinflation comes in. Because with the fall of the regime, with the fall of the empire, comes the end of the dollar. The global reserve currency of the world, all that goes away. And it'll go away pretty goddamn quick. We're talking within a year, you're going to see massive de-dollarization and hyperinflation in America. And any countries in Europe that are like nominally tied to the dollar, they're going to get sucked down with it. And so that's where the Civil War happens. With the hyperinflation caused by the collapse of the empire. Also combined, by the way, when the Jews lose Israel, they're going to be really pissed off. And just like an abusive spouse who comes home and beats their wife because they're mad at the world, the Jews are going to take out their butthurt on the populations of the West. They're going to take out all their anger and frustration about losing Israel again on the domestic population. So you're going to have the collapse of the empire, the de-dollarization, the hyperinflation, plus massive government tyranny. Like overt government tyranny, which is simply, they're going to be their final mistake. Their final mistake is going to be basically tyrannizing. I don't know if that's a word. Whatever the word is. They're going to be being tyrants over the population. And then that's going to provoke the Civil War. And that's when the final up-ins will come. And then hopefully, look, I hope I'm alive. I hope I'm healthy enough to participate we'll see. I mean, like, I wasn't expecting my body to start falling apart so quickly after I hit my 40s. So hopefully I have one more war left in me, but I may not. I don't know. Like, it's a race against time. If I have another war left in me, because my body's not cooperating. But that's kind of what I'm seeing coming down the pipe. So the long prophesied fucking is coming, and it's not going to be like, Iran is not. This isn't going to be like, oh, we're going to show Israel we can hit them to. Russia's been trying this. Russia's been trying to send a message and promote negotiations. Even at this stage, NATO is not willing to negotiate with Russia, even though they're getting their ass kicked, because they don't care about the Ukrainians. They don't give a shit if every Ukrainian is killed. They are not going to negotiate and end the war and accept defeat. And so Russia realizes that these people have to be defeated directly. It can't be a third party. It can't be, the Ukrainians suffer defeat. It has to be the regime directly suffers defeat. Which is why instead of putting their nuclear umbrella over Iran in order to de-escalate and get America to not launch a war against Iran, they're just going to give Iran all the missiles it needs to defeat Israel and the United States. Because, again, you're like, how can Iran can't defeat the United States. They don't need to look, Iran is not going to conquer the United States and plant their flag in Washington, D.C. No. They're going to defeat the United States the way the Vietnamese, the way the Taliban defeated the United States. That's how they're going to defeat. They don't have to conquer America to defeat the United States. They just have to destroy their allies and platforms and bases and drive them from the region. That's all they got to do. And America does not have the ground forces. The bases they're known. They're very easily destroyed. The anti-air capability of these American bases is, Russia already knows how to penetrate those air defenses. The only reason why they're not destroyed already is because Russia does not want a direct war with America. But if America wants a war with Iran, then Iran has literally no reason not to destroy these bases. They've already said that's exactly what they're going to do, and Russia's already given them the missiles to do it. And because of America's example, if you're like, oh, well, Russia gave Iran those missiles, therefore they're responsible, so it'll be World War III if Iran uses them. No, because that's what we do with Ukraine. We give Ukraine these missiles. In fact, we're operating the missiles, claiming the Ukrainians are doing it, but it's really us doing it. We're providing all the intel and the targeting data. Maybe Ukraine is pushing the button that's at the last stage just to give us plausible deniability. But that's what we're doing right now. And Russia knows this, and we know that Russia knows this, and Russia knows that we know that they know that we're doing this. So giving Iran the missiles to attack America, you could be like, oh, Russia's a party to the conflict. Okay, well then let the nukes fly. But that's your certain death, so probably not. And again, like the British, when they lost their empire, they didn't end the world. They just like, okay, the empire, we can't afford the empire anymore. And then, Britain carried on. They kept a stiff upper lip. They're kind of going down the shitter now, but that's because of their shitty birth rates and immigration. That would have happened anyway, because we're not going to take women's rights away. But maybe if things go, this is why I say things are going to get worse. If you think that the war between Iran and Israel and the proxy war between Russia and America is going to make things get better from here, and this is like the worst it's going to get, you are very, very wrong. When the regime fails and starts to collapse and the hyperinflation begins, you're going to see tyranny like you've only read about in books. And you're going to have to reach fuck it, and you're going to have to fight for your freedom, and you're going to have to risk your life, and that's just how it's going to be. And it is what the best advice I can give you is just to strengthen yourself. Prepare, strengthen yourself, and support each other. And once we get through this, like I said, they can't win. There's no way they win. There's no combination of things that could happen that will lead to the regime coming out on top. They're fucked. They're just trying. Now, they were trying to lose slower. They're trying to slow down the decline, but then Israel Israel activated the beacon, and America had to answer the call. So despite their desire to freeze the conflict and slow the loss down, they're going to go to war for Israel because AIPAC owns them, and that's going to be the end of the regime. And it's Israel's fault. All Israel had to do was not do all the things they've done since October 7th, handle that differently, not launch Operation Take All the Palestinians' Land and Kill Them All. But, they did, and America did what it did, and now the finding out phase begins. They've been fucking around for the better part of a year. So it's we're getting to the finding out phase. So that'll be fun. So that's what's going on. Hello, HD. I noticed you were here for a while, but I'm done talking.
Yeah, I walked in right as you were talking about foreplay.
Nice. There you go.
So where's everyone else lately? Seems like no one else pops in for a while, and then the show ends up a bit shorter in the more recent weeks.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they got shit to do. I know Thunder Warrior said he can't make the show anymore. Shogun had he has work stuff. Voodoo, I don't know what's Voodoo like. Maybe it's kind of like Cat.
He may have a change in work schedule. What did Thunder say? Why he couldn't make it anymore?
Yeah, it was like work. It was work. It's it is what it is. So yeah. So Voodoo can't make it because his work schedule changed, and it is what it is. The same thing happened with Cat. Cat work schedule changed. He couldn't make the show anymore. It is what it is. But anyway, okay, HD, so you missed the beginning of the show. The developer of S-Prism Destroyer, he claims he implemented your feedback and fixed the bugs you found. So
I did see there's 3 patches made since last week. I haven't played it yet, but I'll test it out in a bit. Last week when I played it, I still wasn't entirely sure what does the L button do. The J, K, and L, right, are the J is for shooting, K is for jumping and using jetpack in the air, but I wasn't entirely sure what the L is because there was no special limited ammo grenade pickup or anything.
I don't know.
But maybe he'll give feedback this time.
Yep. Anyway, so yeah, do you have any thoughts or anything?
Yeah, just a few little minor points. One, for the past week, I saw for 3 days, I saw headliner or something about China. It's like U.S. selling warship into China Sea territory or something about Taiwan, or more recently yesterday. So Kamala Harris made big statement about her stance about China and compared to what Trump says. It seems like it's the media propaganda, the mainstream is just preparing people mentally for the West to initiate conflict with China.
Yeah, America can't even handle. I understand the reason. So if you
start another war,
you start another war in order to take the attention off the war you lost. Now, that's a horrible strategy because you're literally just losing wars one after the other. But it's basically to make sure that. Because here's the thing, if you criticize, let's say hypothetical, let's say Biden lost the Afghan war, and you want to criticize Biden for losing the Afghan war. Well, you're bad. Blah, blah, blah. So then what you do is you trigger the Ukraine war. Well, now if you want to bring up the Afghan war, well, you need to support the president because we're fighting Russia and Russia's bad, and you're either with us or you're against us. You want Putin to win, blah, blah, blah. So you basically silence criticism for the war you lost by starting another war. So now we're losing Ukraine. We're about to get dragged into a war with Iran. They want to start a war with China.
Right, and it's not just that. I saw this week people sharing on Baidu and other websites. A clip of I forgot who it is. Someone in charge of Chinese-American diplomatic relation in the U.S. Someone high up there. She said something specific about. They quoted her something specific about even if China completely change their government system to become a democracy, embrace progressivism, all the politics of the West, they match it completely. U.S. still go to direct conflict with China because of China poses a threat too big of a competition to their world order.
Yeah, that's
They're
100% right.
they're just being blatant about it now. No
That's
matter what China does, just for the fact of being too big, the U.S. is not going to leave China be.
Yeah, the only way you can avoid war with China or with the United States is to become their vassal, like the way Europe has. Like, you notice how Europe does whatever America wants, like to the detriment of their own countries and their own people. Like, just whatever America says they want, that's what Europe does. That's what being a vassal is. You just do whatever America says. And if you put any kind of resistance to it, or if the people elect a politician who promises to like do what the people want and not what America wants, well, then they'll launch a coup or a color revolution, or they'll sanction you, or they may just overthrow your government militarily, whatever. And look, when you're a small country, you don't have a choice to put up with that shit. I'm sure there's a lot of countries that wish they could resist the United States, but they're not. Now, Africa's different. Like, Africa has been overthrowing their governments and telling the West to fuck off. But notice, they, at the same time, as a necessity, as they tell the West to fuck off, they invite Russia in. That's how this works. It's like no man is an island. You can't resist the United States as a small country. But you can use, now that Russia's proven that all this happened after 2023. All this happened after Russia defeated NATO via the failed Ukrainian counteroffensive. That's when you saw African nations overthrowing their governments and inviting Russia in. So the cat's out of the bag. I think Israel, this Iranian-Israel war, is going to prove definitively that America is invincible, because there's still people coping that Ukraine doesn't count, that America's still invincible. It's just that Ukraine, they didn't get the good stuff. But if anyone goes to war with America, America's invincible. And it's because they're thinking of America from the 90s to Afghanistan, basically that era where the Cold War was over. America was the toughest, the biggest, baddest motherfucker in the valley, and they could do whatever they wanted. And what did they do? They basically stole people's oil and fucking hooked up Israel for 20, 30 years. Well, Russia and China have rebuilt, and they just defeated NATO. So now you're like, but that doesn't count. Okay, well, Iran is going to defeat Israel, and when America declares war on Iran, then all their military bases are going to be destroyed. And when they try to send a fleet to go attack Iran, they're going to be targeted by anti-ship ballistic missiles through satellite targeting, and they're not even going to reach the Middle East. And like, that can't happen, TFM. That would be World War III. Why would it be World War III? Because Russia's helping Iran. Well, we're helping Ukraine attack Russia. Yeah, but it's okay when we do it. We can commit war crimes. We can target Russia, but like they can't target us. That's not fair. We're allowed to break the rules. And it's like, yeah, you were allowed to break the rules because you were the superpower. You were the only country with all these cool weapons and all this money, and you controlled the world. And that day is over. That era of you being able to commit war crimes and do whatever the fuck you wanted and the rules are for everyone else but you, that's over now. And there are people who they haven't accepted that, like, all that ended in 2023 with the failed counteroffensive. And now this is happening right now. This whole Iran, Israel, Hezbollah thing, this is happening right now. So by this time next week, Iran probably will attack. I can't be sure. I don't know. I have no intel. But Iran is stockpiling missiles. I can't imagine it being too long before they launch their attack. And it has to be. Now, I don't know if it's like a pissant, nothing burger, like wet fart attack, and they hit some empty buildings and no one dies and all that shit. I don't even know. Fucking Iran deserves to be destroyed at that point. Iran needs to send a message. They need to send a message to the United States. They have to fuck Israel's shit up to send a message to the United States because they've already told the United States, if you get involved, we're going to take out the region. But America doesn't fear Iran because they don't believe them. They think Iran is talking shit. Iran has to prove via their attack on Israel that they are not talking shit. They are deadly serious. They have the weapons to take out all of America's assets in the region. All the oil fields they're stealing from, all their military bases, they'll all be destroyed. And then if America wants to declare war, then you take them out. You fucking just one day hit a button, all those bases, all that shit, all those warships, they all get taken out. That's it. Then what? What do you do now? Your bases are destroyed. It's over. You've been cleared from the game. You don't have the money to rebuild your fleet. You don't have the ground forces. You don't have shit. It's over. You could launch nukes. That's the last straw. But are you going to launch nukes and commit suicide over the Middle East during an election year? No, you're not. So this will be fun. But now again, I don't have any intel. I can't prove this is what they're going to do. If Iran whiffs this and they do some pissant bullshit baby slap attack after all this in order to prevent war, because again, just in case you forgot, the only way the cathedral wins is if everybody's so afraid of them and they let them get away with it and they just cuck to them. Now, if you do like a hand slap, response to Israel's numerous war crimes and provocations, and you basically cuck to them, you're basically letting Israel win. So I can't see them doing that, though. I really don't think they're going to do that. I understand they kind of sort of done that before, but they were kind of sort of hoping that, when Russia clearly defeated Ukraine, NATO would negotiate, and they were dealing with somebody who wasn't just committed to war. I think Russia at least now knows that NATO doesn't give a shit about how many people die. They are committed to just perpetual war. So you have to defeat them. There is no, we sent you a message, now it's, do you really want? No, the only message you send them is, we just destroyed all your bases and all your troops are dead. They're dead. You're not going to you can't even send the bodies home because they're a smoking crater. Have a good election. I'm sure your voters are going to be very pleased to hear how all these assets have been killed because you decided to defend genocidal war criminals. I'm sure that's going to do wonders for your popularity. So that's fun. Anyway, so that's I'm kind of done beating the dead horse, but that's what's going on this week.
Also, on a minor point, I recently saw Asmongold, the big streamer, right, mentioned that he knows about MGTOW and the rapper in general, and he and his audience doesn't really disparage on it. They're kind of neutral. It was from his official Clipper channel of his streams. Like a month ago or so, he reacted to a video talking about China's dating and fertility and all that, right? And he mentioned in the video, he mentioned a couple years ago, there was 4 no's among young people, especially young men in China, right? No marriage, no kids, no buying house, and no dating. And in recent year, it extended to 10 no's. As in, added 6 more. No blood donation, no charity donation in general, no buying lottery ticket, no stock trading, no retirement fund investment, no helping the elderly, and no just a general check out society. So yeah, and he also related this to the Hikikomoris in Japan and for MGTOW and Manosphere in the West. He said he knows originally MGTOW started just dating and marriage, but then more and more young men also embrace this general just check out in society because they don't see a good future with them. And if he and his audience fairly neutral, he said it's a bad thing if too many young men get onto it, but they kind of understand, see why they're going this way. Well,
so I don't advocate for checking out of society, but you need to live your life. So, like, I know there used to be this whole levels of MGTOW where you were supposed to level up and, like, live in the woods and everything. No, like, you need to go your own way. If your way involves living in the woods and not interacting with anyone, then that's great. You go full Unabomber and you live in the woods. But if you're going your own way means living a middle class lifestyle in a suburb, and you have neighbors and you play D&D and you know you still have a social life, but you do whatever the fuck you want. Like when I was doing the Love Nestle celebration stream on Thursday, there was a guy who he showed his face and everything. He doxed himself during the stream. He didn't care. But
he turned on his camera.
yeah, he turned on his
meeting.
camera. He used his real name. He doesn't give a shit. But the thing is he owns several dolls, and he started buying dolls because of me. He was watching my content. I told him about sex dolls. He checked them out. He owns like several dolls, and he has like guitars. So like he has hobbies. He does, you know, he obviously is into music. He's into sex dolls, and he's gotten like his friends into sex dolls. Like apparently, he's gotten people. When people come to his house to hang out with him, he shows them their sex dolls, and then they buy their own sex dolls. Because like, holy shit, sex dolls are awesome. So like that's how little he gives a shit. That's going your own way. That motherfucker is going the fuck his own way, and he's not checking out from society. He just doesn't give a shit. He's living his life. And he's gonna do what he wants, whether it's collecting guitars or anime figurines, watching anime, whatever the fuck that means, whatever you're doing. Now, in my opinion, I don't think consumption is satisfying. I think you have to create something, you have to find your meaning and purpose, but that's very personal. And I'm not gonna judge you and what you do, what your way entails. But yeah, so but like the whole when it comes to paying your taxes or contributing to society. Look, your taxes are a necessary evil. Whatever lifestyle, think about the lifestyle you want to live. Understand that to live that lifestyle, you're going to have to pay your pound of flesh to the tax man. You know, like, pay as little taxes that you have to. And fuck patriotism, because, like, your country doesn't give a shit about you. Like, this is actually really funny. I don't know if you saw these articles. So, the Army was giving The Rock, you know, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, $1 million.
Oh yeah, I saw some content creator talking about it.
Yeah, so
it backfired a lot. Didn't result in any increase in recruitment for the army.
Yeah, so but it's crazy. They were spending $1 million a tweet, or not a tweet, like a gram. So they wanted Dwayne The Rock Johnson to post 5 posts on his Instagram promoting the army, and they're going to pay him.
And he only did 2, right?
He did 2. So he did 2 posts promoting the army on his Instagram, and it didn't result in a single. First of all, like, who the fuck is like, oh, The Rock posted an army picture that's sponsored? I'm going to join the army. If The Rock, like, what the fuck? Like, who are these people are fucking retarded. Have you asked people why they don't want to join the army? They'll tell you. It's like people like, why don't men want to get married? Have you asked them? No, you haven't. You just kind of assume, oh, it's because these evil right wing. No, like, talk to people. Hey, why don't you want to get married? It's one of two. One, they want to get married, and the women are too busy hoeing it up until they're in their 40s or something. Then they want to settle down when they can't even have kids in the first place. Or 2, they know it's bullshit, and then if you ask them, what do you mean by it's bullshit? They'll tell you why the laws are shit. If you want people to join the military, you have to address their concerns. And their concerns are, 1, they don't want to go to war with Russia and China and die for Israel, which is basically what you're recruiting for. Like, people aren't going to voluntarily, like, it's one thing when we were at war with the Middle East and 9/11 happened. Because, you know, people felt like, and look, I joined the military after 9/11. So, you know, people felt at the time that we were under attack by Muslim terrorists, and we had to bring the fight to them to keep our country safe. That is not true when it comes to Russia or China. They're not threatening anything, approximating anything, affecting anybody. We're attacking them and provoking war against them because they're they're threatening us with their prudent fiscal policy. They're not spending trillions of dollars on welfare gibs to buy votes for black people. Like, that's, how dare they? So we need to go to war against them to stop them from being fiscally responsible. And then you have what's going on with Israel, where they're committing war crimes and ethnic cleansing. And people are condemning it, and America's defending them while giving them weapons. And now we're going to go to war with Iran after Israel committed numerous war crimes and assassinated a bunch of people. Like, they fucking deserve what's going to happen to them. But are you going to sign up for that? You're going to sign up to go to war against a country in the name of Israeli genocide?
Oh.
And then on top of that, now throw in the fact that the military is full of... this has been true, even before the wars with Russia and China and Iran. You have the anti-white, anti-male messaging throughout the Biden administration.
That's why they don't want to openly admit they know the reason. Because if they state that out in the open, it's going to, I think, possibly galvanize more young people to flock together and agree. That they'll say, oh, a lot of other people also has the same reason as me to reject the military and the government's general direction. So what they found... also it's what Asmongold, his audience would say. They're not saying that everyone's checking out society completely, but they notice more and more young men especially are minimizing their investment outside of themselves, and they say they can understand why. Well, yeah, you shouldn't you don't want to sacrifice for someone. It's like living in an exploitive relationship where you give and you give and you give, and then they take and take and take, and they never give back. It's like being in an abusive relationship. And the thing is like, you have all this. The military tried to actively recruit women. They had all these ad campaigns to attract women into the military, and all that happened was no more women enlisted. Because, women don't need to join the military for college. You already give them free college for having vaginas. It's called a Pell Grant. In fact, this still gets me salty. So I had to go to war and get shot at. Like, I did 2 tours in Iraq to get, for my GI Bill. If you're a woman, you get a Pell Grant that's exactly like the GI Bill, just for existing as a woman. You get unlimited money for college as long as you apply for your Pell Grants, and they'll give it to you if you're a woman. If you're a man, you have to join the military and get shot. If you're a woman, you get a Pell Grant. So why would a woman join the military? She doesn't need the GI Bill. She already gets Pell Grants. She doesn't need a college education. She can get married if she wants to get taken care of. Women don't need the military. For a lot of guys, the military is their best option because they can't afford college, or they don't really have a viable career, or maybe they live in a podunk backwater town and they want to get the fuck out of there so they can go have a life somewhere, and the military is their best way out of their little small town they live in. None of that is true of women. If women want to get out of their small town, they just find a guy to marry them. They could even divorce a guy, to take him as their girlfriend, and then they leave him for someone else once they get there. Women have so many more options than men have. So what happens is when you pander to women, no additional women join the military, but male recruitment plummeted. So it's like the get well, go broke, where they're chasing this modern audience. Oh, if we just start shitting on white people and shitting on men and calling our fans racist and sexist and homophobic, all these other people are going to take their place. As white people and white men stop consuming our product and liking our IP, all these brown and black and red and yellow people, they're going to start gobbling up our IP. We're going to make so much more money from these other audiences, and it doesn't work out. You drive away your core audience to chase this modern audience of diverse brown people, and then that diverse audience never shows up, and you end up going bankrupt. Except that's happening at the military, where they're not getting any recruits. Then also throw in the vaccine mandates, where they were forcing soldiers to get vaccinated, or they were kicking them out of the military with other than honorable discharge, which is like a kiss of death.
Now they're trying to expunge those records to try to let them back in. They even did that. So they told the soldiers who did get out. We actually had a guy on the show for a while who was basically in the reserves because he wouldn't get vaccinated and they were kicking him out of the military. They're letting them back in and they're expunging their records to let them re-enlist if they want. And I think it's like 5%. 5% of the people who were kicked out for not getting vaccinated are re-enlisting. 95% of them are like, go fuck yourself. And I don't blame them at all. But like, and I don't think Trump is going to be able to turn this around. Trump can end the anti-white, anti-male vaccine mandate stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, are people going to sign up to go to war? It's one thing to go to war against the Taliban or Iraq, where, you know, you could die. But, I mean, the Iraq and Afghan war were fairly bloodless. Like, a few thousand people died over several years of war. And they mostly died from, like, ambushes or IEDs. Because, like, they didn't have artillery and drones and tanks. We were basically fighting an insurgency. So the casualties were pretty minimal. But fighting Russia or China, or possibly a proxy of Russia and China like Iran, who's given all of Russia's artillery and weapons and tanks and so forth, they're going to fuck our shit up. They're like, there are people, I don't remember where I heard this from, but they're saying that if we go to war with China, the estimates are we're going to be suffering 1,200 casualties a day in a direct conflict with China. Just China, not Russia, China, and etc. Just China, 1,200 casualties a day. That means in a week, more people will die in our war with China than the entirety of Iraq and Afghanistan combined. In 1 week of war with China. There is no fucking way in hell anyone's going to sign up for that. Not a chance in hell. People might sign up to risk their life, you know, for college money, whatever, if they believe in the cause they're fighting for, and the risk of death is fairly minimal. But you're talking about a war against a peer army, suffering 1,200 casualties a day? Fuck no. Now throw in the fact that we're not just going to be going to war against China, we're going to war against everybody. Everybody's going to war with us. They're gonna get our, like, we don't have the people to fight all these wars. We don't, like, and once our fleets are sunk, they can't be replaced. Who the fuck is gonna replace them? How? Like, it's so fucked. It's, you know, but again, no one's accepting this. The boomers and the neocons and the Zionists, they're not accepting any of these realities because they haven't been directly defeated yet. Yeah, their proxies have lost, but they don't care about that. Israel and the United States have to be directly defeated in military combat. And that's coming. That's coming very soon. Unless I'm really overestimating Iran and they just completely whiff and they send some fucking dog shit. They launch some rockets and then they like, well, that'll show Israel, and they go right back to just face tanking missile strikes and assassinations. If they do that, I'll be very disappointed. But I honestly, I don't think they're going to do that. But we'll see. I don't think they're going to do that. But we won't know until they actually launch the thing. I'm pretty sure they're gonna do the thing. But if they don't, if they fucking cuck and they're like, I'm scared of the United States, I don't. But here's why I say that. Because of the Ukraine war. Everything's about the Ukraine war. They've been trying to negotiate. They're destroying the Ukrainians. And just like today or yesterday, the EU is like, we're not even talking to Putin. Why would we talk to Putin? Yeah, he's a war criminal. We need to just keep supporting Ukraine, keep the war going. They're either, you know what it might be? Very akin to like the French Revolution, where the nobles were so detached from what the fuck was going on. They literally had no idea how bad things were outside of their little palaces. They were so detached from like the actual management of the empire that like when the people were starving, they literally didn't know it was happening. They were just cloistered away in their little things. And the elites of Europe and the United States, and maybe they're so sheltered, they're so cut off. They just think they're going to win. If they just, print more money and drop more bombs and, send the CIA to overthrow more governments, it'll just work. Because it's always worked before. Why wouldn't it work now? And they
certainly like to think that way from their old age of just believing believing the status quo.
Not all of them. So yes, there are a lot of like very old boomers running things, but not all of them are that old. A lot of them are sharp, but a lot of them are either they're in like for example Netanyahu. Netanyahu is not some demented boomer. He's a very shrewd, ruthless politician, but he also knows that for him, he either has to win these wars or he's going to be arrested and tried for his numerous crimes, not just in the ICC and the war crimes and all that shit, but he's going to be arrested in his own country for all there's like corruption and all kinds of shit. Like Netanyahu is going to jail if he doesn't win these wars. The only way he's going to save himself is by dragging the country through all these wars and conquering everyone. And I think a lot of politicians are in the same boat. They've already crossed the line. They've committed too many crimes, they're so corrupt, and they can't stop. If they stop, they're going to go to jail. They have to go all the way. But then you have the problem is like this is a product of this is Obama's fault. So Obama believed that the war in Afghanistan and Iraq were basically just military. He was partially right. We didn't need effective military commanders because we weren't fighting a legitimate war. We were just there to feed money to the military-industrial complex. So Obama fired all the war generals and replaced them with women and gays and people who were basically loyal to the left. Now, that did degrade military effectiveness and efficiency and esprit de corps and all that shit. But, hey, we weren't fighting a pure army. We were fighting, like, insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we left Iraq. We created ISIS. We left Afghanistan. We gave it back to the Taliban. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not like the Taliban or ISIS do any... Like, we basically destroyed ISIS. Now we wear their corpse as a skin suit to commit terrorism ourselves. But the point is like, we didn't need an effective military until now. And now the military is full of women and gays because it's been hollowed out by the left. Because the military, the Pentagon, was the one part of the government that the right controlled. The people working in the Pentagon were right-wing. And that scared the left because they don't want the Pentagon to go against them during their big takeover. And again, this all goes back to like COVID. Remember, COVID was supposed to be the big thing that they were going to use to push their whole great reset, you'll own nothing and be happy, bug pod bullshit. And everything's gone wrong. Everything imaginable has gone wrong. And all their contingency plans have also gone wrong. CBDC and digital ID, it's all fucking dead because of BRICS. And their war against Russia to destroy BRICS has completely backfired. And now Israel's about to get their shit pushed in by Iran. Everything is going wrong. But the funny thing is you wouldn't even know. If you just looked around, it doesn't look like the empire's collapsing. It's like this last week, the market completely fell. And the funny thing is, there's no real reason why. So the fundamentals regarding AI and tech companies have been bad the whole fucking year. The only reason why these tech companies were doing gangbusters was because of their stock price. So if a bunch of tech companies are selling stock and earning money through stock price valuations, that offsets their shitty earnings. So all that's changed is their earnings are shit and their stock prices are massively overbought and they're not going up anymore. And then the Fed didn't cut rates. They didn't even announce. I was shocked because it looked like they were setting up for a rate cut. And then not only did Jerome Powell not cut rates, he didn't even signal that they're going to cut rates next FOMC meeting. He said that they're going to still look at the data. They haven't made a determination, and he's keeping his options open. So no rate cut, no promise of a rate cut next time, and then the shitty earnings and the essentially tech stock hasn't. It hit all-time highs, but it hasn't really kept going. The bubble's running out of steam because there's just everyone who wants to be in the market is in the market. They're already all in with both hands. So there's no one left who's like wants to get in. There's no more FOMO to chase. So people are realizing. So everyone just started panicking this week and started like frantically selling everything. And okay, whatever. It's like nothing changed. Like the interest rates are the same. The shitty demand is the same. The fundamentals are the same. All that's changed is that the average normie lost faith in this narrative that rate cuts are around the corner. And everything's hunky dory. And what's baffling is they were this actually baffles me. So crude oil is below $80. Actually, let me double check. Let me see if it's still below $80. It was under $80 last time I checked. Yep, it's still under $80. That is mind-boggling. I want you to. This may not seem like mind-boggling, but consider this: crude oil has been in the $80 range basically the entire year because of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Now that conflict is about to be blown wide open. When Iran and Israel are at war, that's going to end all oil shipments to the Strait of Hormuz. And oil went down. Like, how? And also, it's still summer. I mean, I understand it's like, future contracts are a month out. So we're talking like, August, September, and I guess it's the end of summer driver season. But, I mean, like, we're talking about a major war in the Middle East, and oil prices went down. And they're saying, like, oh, a weak Chinese demand. It's like, go fuck yourself. There is no weak Chinese demand. I saw articles the same week saying, oh, China, they're heavily exporting, which means there's weak domestic demand. And, oh, they're heavily importing. That means they're stockpiling because there's weak domestic consumption. Like, listen, retard, when you have strong imports and exports, that's not signs of a recession, you fucking imbecile. That's a sign of growth. China set a growth target of 5% for the year. They've already hit that. And they're not even, they still got half the year left. Like these people who are forecasting a Chinese recession. They're like, oh yeah, China's in recession. Like, based on fucking what? How? How is it in a recession? Oh, because their stock price went down. Yeah, because Western markets frantically sold it. Because, just let me give you a little inside baseball. China was told to buy U.S. bonds, and China said no. So the West started selling Chinese stock to basically crash their stock market to punish them for not buying U.S. bonds. China doesn't give a shit. So, like... Well,
as far as I see, the government don't really care, but a lot of people have been taking some dip. That they have less money to spend on any luxury goods, but it's to be expected, at least for a transitional period.
Yeah, but the problem is, so if the companies aren't any less profitable, which means if you can buy more and get a better dividend. So like their stock, all that happened is the Chinese stock market is more reflective of their actual profitability and dividends. The Western markets, because there's nowhere else to put your money but stocks. The bond market is manipulated. The commodities market's manipulated. The only thing to invest in is stocks. So stocks are massively overbought. It's insane how if you look at the dividends of these companies and the stock prices, you're talking .com bubble levels of insane. But if you're trying to make your quarterly return, you don't have anywhere else to go. There's nowhere else to put your money because everything's broken and manipulated. Anyway, so the market tanked this week because there's no rate cuts coming, and now they're paying attention to earnings and fundamentals again. It's like, We've been in stagflation. This isn't like, I understand they're like cooking the books, but all you got to do is like go to the store. Tell me prices are going down. Tell me prices are going down with a straight face. I'll wait. Fucking stupid. It's fine. It's whatever. Like, it's pissing me off because it's not just that my savings are treading water and I'm technically losing money to inflation. My business is getting completely savaged because like the markets are manipulated. I'm in cash. I'm not I'm basically taking the year off. So obviously, clients are leaving. My income is taking a shit. It's not my fault. It's just the fucking government is fucking everything up, and what can you do? It'd be nice if we actually had if things could just work the way they're supposed to. Like, the futures market is literally there to protect you from inflation, but then because of derivative contract manipulation, they can basically control the prices by using naked shorting in major. And the fucked up thing is these institutions can naked short all the live long day and just get a bailout if they get caught with their pants down. Whereas you or I engage in the same behavior, we would go bankrupt, and then we'd be sued, and then we'd be arrested. But the government can do it. The government can just like with war crimes and everything else, the government can just break the law and do whatever the fuck they want. They can bend and break the rules, and it is what it is. So it just sucks. I mean, it's not going to end anytime soon, though. Like, it's ending slowly. Like, America's being served L after L. Honestly, if the market crashes during an election year and the Fed doesn't bail them out, I can't even imagine that happening, though. They have to bail the market out. It's an election year. A Democrat is running. Even though Kamala Harris isn't she was the vice president for Biden, so she still has some responsibility. If the market crashes and the economy crashes, Kamala Harris, as part of the Biden administration, is going to be blamed for it. They have to bail the market out. The problem is, how do they bail the market out without triggering massive inflation? You don't. You just take the inflation on the chin. And they can try to naked short commodities again to hold them down, but I don't know. They're this is how it ends. It ends slowly and then all at once. At some point, the market is just going to snap. And my prediction, it's going to be when BRICS launches their own commodities exchange, which Russia's openly talked about since April. They're trying to get things going with a commodities exchange for BRICS. Once that happens, it's over. It's going to take about 6 months because the current contracts have to be fulfilled. But suppliers are going to move their money from the Western markets to the BRICS market because the price is going to be much higher. The price is going to be reflective of reality. And then you're going to see the actual supply dry up on the Western market. So you'll buy a contract for 1,000 hectares of wheat or 1,000 barrels of oil, and then the contract comes, there's no oil, there's no wheat, because it's all bullshit. And that's when the Western markets, basically people lose faith in the Western markets, and everyone's going to have to start paying the market price for commodities. And that's when the West's control of the commodities price evaporates, when they have to start paying market prices, and that's when the hyperinflation hits. So it's going to be about a year. You will see inflation. I saw somebody on Merovingian Club saying how I'm predicting there's going to be this hyperinflation right after the election. I am not predicting hyperinflation after the election. I'm saying that if they cut rates, you're going to see inflation, not hyperinflation, just regular old inflation, start to take off after the election because of warehousing. So the rate cuts are going to stimulate spending and consumption, but because of warehousing, you have about 90 days of supply in the warehouse. Until the warehouses start to run empty and they have to order more supplies, they don't have to pay the higher price. But after 90 days, they're going to have to buy more supply. And that's when they're going to realize the inflation isn't transitory. They're going to have to pay the higher prices and then pass those higher prices on to you by raising prices in the store. It's going to take about 90 days, which takes us past the election. I am not predicting hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is 100% inflation in a year. I'm not saying we're going to get 100% inflation right after the election, but you're going to see inflation start to go back up, something like 3 or 4% within a few months. Is it going to reach like the 9-10% like it did at like the height? Not necessarily, unless we print another $10 trillion. Now, if the market crashes and they start bailing out everyone, they start printing money to stimulate the economy again, then abso-fucking-lutely, we're going to get double-digit inflation. But double-digit inflation isn't hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is triple-digit inflation. So 10%, 15% inflation, depending on how you measure it, maybe something close to 20%. That's perfectly in the cards. 100% inflation won't happen until the de-dollarization occurs. When the world dumps the dollar and starts sending all their dollars back to the U.S. economy, that's going to inject tens of trillions of dollars into the economy. It's going to be as if the Fed printed $20 trillion. But instead of printing it, this is money that was already printed, that was previously sitting in central banks around the world as reserves. And now they're flooding the U.S. economy at the same time. That's what will cause the hyperinflation. So, yes, all that's coming, but I don't want people to get it twisted and say, like, TFM, you said there'd be hyperinflation after the election. No, I didn't. I said inflation would begin to go up. Like, we're talking, I think right now it's like between 2 and 3%. It'll go up to like 4 or 5 in the first 6 months after the election. But it'll go up. Now, once it starts to go up, the Fed's going to be in quite a pickle, because they're going to have to bail out the market, but inflation's going up. We're going to be in stagflation, and they're not going to know what to do. Well, they're going to print money. That's what we always end up doing. And we're just going to have to face tank the inflation, and they'll try to manipulate the prices using price controls and market manipulation. And what that's going to do, that's going to drive the producers into the arms of BRICS. That's how we lost OPEC. We drove them into the arms of BRICS by manipulating energy prices. And that's going to kick into overdrive during the stagflation when we try to fight higher prices with more market manipulation. And I'm telling you, when the commodities market gets launched in BRICS, that's when the hyperinflation hits. That's when the de-dollarization hits. Now, if de-dollarization can happen multiple ways. You can have the having to pay the market price for commodities. That's probably going to make prices double. And then when there's de-dollarization, that's going to definitely cause hyperinflation. These can all happen at the same time. You can have the BRICS commodities exchange open, causing the United States and the West to have to buy commodities at market prices, while at the same time, the empire collapses and there's global de-dollarization. That's when you're going to see stagflationary depression, fucking civil war. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be power glove levels of bad. So that's what we're looking forward to. Again, and the thing is this is the thing. They're doing this deliberately. They're trying to bail themselves out by tying everything together. So when one thing breaks, it's going to take everything down with it at once. And the idea is you basically tie everyone together so that nothing can break. But what this actually does, it ensures everything will break. It's like World War I. The idea of World War I is you sign all these treaties so that if anyone declares war on anyone, everyone declares war on everyone. Therefore, no war. And all that happened was it made World War inevitable. So the same thing is true. You tie everything together. Like, if something crashes, it's going to take everything down with it. Therefore, nothing will ever crash. That just means everything will crash. Everything will crash together. It's going to be the Omni crisis, where everything crashes. You have a stagflationary depression, an energy crisis, just an unemployment crisis. It's going to be bad on every fucking imaginable scale. And it's going to be 100% the government's fault. And if they don't have gun control, then it's GG, well played. Then it's Civil War time, baby. It couldn't happen to a nicer group of folks, too. So that's my long-term prediction based on, but this is all subject to change. I cannot see the future. I was wrong about Putin. I thought he would de-escalate, but he's actually going to let Iran go to war with the United States and fuck their shit up. So You know, it's fine. Again, cathedral, the regime, rather. I'm sorry. I'm trying to retire the cathedral and replace it with the regime. But they can't win.
I always thought to just call it the Empire by now, the Western Empire.
Well, so I explained this on the Wednesday show, but you weren't here, so I'll explain it again. So, Mencius Moldbug, or Curtis Yarvin, he's where I got the term the cathedral from. And at the time, people were reading Yarvin. People were talking about Curtis Yarvin, Mencius Moldbug's ideas. So when I said the cathedral, people knew what I was talking about. Well, Mencius Moldbug hasn't been relevant for a while. So people don't know what the cathedral means anymore, and so now I'm finding that I have to explain it. So since Curtis Yarvin / Mencius Moldbug isn't relevant anymore, I'm not going to use his terms. So I basically switched to academic agent. He uses the term the regime. So I'm just going to use his. So academic agent still out there doing his thing, still relevant. I'm just going to use his terms. My goal, whatever term you could call it Zog, you could call it the Empire, you can call it the powers that be, the donor class, whatever the fuck you want to call them. It's all the same thing. But I want to use a term which communicates, something relevant so that you know what I'm talking about without me having to explain it. And I don't want to just call them the Jews, because then I get into a whole conversation like, oh, but actually, only 14% of them are Jews, so they're actually communists, but only 14% of them are communists. They're actually billionaires, but only 14% of them are billionaires. So I just I don't want to get into this actually back and forth. So the regime, if you don't know what that means, you could watch Academic Agent. It's his thing. I just want to use the term of someone who's relevant. So I don't have to. So I can just borrow their term. I don't have to redefine everything and explain everything. So anyway, man, there we go. Oh, you know what? It's been 2 hours. I got to do another giveaway. So we're giving away codes to the S Prism destroyer.
Right, he gave 5 code total, right?
Yeah. So I'm doing an hourly giveaway to give away the codes.
How many have you given away already?
I've given away 1. And if you've won, I just need you to take a screenshot of you winning and then DM me. And I'll send you a code. You could DM me on Matrix. You have to be in Matrix to win anyway. So in Matrix, just DM me and I'll send you a code. But you have to send me a screenshot of you winning. So I know you're not bullshitting me. So anyway.
So how do they participate? I remember on Discord you could use the bots to.
Yeah. So there's a thing.
Post.
Well, there's a thing as part of the call.tfm called the giveaway, where here I'll just do it again. Let's see. All right. So. All right, we'll do this for 60 minutes. And what this will do, this will create an event in the chat room. It says a message has been posted in the Monkey Business General chat room. So you interact with that chat message, and that enters you into the giveaway. And then when you win, just screenshot that you won and DM me, and I'll get you a code. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And if you want to be part of the Matrix server, you could join it. There's instructions in the description of the live stream. All right. Shall we? Do you want to start the game? And we can start doing super chats.
Right, of course. Let me turn it on. I'll see how it plays after his 3 patches update.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see how the gameplay is different since he took our feedback to heart. All right. So on that note, let's we don't have. It's weird. So we only have about. You know what? Let me hold on. Let me refresh this just to be 100% sure. So I understand people don't watch the show live anymore because my internet is dog shit. But I fixed it now, guys. You can come back. But it looks like our view count has shit the bed. So I'm not sure if this is a. Maybe it's temporary, or maybe there's something going on. No? Okay. So we only got 147 viewers, which is fairly low. I mean, we usually have like somewhere to 400 to 600. So I don't know if everybody's maybe there's like a more important streamers you're watching, maybe because you're more interested in like the what's going on with Israel and you'd rather watch something else. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this is the new normal. Maybe my audience has abandoned me. I wasn't based.
Are you sure
enough.
the counter is working properly? Because I see 400 something live on Halsey's channel, and then 220 something on MGTOW.TV live right now.
I'm showing 74.
And then on Rumble it shows 570 something.
Oh, so Rumble's showing 0, and MGTOW.TV is showing 74.
The counter's not
not
okay. Working.
All right,
properly.
well that's good. So I thought like something happened and like my audience had like evaporated. So I don't know. So I'm like, okay, well that's I what did I do? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't based enough. But anyway, okay, so maybe the counter's just broken, so we'll look into that. I know AMR is switching our stuff to the new server. So maybe that's why it's broken, or it's not recording things. Because yeah, Rumble is showing 0. So anyway, let us begin.
Wait first. Okay, first and foremost, I never see he took our feedback to heart. Look, I'm using the more square side. And see the full interface. The left and right are not cut off anymore. And the overall interface definitely it's more zoomed out. You can see bigger on the map.
Oh yeah, so yeah, because we were talking about how either slow down the gameplay or make the sprite smaller, so that the fast
right because the gameplay speed is very fast.
Yeah. Okay, so he decided to make the sprite smaller. Okay, you could have solved it either way.
Yep, you go ahead and start. I'll test out the controls a bit more.
All right.
Scubby donated $5. Blockchain crypto is an energy commodities market. Zappos, acquired by DOJ partner Coinbase, is a custodial secure storage for elites crypto and will create a new financial system for the world's stable coins. Crypto ETFs money is changing policies in other countries. Three-letter agencies and PayPal mafia companies like Endeavor, Palantir, Satellogic and SpaceX are kingmakers for World Bank through MDBs and UN climate bond initiatives.
All right, so let me tell. I got to tell you about Scubby. So Scubby is convinced that the New World Order is going to use crypto and climate like carbon credits to create like a one world currency that's like a crypto that's controlled by the UN, and BRICS is going to be part of it because they agreed to the Paris Climate Accords back in like the 20 teens. And no matter how much I've tried to tell him, all that shit's gone. Any agreements that any of these countries signed prior to 2022, you could just shove those straight up your ass. The world before the Ukraine war, where Russia and China, everybody was like playing footsie with the West, and oh yeah, we agree to cut our climate, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. That was all predicated on America running the world and being the world reserve currency, and them, needing the West markets to do business. And then the Ukraine war happened. And then Russia got sanctioned to hell, and Russia and China are basically turning BRICS into, they're going global. BRICS, prior to the Ukraine war, BRICS was 5 countries. Now BRICS is going on like 30 countries. There's like, all these countries are trying to join BRICS. This happened in a couple of years. Just a couple of years. All it took was basically for Russia to defeat NATO and show that America's days are numbered, and now everybody's switching sides. Now, what does this mean? All these agreements, because let's talk about what is all these climate change, carbon credits. These bonds are a tax. Like, first of all, what is a bond? You're letting the government borrow money, and it promises to pay you back with interest. So where are they getting the money? They're taxing. So what is a carbon credit? You're basically first of all, you create carbon by living. You're breathing CO2 by living and existing. Carbon dioxide is just generated for your existence. So a carbon credit is basically the government telling you how much carbon you're allowed to emit. They're putting a cap on how much living you can do. And if you want to live more, you got to pay them like a I don't know, an indulgence fee, like to use like an old medieval term. You got to pay your indulgences in order to get more carbon so you can live more. This is a tax. That's all it is, because you're going to create carbon by existing, and you can't tax people's existence. You can tax their income, but taxing carbon is a way to tax their existence. Now, that's fine. The world was perfectly willing to pay their carbon taxes as part of the international community prior to the Ukraine war, because everybody was doing business with each other, and there was like one global world order. And all that's gone now. It's all poof. It's gone. It's like the pencil from The Dark Knight. Like, ta-da! It's gone. It's all those agreements. The Paris climate. And by the way, why is the Paris climate change done? Because guess who the biggest polluters in the world are? You'll never guess. Not in a million years, you'll never guess who the biggest polluting countries in the world are. They rhyme with China and India. And then you could throw in the OPEC countries as well, because of all the petroleum industry in these OPEC countries. Now, what do China and India and the OPEC countries have in common? What economic bloc do they belong to? Oh, what? BRICS! Oh, so climate change initiatives would actively harm BRICS? Well, I wonder if BRICS will tell them to go fuck themselves. I wonder. Now, prior to the Ukraine war, Russia, India, OPEC, they would never tell America to go fuck itself. Because America controls the dollar, they have the military might, they're the world reserve currency, they control the markets, blah, 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 blah. All that's gone. Poof. It's gone. It's all gone. BRICS doesn't need Europe anymore. Europe needs BRICS. The dollar's days are numbered. It's all over. The republic's already fallen. You just can't see it yet. So all these agreements, they mean about as much as like the laws of war mean to Benjamin Netanyahu. No one is going to abide by them. And let's say America or the UN or someone's like, Russia and China and India and OPEC, you're not abiding by your climate change agreements. We're going to have to sanction you. And you're like, with what? We don't use your dollar. What the fuck are you going to sanction us with? You can sanction these nuts. And what the fuck is the UN going to do? The same thing they're going to do to fucking Israel. Nothing. They can't do shit. Like, so why these countries are not going to participate in this climate initiative for no fucking benefit. Anyway, I digress. According to Scubby's comment, so he says, the blockchain crypto in combination with the Department of Justice and all these billionaires, and they're creating this world currency. Yeah, I know. It's called Unicoin. It's being developed by the Bank of International Settlement and the IMF. You know who's not going to use it? BRICS. BRICS told them to go fuck themselves. And the reason why is the IMF and the BIS, their Unicoin, is literally just the dollar again. Everything you hate about the dollar, the way that the United States can sanction you and use the dollar as a weapon against you, the West wanted to use, or the regime, whatever, they want to use Unicoin as the new reserve currency to control countries. And like these conspiracy theories people say about CBDC, how the government can spy on you and turn your money off and track you and like cancel you and fuck you. That's exactly what a sanction is. Basically, all this stuff about CBDC and canceling you is basically just sanctions on an individual level. And the reason why no one wants a CBDC is they don't want to give the government that kind of power. And so BRICS literally doesn't operate that way. BRICS pay, you pay in your local currency, it uses a stable coin, and allows you to freely exchange your currency. That's all it does. There's no central bank. There's no digital currency. I mean, there's a stable coin, but it's just there to facilitate local currency exchange. There's no central bank. There's no tracking. It's fine. And so the West has the West pitched this whole Unicoin shit. No one cares. And when they try to sell it to countries, they just call up Russia. Like, hey, can I join BRICS? They're trying to push this CBDC on me so they can control me. And they know that's what they're doing because that's what the West does now with the dollar. If you don't do what America wants, they sanction you and they turn your dollars off and they seize your bonds. That's what they would do with Unicoin, except instead of America, it would be this fucking unelected cartel running the EU and the UN, and basically the regime. And the global South is tired of the regime controlling them and blackmailing them with their own money. And BRICS is actually treating them like people worthy of respect. So that's why these countries want to join BRICS. The irony is we've become the Soviet Union. And like BRICS, who make up of the former Soviet Union and their allies, are now on the other side. They're now the ones, like, even though China and Russia aren't the freest countries in the world, they have to operate transparently and with and basically, with a free system because no one trusts them. You wouldn't work with someone you didn't trust unless they were being completely transparent. And so Russia and China have to be completely transparent. Whereas the West, they're trying to push this CBDC bullshit under the radar and force it onto countries, and no one's buying it. Now, the whole plan, let me back up. This was not supposed to happen. Russia was supposed to be defeated. China was supposed to be defeated. BRICS was supposed to be broken up. There was not supposed to be an alternative to the dollar. CBDC was supposed to be introduced after BRICS was destroyed, so there would be no alternative, and everyone was forced to adopt the CBDC. And that is fucked now. Everything the regime has tried to do since COVID has gone to absolute shit. And they are totally fucked. And I'm not disputing that the DOJ and the government and these tech billionaires and these big tech companies are all colluding to create this one world currency. That's absolutely the plan. It's just not going to fucking work. Because they don't control the world anymore. They have lost control of the world when they lost against Russia and Ukraine. BRICS has told the West to go fuck itself, and they're about to tell the West to fuck itself even more when they launch their barrage of missiles into Israel sometime in the next week. Like, Hezbollah's launching their rockets. Iran is being stockpiled with fucking Iskander missiles. They're not there to fucking put on a parade. So, like, the regime's going to figure out they don't control the world. They can, like, again, look, the Jews control the media. They control the financial system. They control this shit. But they don't control the battlefield. They can't win these wars. And their control of money and the propaganda of the media doesn't mean shit. Like, everyone thought Ukraine was winning for a year when they were getting their asses kicked. But eventually, the casualties on the battlefield start to pile up. And all your bullshit about the ghost of Kiev kind of fizzled out and doesn't mean jack fucking shit when you're getting your asses kicked and Russia's just taking all the land they want and you can't stop them. Like, propaganda only goes so far. Control of the financial system only works until all the countries that produce all the wealth tell you to go fuck yourself and all team up together and start trading among themselves without your currency. Then you can't do anything about it. That's exactly what's happened. And I don't think people have really figured out, like, this era of Western dominance and neoliberal, Marxist, progressive, Zionist bullshit, it's over. It ended last year with the failed counteroffensive. But just like the Ukraine war is still ongoing, even though the war is effectively over, it hasn't officially ended. In the same way, just because the regime, their control of the world is over, they haven't been defeated yet. They haven't surrendered yet. But that's where this whole thing with Israel and Iran comes in. This is going to be a direct escalation against the United States' military directly. And they're going to get their fucking ass kicked. All these coping dipshits who think that America is still holding back all these wonder weapons and, oh yeah, Ukraine doesn't count. They're going to find out that no, they're using the same anti-air defenses that Ukraine was. They're using the same jets Ukraine was. It doesn't matter. Their shit's fucked. It's too late. They've already fucked themselves, and they should have been less retarded. But it is what it is. And again, it's not like Russia and China are the bad guys, and they're doing all this horrible shit, and we're the good guys, and we're losing, and it's a horrible tragedy. Russia and China didn't want any of this to happen. Russia just wanted to sell their natural gas to Germany, and China just wants to sell all their stuff to the world and just be left alone. But the West couldn't let BRICS alone because BRICS is outcompeting them, and they're losing control of the world. Their economies are going down while China and BRICS are going up, and they couldn't let that happen. So they provoked a war. They supported Israel's ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. We're the bad guys. And we deserve to be defeated. And our empire deserves to fall because it's an empire built on bullshit and blood. It's like a fucking period diarrhea. That's what our empire is. It's a period diarrhea. And it deserves to be flushed. So anyway, Scubby, my dude, my brother, you need to realize that yes, there are absolutely plans for the regime to implement a one world currency. These plans have been around for years. They're already over. It's fucked. All these plans to control the world and force CBDC and all this whole great reset, it died in Ukraine in 2023. The moment where the Ukrainian counteroffensive abysmally failed was when all these plans failed. It's over. It doesn't mean the regime is down. It doesn't mean the regime is done. It doesn't mean it's not going to get worse. Again, when Israel is defeated and America is kicked out of the Middle East, the Jews are going to wreak their revenge against the domestic population of the West. They're going to take out all their rage and butthurt about losing Israel on us. Because they're basically women. They think and act like women. So they're the type of person who's gonna come home and they're gonna abuse their kids and abuse their wife because they're pissed off about what happened at work today. So be prepared for tyranny. Be prepared for the government to triple down on stupid and provoke a civil war, and that's fine. You need to mentally prepare for and understand open war is upon us whether you wish it or not, and we're gonna have to just prepare and support each other and get through this. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, but it is going to get better. It's going to get really bad, and it's going to get it's going to have to get so bad that people reach fuck it. People are going to have nothing to lose. Our standard of living is going to fall through the floor. And you need to be prepared mentally, financially, physically, sexually, I don't know. You need to get ready for this shit. And then when it happens, then you need to just, I don't know, you can't organize ahead of time because the feds will infiltrate your group and fill it with glowies and report on everything you say and do. So you just need to just kind of sit tight, keep your head down, your nose clean, and just be patient while you prepare and support each other. And, we'll see what happens. But things are going to get worse. When the hyperinflation hits, you're going to see people reach fuck it. I mean, what's happening in the UK right now over 3 raped and killed little girls, that's going to be nothing. Because right now, yeah, people are pissed off about the raped little girls, but, people still have jobs. People still have hope. People are not ready to throw everything away and just vent their anger at the government. But once there's hyperinflation, once people are unemployed with no hope and their whole life is falling apart and it's the government's fault, they're going to know exactly where to direct their anger. It's going to be good times.
Yeah, and really quick, sorry folks, I'm getting some more lags than I should get. I'm trying to figure out why. I already set FPS to 30 and it's still lagging that I can't have a decent gameplay right now.
It might be because the camera zoomed out. Because you're
maybe I'll test around a little longer.
If you have more objects on the screen, the engine has to process more objects, which is why what he may have to do is he may have to simplify the graphics so that there's fewer polygons. That way the game can process quick. Because making the sprite smaller is a good move to make the gameplay, which is very fast, feel more fluid. But if the polygons are very detailed and you're processing a lot of detailed polygons at the same time, that's going to really drag on the performance. Like that's why Minecraft uses like squares, is because it has to process so many things that if it didn't use simplified graphics, it would overload your computer. So I don't know. That's just me spitballing. I'm not sure what could be causing it. Anyway, so Scubby, yes, you're right. There was absolutely a plan with the ETFs and the crypto billionaires and the DOJ. You're absolutely right. These plans have been in the works, and none of it matters. None of it, and BRICS is not going to go along with it. And you're like, no, but BRICS says they would because of the Paris Agreement. Yeah, that was that before 2022. Well, yeah, they're not going to go along with it. That world died in 2023. The world before 2023, with the failed counteroffensive and defeat of NATO, none of those agreements mean shit anymore. I promise you, OPEC, Russia, China, and India are going to tell the West to go fuck themselves. Now, if the West has some kind of like, I mean, they might participate in some type of UN thing, as long as it doesn't cost them any money. But if they're not going to participate in any kind of like thing where they pay taxes to the UN, they're going to laugh you out of the room if the UN tries to enforce. And then again, what kind of leverage do they have? Well, they're going to sanction China and India and BRICS with what? Sanction them how? So anyway, all right.
The Best Girlies 02 donated $5. I hear the UK is nice this time of year, might visit. Any tips? Here chain link mail armor is all the rage.
Yeah, look.
Well, first of all, don't go to London at this point.
Well, he's joking, but yeah, the riots are. It's nice to see people are pissed off. They recognize the problem, but they're not. So I understand like there's an escalation escalator. You can't just rocket all the way to civil war. People are going to protest. They've tried protesting, and the government just calls them Nazis and racists. So now they're rioting. And the government is basically calling out if the government cared about the people, they would be trying to appease the rioters by saying they're going to reform the immigration system and protect the children from the rapists, because that's what the people want. They're tired of these criminal migrants. Instead, they're going to use this as an excuse to arrest people and crack down on protesters and whatever. So it's going to have to go to the next step. The next step on the escalation escalator is going to have to be targeted assassinations and like not just burning cop cars, but burning government buildings. Like it's going to have to go like full IRA. It's just that's how, if the government won't listen to you, this is the way things go. If you make peaceful revolution impossible, you make violent revolution inevitable. However, I don't think people are going to do that over the death of 3 random girls. It is a tragedy that these 3 girls were raped and murdered by a migrant. But are you going to, like, how far would you go for 3 random girls that you don't know? Not that far. Like, let's be honest here. Things are going to get worse. Things have to get worse. It's sad that things have to get worse. Like, it's like with cancer. Ideally, you want to catch the cancer soon, like when it's in stage 1 or stage 2, and get it treated before it gets too bad. But when it comes to social cancer, we just don't do that. We just let the cancer fester and grow and spread, and only when it's hit stage 4 terminal cancer, then we're like, holy shit, we got to do something about this cancer. And it's a shame that we can't deal with these problems earlier when they're more manageable, but it's because of the pain of dealing with them. So people have to things have to get bad enough where people feel the pain personally to deal with the problem. Even though it would have been much easier to deal with this at a much sooner time, people have the luxury of ignoring the problem until it affects them personally. It's just a weakness. It's human nature. There's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. But yes, these protesters at this point, these protesters right now are going to get their fucking asses kicked by the government. The government's going to arrest them. They're going to throw the book at them. They're going to make an example of them. and they're not going to accomplish any of their goals. If their goal was to send a message to the government to do something about the migrants, it's going to be complete opposite of that. They're going to crack even further down on the domestic population. They're going to champion the migrants even harder. However, that doesn't mean it's the end. That doesn't mean you give up. I'm just telling you, we're on the escalation escalator, and we got to go up one step at a time. So, you try peaceful protest, you try violent protest, you try riots, and the government will keep ignoring you, keep cracking down on you, still calling you terrorists and extremists and Nazis and racists, and eventually you reach fuck it. Now, usually it's because when you're personally affected, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I wouldn't. If you think, oh, this is the end, the government's gonna. No, I promise you, this is not the end. The government is not going to turn over a new leaf because of these riots. They're going to double down and crack down on these people, throw the book at them, and reassert their control and push migrants even harder. And they don't give a shit about these little girls. They don't give a shit about the children being raped and killed. The fact that they were white girls, even better. They're probably secretly cackling with glee that little white girls were raped and killed. That's like a bonus. So, it's fine. Just understand there's a process in place. People have to reach fuck it. We'll get there. We'll get there. You just gotta let it be. Just let it happen.
Dark Mad Dog 21 donated $5. Hello TFM. I bought another one of your book, The Way of Monkey. Looking to read it. Question. What happens if I send complete molds to Love Nestle to pour silicone into? How much should I pay for a silicone pour? Also working on another doll, my third. I'm 3D modeling it to make it with my future 3D printer. I was on the live stream, it was very fun but very late. My Android doll will be a loose ball jointed one, and the next one will have motors and shit but wheelchair bound to save time.
Alright, so here's what I would do. Before you 3D print a silicone mold and have Love Nestle whatever, how about this? How about you contact Love Nestle and say, hey, I design sex dolls. I love your brand. I love the way that you design your torsos, the materials, and the artistry you use. I've designed this doll based on these dimensions. If you 3D printed a mold, just send it to them. Send them like the STL file, and be like, here's the or send them the measurements. Be like, I've designed this. Like and you know what? You'd be like, hey, I want you to make this. Like I've already designed it for you. I've already made it for you. You can just make the mold yourself. Make the ass or the torso or whatever you want. Put it on your website, and I'll buy it, and I'm sure other people would too. I mean, why? If obviously you're a man of culture, okay? You're a man of culture, so you have a certain taste, and why not partner with Love Nestle? And they're very receptive. They're a small company. They're a small outfit. They're really customer focused. If you've already done the work to design the doll according to what you want, and you give them what you have, I'm sure they have their own artists that can take that and run with it and turn it into something magical. And then it would probably be cheaper. Like, instead of you sending them a mold and having them make it just for you, like a prototype, just have them make an ass or a torso or whatever you're looking for, and that'll be cheaper for you, and then they'll have a product that they could sell to other people who have the same taste as you. It's a win-win. You save money, they get a product, and they didn't have to do all the work. Like someone else, you did all this work to design this doll, they can do it. So, I mean, before I maybe you're into the whole DIY homebrew thing, like you love the idea of making it yourself. That's cool. I can appreciate the rugged individualism, but I mean, I'd much rather just partner with a doll company. Like when I, for example, I have these smiling Celestina heads because I really love Celestina, but when I looked at her, she had kind of a blank expression. Like sex dolls, like the mouth slightly open look. I wanted a nice smiling head that I could look at and she was smiling at me to make me feel happy. So I contacted Phil, and I'm like, hey, can we do a smiling Celestina head? And, and I basically went halvesies with Phil. So normally it costs like a couple $1,000s to get a custom head made, but I went halvesies with Phil. And so it's a Dollhouse exclusive. Like, Phil owns the rights to the head. And he basically, you can only get it at the Dollhouse. It's a Dollhouse exclusive. But if you want a smiling Celestina head, and actually there's two heads, because the first time they made her the wrong race. They made her look white. So there's two smiling heads. There's the one they made that she was the wrong race, and then there's the one they got right, which actually looks like Celestina. But they're both Dollhouse exclusives. The point is I could have like hired some 3D artist to make me a custom Celestina head. It would have cost a lot more than what I ended up paying. And I helped Phil out. Phil, I like Phil. I love the Dollhouse. He's been a great supporter of me for years. So, the Dollhouse has this exclusive head. I have my smiling Celestina. I win, he wins, everyone wins. So why not partner with Love Nestle and help them make a new product that you would want, and then they can help other people with the same taste as you, and then you'll save money because you won't have to do everything yourself. Just if you have a 3D model of what you're looking for, just send it to them. Like, hey, I want this. Can you make this? And I'm sure they'll be like, yeah, why not? Like, party, What are they going to say? No? You did all this work. All they got to do is make it happen. And I'm sure they're working on new products all the time. I'm just saying, like, the worst they're going to do is say no. And then you're back to, DIYing it yourself. But if you can partner with a sex doll company that has better facilities than you and artists and everything, and they can also save you money, why wouldn't you just work with them? Just makes sense to me. All right. Yeah. All right. So yeah, good luck with your custom cyborg waifu. It sounds very interesting. And it looks like you're adding motors to it, but you're going to put it in a wheelchair. Now, actually, what I've seen, I don't know if this will work because for a sex doll, but what I've seen is they put a robot with like a fake dress that has wheels. It's basically the dress is there to cover the wheels. So you have like an old-timey dress that has like a cage to cover the wheels. Because the problem with robots is keeping them upright. Now, you have like stuff in your ear to keep your balance, but a robot actually needs like a gyroscope to keep its balance, and it's kind of annoying and expensive. So having wheels is great, but obviously wheels don't look realistic. So what you do is you cover up the wheels with a dress. And that way the doll can move around, and still do stuff for a fairly cheap price without having to use gyros and all kinds of balance software and stuff. Now the problem is when it comes to sex, what are you going to do? How you gonna have sex with your waifu if she has wheels for legs? I mean, I guess you can give her like a tripod and then have her human vagina torso part in between the kind of the lower two sections of the tripod. That way she basically has two legs and a tail, but they're wheels. And then the tripod will give her 3 points of contact, so she'll be able to stay upright. You can just give her a tail. Just pretend like give her the two legs and then give her the tail for stability and give her like a tripod, and then you don't have to worry about her staying upright, and you don't have to worry about a wheelchair if you give her a tail for stability. And just you can give her roller skate legs, give her roller skate feet, and then give her a tail with like a wheel on it, and that'll give you 3 points of contact where she could walk around with her wheeled legs, and then you could still have sex with her because you just open up her legs. There you go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right. Let us move on.
Okay, wait, really quick.
The button's already been pushed. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Scubby donated $5. With an iris scan in Argentina and Singapore, you get paid in world coin for your biometric data. These days, power is not derived from what you know or even who you know, but from who you own. Social technocratic young global leaders are being funded and put into the governments and businesses initiating digital IDs, stable coins, sustainable debt borrowing, and UN Paris Accord climate initiatives.
Okay, HD, go.
I was gonna say I'm testing out the control a bit more. At first, I found out what the L button, the serve button is. It locks you in place, so you can see you can shoot diagonally without having to walk forward or back.
Oh,
But the other thing, though, is just something. Yeah, that's nice for when you need to stay in one place to aim. But I see some a weird control that sometimes when you jump too high or use jetpack, I try to duplicate, but sometimes you end up walking backwards, even though you're pressing the other direction. I don't know if that's intention or not. It throws your control off. But anyway, I'm sure made it. Oh, here it is. Look, I'm pressing right.
Oh,
and
okay.
then I was going left instead, but I only changed direction while I bounced off the turret over here on the left.
Okay, interesting.
So I don't know if that's intention or not, but I think it could get some people control completely messed up while they're in a hot spot facing a lot of enemy.
Okay, interesting bug. All right, so back to Scubby's comment. All right, WorldCoin is like a big old scam, and people are really pissed off about it. So here's what it was. WorldCoin is a crypto that's worth nothing. And what they were telling people was, okay, give us your biometric data, and we'll give you this WorldCoin. And people were signing up thinking they were going to get like some kind of crypto they could exchange for money. And so they were letting this company scam their eyes, and they were getting this token that wasn't worth shit. And they were really pissed off, thinking like, hey, they scammed me. They told me this coin is going to be worth all this money, and it's not worth anything. It's basically just a global... It's a scam to basically collect biometric data on all these third world countries. That's all it is. The WorldCoin isn't worth shit. No one uses it. No one trades it. No one speculates on it. It's worth nothing. So yeah, it was a scam to get people to let them scam their eyes. And it was, I don't know what the ultimate plan was. I don't know if it was like, I don't know. And it was also run by a Jew. So, make of that what you will. The Jews were collecting eye retinas for some reason, probably for something shitty. Who knows why? Something involving Moloch and baby penises, most likely. But yeah, it's not. Oh, they're Argentina and Singapore are scanning their eyes for WorldCoin. Like, yeah, no one cares. It's like if you were told that you could get a crypto. The problem is people are stupid, and they probably thought they were getting a Bitcoin worth like. Because this was back when Bitcoin was hitting all-time highs. So you hear like, oh, if you just get your eye scan, you're going to get like WorldCoin. Like, oh, I'm going to get a Bitcoin. That's worth like $60,000. And so they scan their eyes. They get a WorldCoin. It's worth like a penny. Like, what the fuck is this? Where's my Bitcoin? I want $60,000 for my iris scan. They're like, no, you get a WorldCoin. It works just as good. Like, yeah, but it's not worth anything. It's like, yeah, well, oh well.
Oh, and also, in case you were wondering, I was trying to unlock that one Toho crossover Marisa skin. You can unlock by playing through the first 2 levels without taking a single hit or damage. That's why it was keep restarting. And earlier, with the lag, it certainly wasn't helping with this endeavor.
Oh,
but
God,
right now, it
sucks,
seems to be
man.
operating okay. So I'm trying to get the first 2 levels without taking damage and show everyone that skin.
Yeah. So I've been, speaking of which, I've been playing that MOBA, that Chinese MOBA, Honor of Kings, which is actually really fun. It's really cool because like the graphics are very similar to like League of Legends, like old League of Legends. Like I'm sure now it's like they've updated the graphics and they're like super amazing. But if you remember like old League of Legends back in the day, you can play that on your phone now. Like, it's just like a Chinese MOBA called Honor of Kings. And apparently it's got like a really big player base because it's really big in China. So there's always
right.
people...
I don't play it, but I heard some people even take a job of help getting paid to farm accounts for others.
And that's pretty crazy. I wouldn't do that. Anyway, but there's some interesting game mechanics. Like characters and stuff like that. And actually, I like... Also, I found...
what?
Well, so there's a jungler who's like a little girl who rides a big bear. And her big mechanic is when she's in the jungle, instead of attacking the monsters to level up, she basically waves her stick around and frees them, and they join her. But she gets all the XP and all the gold. So she levels up really quickly in the early game because all the animals of the forest join her. And then her ultimate is her bear like jumps at the other team and starts poking them, and she could just stand back and like hit them from a distance, and she launches like a healing area of effect for her team. It doesn't heal much, but it does provide healing. And she's a jungler, but she basically has such a good early game that you can like invade their jungle and kill their jungler, and you're like 2 levels ahead of everyone because you've been freeing all the animals in the forest. And it's just funny. Now, late game, she kind of sucks because, yeah, the bear will jump into the enemy team, but it'll get nuked down almost instantly because she doesn't do that much damage. She basically just kind of becomes like more of a healer late game. But it's just an interesting mechanic. And I found out, because you know how I found Chongzo is in the game? He's like a green-haired kid who rides on a whale with butterflies. I found Confucius. His name is Fuzi. Instead of Kung Fuzi or Fuchsius, obviously it uses more the Chinese, and because like Confucius is like his English Latinization name.
Right, I get it. Sometimes they change the name slightly to like it's based off of this historical figure, but not exactly the same figure. Sometimes they do that.
Well, they
make
so,
character based on.
Well, what's interesting, so like you had Sun Tzu and Chongzu and Lao Tzu, and then you had Kung Fuzi, and then you had Mencius, like Menzu, I guess, like that. So Mencius and Confucius were Latinized because the Catholic Church liked them. But the other ones, like Chongzu and Lao Tzu and all that, they just kept the Zu. They didn't get the Fuchsius, and they didn't get the Latinized suffix. So anyway, but everyone calls him Confucius in the West, so I didn't know who Fuzi was. But then when I looked at him, like, oh, it's Confucius. He's just called Fuzi in this. But he's like this old man, which is weird because Chongzu's like a young kid who rides on a whale. And then Confucius is like an old man who kind of waddles when he walks, and he has a big paddle that he hits you with. It's like a teacher's paddle.
Right, character design can be all over the place with this mobile game.
It's a fun game though, and the graphics are impressive. It's just like old League of Legends from back in the day, except on your phone. You can play it whenever you want. But yeah, the lag, especially like out of nowhere, all of a sudden the game will just start taking a shit, and that's usually when a team fight's about to break out and everybody's launching all their attacks, and then by the time the game isn't lagging anymore, you're dead. I'm like, well, that fucking sucks. Like, I couldn't do anything. The game just lagged. Like, I thought that was maybe that was somebody's ultimate. Somebody's ultimate attack was to cause the game to lag, which is a pretty interesting ultimate. If you just make the other person's game just start to freeze, that's your ultimate attack.
Pretty sure it can be that people will all hate it when someone uses that.
It has to do with who you're in the game with. So if you're playing with a lot of people in other countries, I've noticed that the game lags more than if you're playing with people in your own country. Like if I'm playing with other American players, the game doesn't lag. But then when a bunch of people from like Brazil or Argentina, mostly South America, but sometimes you get people from Asia, and that's when the game starts dipping. So it's probably like them trying to sync the game across the ocean is causing the...
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I just took a quick look at it. It is currently still the mobile game with the biggest player base in the world, with played by the most people.
Yeah,
the surprise little fun fact is Hans Zimmer actually composed music for the game.
Oh,
wow, the Hans Zimmer.
The production quality is really impressive. It just like the fact that it plays on a phone is like really cool. I only got into it because I saw an ad for it and it had Mai Shiranui from Fatal Fury. I'm like, oh shit, Mai's in a MOBA? Like, I'll check it out. Now, unfortunately, I missed the event where you can actually get her, so I don't have Mai. But then it had Consort U, so I got basically Celestina's doppelganger, but she doesn't have glasses in this one. But what's weird is Consort U in Honor of Kings has Celestina's hairstyle, where she's got the little trendles of hair in the front.
So well, you gotta love that.
Yeah, so now her eyes are the wrong color. Her eyes are green in the game, where her eyes are supposed to be like brown. But you can't win them all. If I ever unlock Mai, I'll be happy though, because Mai is like my OG waifu from back in the day. It's like an old college girlfriend. Anyway, so all right, let's move on.
Yeah, did you just play one? Oh no, new super chat.
Dark Mad Dog 21 donated $5. TFM, the reason why men love huge gigantic tits to put your face in them and suffocate in them. It's worth it, I tried once lol. For the waifu bots, a 8 feet tall wife bot would be tall enough to fit all the servos and shit in her. Her skeleton could just be metal rods like actual dolls but loose with servos and shit. And will you do a show with Terrence Pop and Battled Dwarf? Battled Dwarf is big on geopolitics. Also DEI is not done, it's bridge now. Completely baked in products.
Well, yeah, remember before DEI was ESG. So it went from ESG to DEI to bridge. So what's happening? They're just painting the turd a new color. And they do the same thing with fucking communism. Every time communism fails, they just go and rebrand it and sell it again. So yeah, this shit will never stop. They'll just keep rebranding it. Like, oh, DEI is dead. Long live Bridge. And when Bridge dies, it'll be like, oh, let's, it'll call it something else. It'll be some other fucking buzzword. It'll be the same shit. It'll be diversity and anti-white, anti-male, anti-straight, all this bullshit. And it'll just be something else. It'll never die. It'll never die until basically the left collapses and the Jews, until it becomes 130 countries. Then DEI will die, but only then. They're going for the high score. Like no one will ever touch that record in the future. All right. Oh, you know what? I forgot the other parts of your question. All right. So I've appeared on a stream with Terrence Pop, but he and I have only talked once or twice. I will talk to anyone. I will work with anyone. I'm not familiar with Battle Dwarf. I don't know him. But look, I'll talk to anyone. If he's willing to talk to me, I'll talk to him. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for Terrence Pop. I was in the military. Now, I only did 8 years. He did like 30 years. So, and also he was Special Forces. I was in Intel. I made PowerPoints. He was Special Forces. So he's like, as far as my military cred, I'm nothing. I made the loading screens. Like when you play like a first-person shooter, I'm the loading screen that tells you your mission. Terrence Pop was the actual like protagonist doing shit in the game. So I mean, look, we're all on the same team, you know. But yeah, I can't even put myself on that level of Terrence Pop with all the stuff he's done in his military career. But anyway, I would love to do a collaboration. The problem is, and this is, so back when I was one of the bigger MGTOW channels, I would have all these people wanting to collaborate with me. My channel, since I got shadow banned, basically completely shit the bed. I think I have like 80-something thousand subscribers on YouTube, but it's basically been frozen or decreasing slightly every month. My social media is never going to grow, essentially. So here's the thing. Terrence Pop, he has over 100,000. Sandman, all these other channels have leapfrogged past me, never to be seen again. And the bottom line is, they don't need me. They're bigger than me. So they have no need to collaborate with me because they have nothing to gain from it. Now, I'm perfectly willing to collaborate with them. I'm not like I'm Mr. Hotshot, you better come to me. I'd love to collaborate with other people. However, here's the other problem. Whenever I get invited onto a stream on YouTube, if you remember, what was his name? Oh, I'm blanking on his name. There was a YouTuber.
I know the guy. It's he has a skull, kind of skullish.
He has like a flaming skull avatar. I'm picturing him. I can't remember his name. Anyway, so he would invite me.
For a while, he did regular stream with you, and after a while, he stopped.
Right, and the reason why, and the same thing happened with Aaron Clary. I did a stream with Aaron Clary, the same thing happened. Here's the issue. I have not been on YouTube for so long. I know I technically stream on Halsey's channel, but he's like my Jewish meat shield, so he's not going to get in trouble so I can. It's fine. But like, whenever I
Well,
want
the
to
main thing is you don't archive on his channel.
I
As
don't. Yeah,
soon
but
as,
I
stream's
delete my
over.
streams. I delete my streams after I'm done streaming to not get Halsey's channel in trouble. But Sir Yeetist, that was his name, Sir Yeetist.
That's it.
Yeah, so Sir Yeetist invited me on a bunch of streams, and I did a stream with Aaron Clary. Almost every time I do a stream on YouTube with a YouTuber, they have to take the stream down and delete it because of something I said. And I don't mean I am not in. I promise you, I'm not intentionally trying to get anyone in trouble. But like, if you watch like Better Bachelor or one of those guys, you know how they have to avoid certain words and avoid certain topics. Now, I don't stream primarily to YouTube, so I'm just not hip to the song and dance that you have to do when you're streaming on YouTube. I just don't give a shit. So I just say stuff, and then the person I'm collaborating with realizes they have to delete the stream, which means they're not going to make any ads on it. They're not going to make any big revenue. It's basically just a potential strike on their channel. So collaborating with me is kind of a liability. One, you don't need me. I'm not relevant. My channel is dead. It is what it is. So if you already have 100,000 subscribers, you've already beat me. You're already off to the races. You don't need me. And by inviting me on to collaborate with you, I'm probably going to say something that's going to get you in trouble. Not intentionally. It's just I haven't been on YouTube, and I don't pay attention to what the taboo subject of the day is. So I just say shit, and I get you in trouble. And I don't mean to, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to do it again. Like I did it, and I'm going to do it again. It's probably going to keep happening. And so that's why I'm no longer invited onto live streams, because I just say shit, and they're like, oh, God, I got to delete the stream now because TFM mentioned Jews or mentioned taking women's rights away or mentioned marital rape. And now I got to take the
But
whole
still,
stream
on the
down.
bright side, any manosphere or reputable content creator who's still on YouTube long term, they always mention you from time to time if some good points you made.
Well, it's
It's
nice.
none that have really any beef or animosity with you.
No, yeah, but I get that, we all have our little sandbox that we play in. It's nice.
And also, really quick, really
ahead.
quick before I forget, in the game, sometimes it seems like the backward walking just happens when you run in one direction. Then if you suddenly change the direction to the opposite between the left and right, you just keep walking in the other way, but you're facing backwards instead. It doesn't seem to happen consistently. It seems to be a random factor or something every once in a while. I think that might be a bug.
Interesting.
Sometimes if you want to make a sharp turn to avoid a car, you end up keep going. That could throw someone's gameplay off.
Yeah. Anyway, okay.
Anyway, back to other content creator, you're saying collabing and all that.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but now I forgot. So it's fine. We'll just move on. Sometimes my train of thought gets derailed, and there are no survivors.
The Red
Sorry
Fox
about
donated
that.
$10. J.D. Vance and Trump's whole push is to put America first. All conservatives I know are putting their hopes in them to do this. The regime just announced they're sending more warships and another aircraft carrier to the Middle East in support of Israel. Is an unwinnable war against the Middle East and Russia to save Israel enough to get average conservatives to see that we can't save this shit?
Well, yeah. So yes, the United States has to be. So yes, here's the difference. The Viet Cong and the Taliban, quote unquote, beat us, but that wasn't a military defeat. We just left. The Vietnam War was unpopular, and we left. The Afghan War was unpopular, and we left. Ukraine was the first time we were actually defeated. We're not just leaving Ukraine because, it's unpopular and expensive and we're leaving. No, Russia kicked our asses. Russia is annihilating the Ukrainians. There's nothing we can do about it. However, that's a proxy war. People are still coping, believing that, Ukraine doesn't prove anything. And that if America would win, if America brought their real weapons, they would easily steamroll over Russia. They would easily kick Russia's ass. It's only because we're not bringing our real weapons to bear. And so America has to be defeated military, not just like Vietnam and Afghanistan, where America leaves and cedes the country back to its original inhabitants, but they need to be defeated in battle. And that's what's coming. So when the American bases throughout the Middle East are destroyed, when the aircraft carriers hit, when the ships are basically, I don't know if they'll be sunk. It takes a lot to sink a warship. I mean, as Israel learned when they tried to sink the USS Liberty, they couldn't sink it. They hit that with torpedoes. They hit it with missiles and fucking gunboats. They hit that shit for like 30 minutes, killing a whole bunch of sailors, doing a whole bunch of damage. They just couldn't sink it. So it takes a lot to sink a warship. Will Iran sink a warship? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. But they could take out the flight deck of the aircraft carriers to prevent any airstrikes. And then what? Without the aircraft, like America's military... Again, America's not going to send ground troops into Iran. We're going to launch airstrikes like we did in Yemen. The difference is Yemen is like... They're the plucky kind of stepchild. They're the plucky stepchild that's ready to prove himself to his family, but he was never the favorite. Hezbollah, they're like the favorite. Iran is like Big Daddy. Like, the shit that the Houthis are shooting at the ships, that's like hand-me-down shit. When you're the baby brother and you get all your big brother's hand-me-down clothes, that's the Houthis are getting like Hezbollah and Iran's hand-me-downs. Iran is getting the fucking good shit. Like, if the Houthis can hit warships, which they can, you bet your ass Iran can hit warships. And they're not fucking around. And they're gonna, like, these ships are not invincible. And, like, so when these ships, and the people are like, well, if Iran attacks America, America will declare war. And do what? Launch warships at Iran? Like they already are? What are they going to do? And if the answer is they're going to nuke them, they're going to nuke Iran. No, they're not. Because they'll get nuked too. America is not going to commit suicide for no fucking reason. Like, if America launches nukes at Iran because they're not face-tanking assassinations and letting the Jews do whatever they want, then America gets nuked. Then the world ends because I don't know, for AIPAC money, we're all gonna kill ourselves so AIPAC can pay us money we're never gonna spend anyway. That's not gonna happen. No, America's not gonna kill itself over Iran. They're not gonna launch nukes. So when the warships get hit with missiles and the aircraft is disabled and all the air bases are destroyed, what's going to happen is the neocons are going to lose their fucking mind. And they're going to call for all-out war, full militarization, drafts, the whole 9 yards. And then someone's going to remind them that it's a fucking election year. And what the fuck are you saying? And nobody is going to go to war for fucking Israel as they're committing ethnic cleansing. Not that, the Zoomers? Maybe the Boomers, yeah, Israel's their greatest ally. Yeah, you're fucking 80. You're not going to get drafted. The Zoomers? They don't give a fuck about Israel. They're not going to fucking, America's going to make you fight. They're going to announce a draft, and you're just going to have to do it, because... And once again, everyone comes to this, no one's going to do shit, TFM. We're all just going to go to war against Russia and China to defend Israel for no reason because we're pussies. And it's like, okay, here's why you're wrong. And I know this is crazy because it hasn't happened yet, so therefore it will never happen. There is a world of difference between, for example, the Vietnam draft, where you were fighting in a rice paddy against a fairly primitive enemy that, militarily speaking, we were winning against. We weren't losing against the Viet Cong. That is an entirely different scenario than Russia. We're not talking about a third world shithole fighting with hand-me-down weapons that we can easily beat the shit out of, and we'll take some casualties. Like Afghanistan and Iraq were one thing, but also there was a successful campaign that Afghanistan and Iraq were due to aggressions against the United States. Like we were just minding our own business, and then these Muslims attacked us, and we have to defend our freedoms against these terrorists. That will not work this time. You're not going to convince everybody to go to war against Iran because they're defending themselves against the war crimes of Israel as they commit ethnic cleansing, and somehow that's we have to defend Israel because why? Why do we have to defend Israel? They're genocidal war criminals. The fuck are we doing? And look, I get it. You're getting AIPAC money. You know who isn't getting AIPAC money? Me. I'm not getting AIPAC money. Why don't you fucking spread the wealth around? Maybe if you give us all a little AIPAC money, maybe we'll support Israel too. But we've all got our price. But I ain't seen any fucking AIPAC money in my hand. Therefore, fuck Israel. I get it. You got AIPAC money, but I don't. Why the fuck should I go to war? Also, the politicians getting all the AIPAC money, they're not going to go to fucking war. They're not going to get drafted. They're not going to send their kids to war. So fuck them. And the Zoomers are going to the Zoomers. Oh man, I know people discount this, but I swear this is true. The young fighting age men will determine the direction of the country. Now that may sound preposterous, but I promise you it's true. If you forcefully draft the young fighting age men and try to send them a war that they know is bullshit, and where they're going to take horrendous casualties, they're going to resist. And you can't go to war without them. They are your army. If you lose them, you lose, period. And if you're only, that won't happen, TFM, because everyone's a pussy and everyone's going to let them get away with it and no one's going to do anything. And you're in the same boat as Scubby, where you look at the world before 2023, you look at the world before the Ukraine war, where America was top dog, where the dollar was king, and where America was invincible, and you still think we live in that world. Because, from America's perspective, what changed? All that changed is we basically lost in Ukraine. But we haven't even officially lost. Yeah, the war is over, but, it hasn't officially ended. So, to the average normie, nothing's changed. It's still that world, that old world, that pre-2023 counteroffensive, NATO losing to Russia world. They don't understand that the world has changed. They don't understand that nobody cares and fears America anymore. But this is going to be different. This Iran, Israel, United States war. Iran's going to fuck Israel up, and they're going to fuck America up. Well, not America. They're not going to hit America with bombs. They're going to destroy all of America's illegal bases throughout the Middle East. And they're going to fuck up their warships. And the neocons and the Zionists, they can fucking shove it up their ass. And they're not going to push for a draft during a fucking election year. I would love if they did. That would make me laugh hysterically if they tried to draft all the men in an election year to go defend Israel so they can commit genocide against the Palestinians. That would just make my fucking day. That's not going to happen, though. Now, or maybe it will. Again, there's an above zero chance. Maybe they do. Maybe they decide, fuck it. The Jews need us. No price is too great. The Jew come must flow. And then we'll see what happens after that. Again, maybe everybody just does what they say. Everyone's like, well, the government said I got to go die for Israel, and I don't want to resist the government because my bussy be bussin'. So I'm just going to fucking just take that shrapnel up my ass and die to a Russian artillery shell or a Chinese missile for the Jews because I'm too much of a fucking pussy to tell the government no. Maybe that happens, or maybe the young fighting age men decide to reach fuck it, because you're literally threatening them with almost certain death. There's a world of difference between, the government's pissing me off, but, my life is still pretty good. I'm not going to do anything violent. To, the government's threatening me with imprisonment or death. Yeah, that's a completely different scenario. Like right now, you have a good job. You're making ends meet. Life could be better. The government could certainly be better. But you're certainly not going to do anything violent or rash. You have too much to lose. Now you're being drafted to go to war against Russia and China, where you're almost certainly going to die. All of a sudden, you have nothing to lose anymore. All of a sudden, what changed? Oh, you're facing certain death. That's what changed. And people are like, oh no, everyone will just do what they're told. Everyone like, no, they won't. They will not just march to certain death for a country they don't even like because the government, they're afraid of the government. That's stupid. Now you were like, oh, but in Ukraine they're just rounding people up and forcing them to the front lines and no one's resisting. Like, yeah, you know why? Because the United States will they can't resist the, well, maybe they could, I don't know. I don't even know if the do the people in Ukraine, like, did they have their guns taken? I know they were giving out guns early on in the war, but then they took them away. Like, honestly, if it were me, if they were like, hey, we're going to round you up and take you to the front lines, I'll just fucking open fire on the recruiters. Like, oh, if I'm going to die, I'm not going to die as your slave. I'm going to take your dumb asses down. I'm kind of surprised more people don't do that. I mean, they're trying to run from the country. They're trying to flee the country. I have seen videos of recruiters trying to kidnap people off the streets and getting beaten up. Like, they were trying to grab this kid off the street and throw him in a van, and guys jumped the recruiters and beat them up. Now, I don't know, like, do they not have guns? Can they not just shoot them? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I do know America is the most heavily armed country in the world. So you piss people off, you push them to that point in a heavily armed country like America, they're not going to just punch you when you try to kidnap them off the street. But I don't know. We'll see. Will the Zoomers just lay down and let themselves be enslaved and sent into the fucking meat grinder for Israel for no reason and to certain death and not resist because they're pussies? Maybe. We'll find out together. But I will say this. If you look at the regime's track record, they've been underestimating all of their enemies the entire time. Russia, the Houthis, Hamas, completely underestimate. Hamas isn't going anywhere. The Houthis basically won, and Russia has basically won. So, what are the odds that they're also underestimating the Zoomers? Just assuming they're just going to surrender and willingly throw their lives away for the Jews. I don't know, man. I give people a little bit more credit than that. And based on the regime's track record of underestimating their opponents and getting basically defeated by them, I don't know. I'm just looking at recent history. Maybe you're underestimating people again. But maybe I'm giving people too much credit. We won't know until, like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, you could talk all the shit you want. You could say, in that moment, I'm going to stand up, I'm going to defend myself, I'm going to oppose oppression. But one day this is going to happen. Police, open up! What are you going to do? You can't, you either, whatever bullshit you talked, whatever fucking flexing you've done, that moment's going to come, and you're going to have a choice to make. That's it. That's the only choice to make. That's all that matters. Nothing, there's all the bullshit, all the shit talk, all the LARPing, nothing matters at that moment. What are you going to do in that moment? That's all that matters. And you don't need to tell me. You already know what you're going to do. Or just think right now, if that happened, what would you do? You already know the answer. So just accept that that's who you are. And if you're gonna surrender and be a pussy, then quit LARPing. Embrace your pussiness and go enjoy your life while you can. And when they call you to go die for Israel, go die for Israel. Whatever. Like, who gives a shit? This is your fate. All right. Anyway, let's move on.
Grin Reaper donated $5. Do you give a shit about men competing in women's boxing? As far as I'm concerned, women are to blame for letting this happen.
The fact, first of all, look, these aren't like boxing men. These are trainees who are on estrogen, and they test them for their testosterone levels, by the way. So they have like their testosterone lowered and they're on estrogen supplements and all that shit. So like these trainees would get their asses kicked if they actually boxed men. If they went into the boxing room with a man who's got the hormone of the gods coursing through his veins, he would fold this bitch up like a piece of paper. So
and speaking of testing, I saw a whole lot of posting on Chinese websites says they give a lot of Chinese athletes extra testing a lot because they keep suspecting them more likely to cheat, and people in online were not happy about that in China, and because China has a lot of national pride, so they really push their representative athlete to the extremes in a lot of training. For at least certain fields as they have a chance to win gold.
Right. So now we're talking about women's boxing. First of all, like women, they don't have the upper body strength. Like what the fuck? Women's boxing? That's fucking stupid. Like there are certain Olympic events that women are good at, like gymnastics and synchronized swimming and ribbon dancing. Like because women are very flexible, but yeah, they're completely out of their league. And so you have these women who any guy with any amount of boxing training would beat her fucking ass. But she gets to go around LARPing that she's like an athlete. Like she's not just an athlete, she's an Olympian. She's one of the best athletes in the world. And she's not. Because this whole like women's, and like I get women's sports, there are certain sports women can do. Boxing is not one of them. Boxing is all about upper body strength, hand-eye coordination, literally the opposite of what women are good at. So even if you take a man and drain him of all of his testosterone, fill him with estrogen, he's still going to whoop her ass. That's what's going on. So we should honestly just cancel female. The fact that female boxing is a thing is frankly insulting. That's like, why is this even an event? Women aren't built for boxing in the first place. You might as well have like a little kid Olympic event where little kids get to compete. And you're like, what's the point of this? Like they're little kids. Like why is this a thing? Like exactly. Why are we letting little kids compete in the Olympics and pretending they're real athletes because they can do stuff, as little kids? Just like leave them alone. Women cannot box. The idea of women boxing is flatly absurd. The fact that look, I'm sure, here's the other thing too. There are trainees all throughout the Olympics. It's not just women's boxing. But you're hearing about it in women's boxing because women are so not built for boxing that even a trainee with all their testosterone drained from them will just dominate a woman because their bodies are just not built for it. So just get rid of...
the most notable scene from that was like 45 seconds in a match. There's one the female athlete just broke down and cried, and she said she never been hit that hard before. She never want to fight someone like this ever again.
Yeah, first of all, so you get your ass whooped in less than a minute by a trainee, on estrogen, and you're crying, and you're talking about how you've never been hit that hard. Okay, so here's the reality: you are not a fighter. You're not a boxer. You're not the greatest athlete in the world. You're a woman. Now, why don't you go do something else with your life? Like this, I don't know how much time or money or effort, like being this Olympian boxer was like her dream, but the alarm clock is going off and it's time to wake up. You're a woman. You can't box. You're crying because a trainee hit you. Now, why don't you go turn sperm into babies and bread into sandwiches? Because that's what you're good at. Fighting, you're not a fighter. And again, there are plenty of other Olympic sports where there are trainees competing with women. And you're not, it's just that boxing is so the opposite of how women are built that you're just going to see this huge disparity. But you could have female, in archery or something like that, and that should be fine. But like boxing, hell no. Women are like, the trainers are gonna whip your ass. So just cancel the event. Just like we're gonna end female, like any sport that involves physical strength, hand-eye coordination, or endurance shouldn't be open to women, because women, their bodies aren't built for it. And by having this, we got to kick the trainees out. Why? So these women can LARP? Because here's what happens: you get these women who maybe they're a black belt, maybe they do kickboxing, and they actually think in their fucking head that they know how to fight. And then they piss off the wrong guy and they get their fucking ass whooped and they cry just like this fucking woman. And this is the thing. We're not talking about some woman who went to karate class and tried to beat up her boyfriend or something. This is an Olympic boxer crying like a little girl because a trainee hit her and she's never been hit that hard. It's like, you are not a fighter. This is not a sport. This is a joke. This is the Special Olympics. So go home. Go make babies. Like, this is... And another thing, too. When women are, like, really athletic and they work out all the time, like, for the Olympics, it actually makes them infertile. Because they're putting their body through so much strain that they basically stop having their period, and it makes them infertile. So there's this LARP of the female athlete, these women who could do everything. It's not just deluding women into thinking they're real athletes when they're not. You're also harming them. You're harming them, and you're hurting their fertility by pushing them to drive their body past its limits. Just admit this is a joke. Female boxing is like an oxymoron. Just get rid of the event. There are certain events women can do, that's fine, but this is stupid. And now that trainees are part of the Olympics, it's just showing. In fact, the two finalists are two trainees. The two trainees are the two finalists for the female boxing. And it's like, yeah, so just cancel the event. This is a joke. And honestly, the trainees, like, good for them. They just exposed this joke of an event for what it is. And all these crying female athletes, like, you're supposed to be a boxer. You're supposed to be able to punch and get punched, and here you are crying like a girl. So just...
And I'm pretty sure both finalists are from U.S. vassal countries. So it's their own politics, their own progressivism that led to this kind of athletes.
Well, yeah, and
now they're crying about it.
The one female boxer that was crying, and all these people were supporting her, she apologized to the trainee. Because, again, the trainees are a protected group. So all you people who are, like, white knighting for her, shame on you. Shame on you for white knighting for this fucking woman. She voted for this. She supports this. Yeah, she's crying because she's been exposed as she's not a real athlete. She's just a LARPing child. So, but it's not... The answer to this isn't to, restore the LARP so the women can pretend that they're athletes. Just fucking end it. These women, I want to be a boxer. You're a woman. Have you ever gotten into a fight with hey, let's let fucking Bertha over here, our trainee, our resident trainee boxer. You're going to fight her. You still want to be a boxer? No. Okay, good. There. Look, we just saved her life. Now, instead of spending the next 5 to 10 years training to be this world athlete just to embarrass herself when she fights a trainee, now she can go make a baby. Or at least make an OnlyFans. Let's be honest here. She's probably not going to make a baby. But, at least making porn is more useful to society than pretending to be a boxer. How many female boxers have lucrative careers that people pay money to watch? What's that? Oh, none? Because it's a fucking joke? Then what the fuck are we encouraging these women with? I mean, look, say what you want about the WNBA, but some people watch it. There's some demand for women's basketball. There's no demand for women's boxing. Because, what would you even be watching? Unless they're going to, strip their clothes off and fight naked, no one's going to watch that shit. Stupid. Shame on you for white knighting for her. You know who you are. Shame on you.
Dark Mad Dog 21 donated $5. JD Cuck Jew Sucker Vance want to ban all porn, all anime games, all ecchi stuff, OnlyFans, I don't mind OnlyFans, and hentai. If he tries that, won't the Jews sue the government for anti-Semitism? I am sure they win the lawsuit. Also a retarded cunt did a art exhibit over moo evil Putin Russians who are in jail. I tried to talk geopolitics and how war is normal, she would not listen since she was moo refugees. I'm the only right-leaning artist in the group.
Look,
I'm surprised Celcina don't pronounce OnlyFans correctly.
maybe if you break it up into 2 words instead of 1 word. Oh yeah, okay, so porn isn't going to be... So porn is free speech, just so you know. Like, it's not going to get banned. So any of him talk about we're going to ban anime, we're going to ban hentai, we're going to ban porn, no you're not. So you could just fucking just write that. Yes, and the thing is, yeah, Jews run the porn industry. So you're not going to ban it. You're just not, like, the fucking APAC will make a call like, yeah, you're not banning porn. And he'll be like, yes, sir. Okay, the porn ban's over. The APAC told me no. And that'll be the end of that. As far as your fellow artists, so here's the thing. When it comes to art, I'll use music as an example. I don't know what kind of art you make. Maybe you paint. I guess you said an art exhibit, so I assume you paint or perhaps photography. But I'm going to use music as a thing. So the thing is, the best artists are the ones who can feel like deeply, that are really connected to their emotions. Because a lot of art is about translating feelings into something which evokes that feeling, like a piece of music or a painting or a picture. Evoking feeling is what makes good art. And so you have to be in touch with your feelings. And leftists are just naturally more emotional, and so they're more in touch with their feelings. It doesn't mean right-wing people can't make art. It's just that right-wing people... Like, people tend to be more hardwired. Like, it takes a special kind of person to be able to kind of switch between roles. To know, like, when to turn on the emotional thinking and then when to turn it off. Most people are either all one or all the other. You have people who think emotionally all the time, and they make good artists, but the downside is they make horrible life decisions. And then you have people who make good logical decisions, but they're not in tune with their emotions. And so they tend not to be good at art. So you tend to just find that a lot of artists are natural leftists. There's nothing wrong with that. It just means that they have a natural affinity with their emotions, which makes them good at art, but it also makes them, leftist, because the appeal of leftism is entirely emotional. It is what it is. Now, I paint, I make art, and I'm not a leftist, but I also, I have the ability to kind of think in that way. And also, I find painting relaxing. I don't really paint as, like, a professional. I don't paint professionally. I just paint things I paint miniatures and board games for my own use, and I paint statuary for my own use, but I don't do anything professional. I'm not trying to become, like, a famous artist. I just enjoy painting as, like, a form of Zen type of meditation. Because again, like I've talked about before, when you're meditating, the whole point of meditation is to focus on the now, on the beingness. So that's why I have wind chimes and I light a candle or I burn some incense, because when you're smelling the incense or you're looking at the candle or you're hearing the wind chimes, you're not thinking about anything. You are focusing on the moment. You're focusing on the sensations of the now, and that's the purpose of meditation, is to get yourself out of your own head and to focus on the beingness of the moment. So when you're painting, you're also focused on painting. This is also why rock climbing is very therapeutic, because when you're rock climbing, you can't think about anything else other than what you're doing right now, because you could slip and you could hurt yourself or die. So like anything like that, anything that forces you to focus on the present moment can be very Zen therapeutic. So like, sitting meditation is great, but it's also kind of boring. So I like doing things which also put me in a meditative state. So that's why I like to paint. So you just paint something And it's very therapeutic, especially like I find instead of painting miniatures, because the miniatures are very small, you tend to kind of finish painting them pretty quickly. Like I usually paint one color, but I run out of miniatures pretty quickly. So that's why I started painting statuary. So, a statue, and I'm not talking like a life-size statue. I'm talking like a small statue. They could take me, 15, 20 minutes to paint one color because I'm painting like a large surface. And I use a small paintbrush intentionally. I'm not trying to paint it quickly. I'm trying to take my time and enjoy the process. And I find that therapeutic. But again, I'm not going to open a gallery. I'm not going to show off my painted statues to anyone. I'm just doing it for my own use because first of all, I like how they look. You go out into a garden because these statues are outside, so they get weather. Like it's very sunny, and when it storms. So like the paint gets worn off. Things get sun bleached. So like painting them makes them look nice. It looks really colorful. The statues look very vibrant. It just makes it more pleasant to be in the garden in general, and then painting them is enjoyable. So that's why I do it. But anyway, I don't know. Other thing too, if you're a professional artist, so I'll use myself as an example. I'm not trying to call anyone out. Here's the thing. I enjoy art, but I treat my art as a hobby. I have a day job, which I'm very good at. I know, like, despite recent history, I'm actually very good at my job. The issue is, if you're a professional artist, you might not have the skills to actually like make a decent living, and that's why you're throwing yourself at your art. Very few people are like wildly successful artists. There's a reason why you have the term starving artist. Now they might be good at their art, but they probably should like do their art on the side while they get a real job. But they may not be capable of getting a real job. So they try to throw themselves at their art, and and sometimes that kind of like that hunger, they're like, no, I'm going to make it. Sometimes that like opens doors for them, but a lot of times they just like make bad choices again because they think emotionally. But they might be really good at their art, might be good, but they're just not good enough to support their lifestyle or to make an income. Who's right and who's wrong? Should you, have a corporate job and then do your art on the side, or should you be a full-time artist, even if it means you're, starving? I don't know. I do know a lot of artists are on welfare. Like they're basically in poverty, and if not for government welfare, and it kind of pisses me off because they're on welfare, and all they do is they make their art, which doesn't sell for anything, or it sells for very little, and they can't support themselves on their art. But because
they'll argue, but I'm contributing by bringing happiness to people who enjoy looking at it for free.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just want and the thing is like if the welfare got cut and all these artists went away, nothing of value would be lost.
A little fun fact, I actually been learning art as an extracurricular since I was 3, from 3 to 18. And then once I started college, I realized, I can't make a career out of art and painting and support myself, so I kind of stopped. But it was still fun extracurricular activity while it lasted. I have several paintings in my place and my parents' place that are hanged into a frame. And pretty good. I say pretty good look at professional painting. It looks like realistic actual painters.
Yeah, I enjoy art. When I was in school, I took several years of art, so I'm actually pretty good at art. And I enjoy philosophy. But if you do any research, there is no career in philosophy unless you want to be a teacher at a college teaching philosophy, that you're like a vampire. You're just like spreading your unemployment onto them. It's like you're trying to dispel the curse by giving it to someone else. Like, I can't find a job. Here, I'll teach you this thing, this useless skill, so you can't find a job. So, like, yeah, it's okay to like philosophy. It's okay to like art. Just, don't make that your career. Go get a real job and then read philosophy books and do art as a hobby. Or, you know, if you could make it work, if you could find a way to be a professional philosopher or a professional artist, that's awesome. But yes, you're going to be vastly outnumbered by leftists on welfare. Just so you know. You're going to see all the leftists on welfare. And that's why they're artists, because they don't have to get a real job because they're on welfare. Now, if I recall Dark Mad Dog, I think he's disabled. So he kind of proves the point. So he's disabled and can't work, so he's an artist because he can't work because he's disabled, and so he's getting welfare for being disabled. Or it might be, maybe I'm confusing him with someone else. But that's kind of the point. Like, that's most artists. Most artists are basically people on welfare who can't find a better job, so they just do art as something, and maybe they sell some art, maybe they make a little bit of money, maybe they got an Etsy shop. There's a lot of woo-woo chicks who have, like, Etsy shops, and they make, like, fucking friendship bracelets and fucking pottery, and it's dog shit.
Well, I don't know about Dark Mad Dog, but I remember our residential favorite regular donor at the moment, Splatty B, is in Iceland and on welfare.
Yeah, I think is he the one who makes the furry hentai?
Yes, fan fictions he wrote. He even donated about that, arguing for his value.
Yeah, so you see the pattern here. Look, I'm not... it is what it is. Look, the government's going to waste the money anyway. You might as well get yours. But you notice the pattern? You have, like, these artists on welfare. It's like, yeah...
Well, here's the thing. So our net tax per system argument, right? It's about lifelong tab. If you pay net tax before with a real job and income, and then you stop and you decide to focus on art, if you can somehow find out the means to support yourself without taking a penny of welfare, then okay, you can still be a voter, even if you just do art as your primary thing now. As long as you don't take welfare, that turns your net tax pay into a negative.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, think about how much it costs to live an independent lifestyle. And
I know, unless someone's sponsoring all their expenses and living costs.
Yeah, I don't see that happen. And that's the point. Like, if you're able to sell your art and make a living, good for you. But in my experience, that's the exception rather than the rule. And especially when it comes to physical art, like, if you make music, usually when it comes to performance art, that tends to be where the money is. When it comes to making physical art, that tends to not make money. So if you're painting, making sculptures, or any kind of physical art and selling them as knickknacks at flea markets, you're probably struggling. But if you're like an artist and makes music, that you can make it. You could be big and you can make a good income as an artist doing that if you're good enough and if you get recognized. But yeah, that's kind of like a lottery in itself, though. Anyway, look, I'm not telling you to give up your dreams. I'm telling you to turn your dreams into a hobby and get a real job. Unless you're disabled. If you're disabled and you're on welfare anyway, because you literally can't work because your body doesn't work, I'm not holding that against you. If you can't work because of a physical disability, then, that's fine. You do what you got to do. But if you're just like, I shouldn't have to work because I make art, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. I make art too, and yet I still find a way to be productive and pay my taxes and have a day job and make my art on the side. And look, no one gives a shit about my stuff. But anyway, so that's that. All right. Let us move on.
Villainous Jack donated $13. Russia has already used Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. Viktor Orban has stated that the war in Ukraine will be over in September. Iran is scheduled to attack Israel this weekend. Biden's economy is collapsing this week and foreign economies are mirroring that effect. My question to you is, do you prefer off-road vehicles, two-wheel motorcycles, or large diesel trucks?
I know motorcycles out the question for you.
Yeah, I don't like motorcycles.
Concerns.
I call motorcycles idiot killers because the problem is there's nothing there to protect you. So given those three options, I would prefer an off-road vehicle because I don't want a motorcycle. And large diesel trucks, those use too much fuel. Large diesel trucks are fine if you're pulling a lot of weight, like if you're a trucker. But, I mean, just to drive a semi-truck or a large diesel truck, if you're not going to be pulling anything, It just seems like a waste of fuel. Like, I understand, like, having a big, powerful truck makes you feel big and powerful, but I don't give a shit. I don't unless it was like a Twisted Metal tournament and we were doing like vehicular combat, then having that extra armor and mass might be very useful. But unless we're doing a Twisted Metal thing, I'm probably gonna go with like a simple off-road vehicle. And honestly, like an SUV with 4-wheel drive would probably be. That's all I need. Or not even 4-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive SUV. Totally fine. Good enough. You don't like a motorcycle. That's the problem. With motorcycles is you could be a great driver, and the other guy could just clip you, because you're in his blind spot or something, and you're dead. You're fucking dead. Like if somebody cuts you off in a car, they might dent you and cause some superficial damage, and you might have to pull over and call the cops and get a police report to file it with your insurance. If a car cuts you off and hits you, you're dead. Your blood and brains will be fucking scattered all over the fucking street. Or if you're wearing your helmet and your leathers, you're just gonna have lots of broken bones. It's just like
yeah. That's even the Chinese saying. I say says a driving regular car, it's metal wrapping around human. Riding a motorcycle is human wrapping around metal.
Yeah. Now another thing is because you have to wear a helmet. Unless you don't. If you don't wear a helmet, you're fucking retarded. But if you wear a helmet. Like, the whole point of driving a motorcycle is to feel the wind in your hair. But you're wearing a helmet. You can't even feel the wind in your hair. Like, you have to wear leathers and a helmet. You got to basically wear armor just to ride this motorcycle so you don't die. But then you can't even enjoy the wind against you because you have to wear all this protective gear. So, just drive a convertible. Just get a car that the top comes down and then you can feel the wind. And you don't have to wear a helmet. And you don't have to worry about dying. Because you're in a car, and you get all the benefits of and the freedom of that like wind in your face type of feeling, without the risk of death. Just drive a convertible. I used to drive. I don't drive a convertible right now, but I had a convertible before. I'm thinking about getting another convertible, but I want a small like. Right now, I drive like a subcompact. I'm thinking about getting something like that in a convertible. Like, I don't want a fancy sports car. I just want... I do miss a convertible. I miss being able to drop the top and feeling the wind in my face. So I do miss that. Anyway. Yes. But anyway, regarding the rest of your comment. Yeah, the drone... Look, again, people are coping, believing that what Russia's done in Ukraine doesn't count... Because America has like better weapons and better shit, and the Russia would be totally ineffective, and America would easily defeat Russia with their real weapons. But that's not true. Like America uses the same Patriot systems that Ukraine uses. The same. I mean, yes, the only thing America has that hasn't been given to Ukraine are like the F-35 and the F-22 and that kind of stuff. Which are the reason why is because the F-22 is a ship-to-ship. Or it's an air-to-air combat platform. The F-35 can be used as a bomber, which is more useful for Ukraine, except it's not like the F-35 is kind of shit, and it wouldn't make a difference. And people are openly saying that, like the F-35 wouldn't make a difference if you brought it into Ukraine. There's really nothing NATO has that would make a difference. Like Russia has out-innovated and out-manufactured. What's killing Ukraine is they don't have enough missiles or artillery or men. We're not talking like you can't just replace that with technology. You can't say like, oh, we have this new fancy satellite. The funny thing too is all these fancy American missiles, they rely on GPS. So Russia figured out if they jam the GPS, all these missiles can't hit shit because they all rely on GPS. So all these fancy missiles. Now, like the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, they couldn't jam GPS. They didn't know how. Russia does. And that's the fun thing of fighting a peer army. They actually can answer your technological bullshit with their own stuff. They're not just going to fight you with homemade weapons while you kick their ass. So anyway, good times. The next week should be fun. Looking forward to it.
Pluton of Nihon donated $50. 126 of 1. The fun of protesting only really works when the global HS allow it. The serfs need to know their place in the world as replaceable. You up?
Yeah, so again, the left is allowed to protest, the left is allowed to storm the Capitol, the left is allowed to do whatever it wants, because now they use phrases like on the right side of history. It's because they support the regime. If you support the regime, you can do whatever you want. The law doesn't apply to you. If you support the regime, you can commit war crimes. If you support the regime, you can do anything you want. They will protect you. For example, you have Hillary Clinton got people killed, broke the law, had private files on her server. No one would even press charges against her. And in fact, you had fucking Alec Baldwin, the guy who killed the guy on a movie set. They just dropped charges. That trial was going on for like a couple of years, and they just dropped charges, let him go. It's just that's the way the system works. If you know the right people, you scratch the right backs and suck the right dicks, you're above the law. But if you don't promote the regime, then they throw the book at you. They will find shit to charge you with. They will arrest you for shit you didn't even do and convict you of shit you didn't even do. They will use the law against you as a weapon. They'll bankrupt you through lawfare, like they're trying to do with Trump. And apparently there's some lawsuits that are still going forward, despite the Supreme Court saying that what Trump did while he was in office, he's immune to any litigation. They're like, oh, we're still going to charge you with this other thing. Some whatever. I don't even know what fucking bullshit it is. But it's whatever. It's just more bullshit. So yeah, this, unfortunately, and yet there's another tactic too. When someone's protesting, this mostly applies to the Palestinian protesters. What they did was they organized violent counter-protests. So you have, Palestinian protesters protesting, and the cops don't want to go out and start beating the shit out of them. So what they do is they organize counter-protesters. Now, I heard somewhere that it was actually the IDF went on leave and flew to America just to beat up these protesters. I don't know if that's true. It sounds kind of unbelievable that you would get a bunch of soldiers all the way from Israel to fly all the way to America just to beat up some college kids. But I don't know. That was something I heard. It's probably bullshit. But but you have these violent counter protests. Now again, remember Charlottesville, where you had the Unite the Right rally, and then Antifa came out and they started fighting, and the cops would always jump in to defend Antifa. In this case, the cops were defending the counter protesters. So what they do, this is the tactic. If you try to protest, there'll be counter protesters, and the cops will wait for you to defend yourself from the counter protesters and then arrest you. So you can't win. Protesting is fine, but you can only protest insofar as you can be ignored. If you make it to where your protest can't be ignored, you're going to get the cops to send in counter protesters to justify them arresting you. And it's just protests don't work. Protesting doesn't work. Unless it's a pretext for a riot. If you're protesting as a dry run for a riot, hey, we're here non-violently this time, but if you don't listen to us, we're going to come back, we're going to start burning shit, then sure, you could do that as a dry run. But protesting in and of itself never accomplishes anything. Unless it serves the regime. If protesting it benefits the regime, because then, they'll, like these fucking people who glue themselves to shit, and no one can do anything. You can't do anything to them because they're supporting the regime. So you have to let them glue themselves to you and ruin your property and harass your customers, and you can't do anything. But if you're against the regime, you're protesting, then a bunch of people are going to come out of the woodwork to beat you up. And if you defend yourself, the cops will arrest you. No, they'll arrest both of you, and then they'll let them go and keep you in jail. That's how the game works. You're not allowed to protest, they are. You're not allowed to riot, they are. You're not allowed to commit war crimes, they are. You're not allowed to commit genocide, they are. You don't like it? Well, you got to overthrow them. And until your life gets bad enough to where you have nothing to lose, you're not going to do that. You're not prepared to do that. So just enjoy the ride as things get worse until you've reached fuck it. And then do what must be done. All right.
Sebastian De La O donated $5. Being too old to join in the Civil War fighting. I'm willing to park my wheelchair and eat the popcorn. Also, I will boycott Mexican beer.
Okay, so this is a personal thing. So like, I don't want to. I mean, I don't know how to say this without sounding a little bit morbid, but like, I'm not afraid to die. I just want my death to mean something. And if there's going to be a war and I'm going to participate in it, I prefer to lead from the front. I'm not going to sit in a headquarters building and, order people to do something. I lead from the front. But I need to be in fighting shape to lead from the front. So like that's why I wanted to lose weight and get like my military physique back. And I lost weight. I was so happy. I'm like, okay, I'm getting in shape. I'm doing it. And then my fucking my joints started hurting, and now I'm getting like pinched nerves, and it's just like, what the now my body's not cooperating. So like, I look good. I don't even look my age. I take good care of myself, but like my joints, like I'm getting weird. Oh, and like the newest thing, I have what's called trigger finger, where I wake up and my fingers are curled and they won't uncurl. They just they're curled, and I basically have to like stand up and let like the blood run to my extremities and kind of like open my hand slowly. So now I have to sleep with it's like a splint to keep my finger.
Do you feel any bit of cramp as well?
No, like if I try to uncurl my finger, it hurts like shit. Like it hurts. It's extremely painful to uncurl my finger. So I have to put a splint on my finger to keep it from curling, and then it's fine. But it's called trigger finger. I didn't even know that was a thing. And it's like, when your car hits 100,000 miles and everything starts breaking? That's like when you hit 40. So it's like when you're in your 20s, the sky's the limit. You could do anything. When you hit your 30s, shit starts to hurt, but only when you're doing weird shit. Like back when you were in your 20s, you could do whatever you wanted. You could, and you felt fine in the morning. You'd sleep it off and you'd feel fine. Starting in your 30s, if you do any dumb shit, you're going to feel it in the morning. Like your back's going to hurt, your knees are going to hurt. But we're talking like when you do dumb shit. Like you work out too much or whatever. But if you're not doing dumb shit, you're fine. Once you hit your 40s, like everyday shit starts to hurt. Like my fucking finger doesn't uncurl unless I sleep with a fucking splint. Like I just now, like sleeping hurts. Sleeping hurts. Like this is like everyday shit hurts now. Like my fucking body's falling apart. And I take care of myself. But it's just like, it hurts to live. I can't even imagine what my 50s are going to be like. I'm going to be like, oh shit, I gotta go to the bathroom. It's going to be torture. Like everything I do is going to be painful. It's going to be nonstop pain just to like do everything. Just endless pain. That's why people die. They just give up. They just like, I just want the pain to stop. Just take me. Take me away from this world. Anyway, so yeah, that's it's just frustrating. Look, if I can't participate because my body doesn't work, I'll find a way to support support our boys in the field. But it just it's not that I want to die or anything. It's just like I prefer to lead by example, and I wouldn't ask somebody to do something I wouldn't be willing to do myself. And I prefer to lead from the front. And I'm also, again, I'm not afraid to die. And I understand, like, I'm going to die someday. And I'd rather my death mean something. Like, I don't want to I'd rather die. And this is going to sound, like, fatalistic, I guess. I would rather die on the battlefield for freedom, surrounded by the corpses of my enemies, than shriveled and alone in a nursing home. You know, like with the last person who spends my last moments with me being like a fat black nurse. I'd rather die and have my death mean something than just die alone, forgotten in a room with nobody. You know, like they find my body, you know, like weeks later after neighbors complain about the smell or something. You know, it's silly, but I mean, you're gonna die anyway. Like and it also, if my body's gonna start falling apart and everything's gonna start hurting, then you know, what am I holding out for? Do I really want to live to my 80s when everything is falling apart and it hurts to like sleep in my 40s? Like how much worse is this gonna get? So yeah, that's fun. Good times.
Well, I think you can start by at least getting some annual checkup for before you catch even worse issues or symptoms that you don't not aware in time.
No, I did get a physical, and I have like a telemed. I don't have like a primary care physician, but I did like a telemed, and I got some blood work done and got my vitals taken, and I'm fine. My triglycerides are slightly elevated, but like that's it. I'm perfectly healthy, and also
Well, that's good. But
and
just saying, as you get older, you should check at least once a year.
well, yeah, and I'll get my butthole fingered as I get closer to my 50s. That's gonna be fun. But you know, it's like, and the thing is, I don't look my age. I look fairly young for my age. I take care of myself, and I don't do anything that's like harmful to my body because I value my freedom, and I don't want to be dependent on substances. So you know, getting like this weird shit with my body, and like now I have trigger finger. I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Like I thought if I took care of my body, it would like take care of me, and now it's like 40 is like when your car hits 100,000 miles and everything just starts going downhill. And I know I sound like I'm just bitching because I'm getting old, and I kind of am. But it's just really extra frustrating for me because I was like actually training and trying to get ready for some kind of possible thing where like being in shape was going to be really important. And now it's like my fucking body's not cooperating with me and falling apart on me. So that's fun.
Yeah, I can imagine seeing some artwork, a fan art of an old boomer monkey or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, you already have Cranky Kong, you know, with his little walker, you know, shaking his little cane in the air.
Right, or at least they could draw you as like a wise old monkey with those Chinese long wisdom beard, like you can see in sometime in Journey to the West or some other old Chinese artwork.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't have a wise, you know, wispy beard. I look young for my age, and I take care of my body. It's just now, it's like my hands are not cooperating, and I'm getting like pinched nerves in my neck. So I have these compression gloves, and I have like a neck massager, and I have a trigger finger splint for my finger that likes to curl and not uncurl. And all this shit happened like recently. Like I never needed this stuff before. And now I'm in my 40s and all this shit's just like happening to me. And now like I'm getting problems with my fucking neck and my fingers and my hands. Like, you know, the trigger finger thing just started too. Like I just my like I was getting pain in my ring finger, and then it just was curling, and then when I woke up it hurt to uncurl, and I'd have to like run it under hot water while I like slowly opened my hand to try to uncurl it. And it's fine throughout the day. Like right now it kind of hurts to make that's the thing, it hurts to like hold things. Like I have trouble opening jars now. Like I'm strong, it just hurts my fucking hand to like put pressure on my fingers. Like making a fist hurts. Like it hurts. There's nothing in my hand. Just the motion of making a fist causes my pain in my fingers. So now it hurts to like open things, even though I'm like physically strong because of the pain in my hands. It's just fucking annoying. It's just like, what the fuck is wrong with my hands? Why can't I do things that I was able to do like 6 months ago? Like, how am I supposed to shoot a gun if I can't even make a fist without, like, physical pain? It's just, I know, I'm just shouting at clouds. I'm just bitching to bitch. And yes, I eat eggs. I eat protein. Thank you very much. I don't need your fucking, like, you need to eat more meat. You're not eating enough meat, TFM. You gotta do a carnivore diet. Yes, thank you. I'll eat even more eggs than I am now. That'll solve my problems. All right, let's move on.
Patrick Bateman donated $5. Can we discuss how fucking retarded the Republicans are weird trend is? One day all the news networks start mentioning this saying all at once and it doesn't even make sense. Of all the negative things to say about Republicans, you use weird. Is this just a distraction away from the reports of mass voter registration fraud in Georgia?
It's a very strange, weird, you might say, tactic, because, you know, especially look at like the opening ceremony of the Olympics with the gay, fat, naked Last Supper. That's the left in a nutshell. The left are the weird ones. The left ones are the ones who celebrate degeneracy in all of its forms. And they're like, the right is weird. Yeah, Trump and Vance are weird with their families and their normalcy. Like, it's a tactic where they're trying to. I know there's like a meme where the left always it's not even a meme. It's like a truism. The left always accuses the right of what they themselves are doing. So it's like the left is fucking weird. Like, they're into, you know, the whole. The tranny stuff, the cross-dressing stuff, the child grooming stuff, cutting kids' dicks off, like, all that is weird. And they're like, oh, the Republicans are weird. How are they weird? Like, what is weird about Donald Trump or J.D. Vance? Nothing. They're just putting it out there, like, oh, they're weird. And you're supposed to signal boost that it's weird to be, I don't know, like, I guess it's weird that he has an Indian wife. That's kind of weird. Not in a bad way. I get it. You know, Western women are awful. I get why he would marry an Indian. But, you know, it's definitely unusual. But I don't think they're not talking about that. They're just like, you know, they're trying to portray themselves as the normal ones. But, again, the LGBT community is like 5% of the population. By definition, being gay, being a cross-dressing tranny, is weird. You're not the majority. You're not normal. You're abnormal. You're doing something weird. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, or it doesn't mean it should be, you know, like, not tolerated. It just means it is weird. If you're in, like, fucking dolls is weird, because most people don't fuck dolls. It's weird to be a doll fucker. You know, most people don't do it. Like, if you do anything that's like very you know, abnormal and not a lot of people do it, it's a weird thing. The left loves that shit. They love being weird. They love celebrating diversity. Like, diversity is weird. You know,
it's just they can't keep it to themselves.
Well, but they're trying to project because I guess, you know, they don't want people calling the left out for all the weird shit that they're into. So they're trying to make weirdness associated with the right. So that when the right's like, hey, you know, the left is weird, like, oh, don't you mean you're weird? Oh, because everyone knows you're weird because you believe that America is good and America's bad, and that makes you weird. It's stupid. You know, what are they going to do next? Call them poopy heads? Are there going to be like a big campaign sign like, don't vote for poopy head, vote for Kamala Harris? Down with poopy heads. And then the left's like, oh, poopy heads. Yeah, Trump and Vance are poopy heads. And it's like, and that's going to be a legit, like, campaign thing where they're going to try to make poopy head a trending hashtag on Twitter, where they're calling J.D. Vance and Donald Trump poopy heads. It wouldn't even shock me. Would it shock you if tomorrow the left started a poopy head campaign, like, unironically? And it started trending, and everyone's, like, making poopy head memes and selling poopy head merch, and poopy head became, like, this thing. And they're like, oh, here's where J.D. Vance and Donald Trump lost the election because they started getting called poopy heads. And that's where we're at. We are at the kindergarten teasing stage of politics. So stupid. This is so fucking stupid. But, here we are. I hope Iran destroys Israel. That would really just kind of just make me feel happy.
Patrick Bateman donated $5.
One can hope.
Gay is the modern version of bad, which descends from the word battle, meaning effeminate man. Terms like gay or retarded are just conceptually intuitive, as you need to quickly be able to call out stupid or weak shit for maintaining social order. These words are like crabs, no matter how many times you cancel them, new words/concepts will just evolve back into them.
Yeah, I call this the...
It's like all the replacement words for retarded or stupid.
Well, and also, because, you're going to have a word to describe stupid people. And the word retarded was originally a medical term. It meant mentally retarded. The original word, I think, was imbecile or moron, which also means stupid. But people thought that was offensive, so they said mentally retarded, which was a medical term. And then that got shortened to retard. And then retard is offensive. So then they replaced it with, slow or, mentally challenged. And the problem is, all of those terms have a negative connotation because it's negative to be stupid. But you can't pretend there aren't stupid people, or try to ban all the words that mean stupid and pretend that, stupidity doesn't exist. That's what they want. That's what they want to do with gender. They want to eliminate gender so that there's no gender and everybody's the same kind of whatever gender. And that's fine on paper, but if you make everybody the same... Here's the problem. Here's the fatal flaw with this idea of turning everyone into one gender on paper. There's going to be people with penises and XY chromosomes. There's going to be people with vaginas and XX chromosomes. And there's going to be a word to describe the people with XY chromosomes and penises and the people with XX chromosomes and vaginas. Whatever that word is, it's just going to be another word for man and woman. So you can ban man and woman, you can ban male and female, but the reality, penises exist, vaginas exist, chromosomes exist, and there's going to be a word to describe them, and that's just going to be the new gender. So, we're all women now, but are you a hot dog woman or are you a taco woman? Oh, I'm a hot dog woman. Oh, this is for taco women only. You can't, because reality is reality. There's stupid people, and there's weird people, and there's going to be words for them, and it's going to hurt your feelings, but I don't know if I can get over it. Get the fuck over it, man. Stop giving a shit about what people say. I fuck dolls. I'm not ashamed of fucking dolls. And people are going to, call me names and try to make me ashamed of it. I don't give a shit. It's that simple. You just stop giving a shit, and your problems are over. Whatever, it's fine. I don't know. But whatever. People are stupid. They're retarded. What can you say?
Patrick Bateman donated $5. Halsey's gone and my movie released, so no need to cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. I don't know if it's the Jews promoting all this gay degeneracy, or the rising food prices, or maybe they made social media filled with bots and propaganda. I'm forced to alternative media, but man, if H was on the ballot, if everyone else is sucking Jew cocks or promoting Bolshevism, might as well. Plus H took away women's right to vote, and I think his mustache really fits my face in fashion.
All right, so look, let's talk about the mustache man for a hot minute. Hitler did not arise out of a vacuum. Hitler arose, the Nazis arose after 10 years of the Weimar Republic and hyperinflation. If World War I didn't happen the way it did, if the Weimar Republic didn't happen the way it did, if the hyperinflation didn't happen the way it did, the Nazis would have never risen to power. Hitler was a product of the corruption and the hyperinflation in Germany in the 30s as a direct result of World War I. So, like I've been saying, we see a problem, we want a politician to solve the problem, but we recognize things aren't that bad. And so people aren't prepared to do anything drastic to solve the problems. You know, you can meme, talk about, oh, Hitler and Hitler this, Hitler that. But Hitler was a product of the suffering of Germany in the 30s. Like the hyperinflation, the what's the word I'm looking for? The demoralization of Germany after World War One. The corruption of the government. People were just fed up with it. And the only person who wanted to like do anything about it were the Nazis. Everyone else was corrupt. So like people who gave a shit and like knew there was a problem, they supported the Nazis because they were the only ones with a plan. But the Nazis only rose after years of pain and suffering, years of hyperinflation. So again, I like. We'll get there eventually, but like this idea that, oh, if Hitler was on the ballot, yeah, in 2024, not a chance. If Hitler was on the ballot in 2024, he would lose in a landslide because we simply haven't felt enough pain. If you look at the pain and suffering the Germans were feeling in the 30s, you'll understand why they voted for Hitler. We are nowhere near that. We'll get there. Oh, don't you worry, we'll get there. But we're not there yet. So Hitler's not going to be on the ballot in 2024. But maybe he'll be on the ballot in 2034. You know? Or whatever. I know it goes every like 4 to 8 years, so I'm probably off. But you know what I mean. It's going to take another 10 years. There's going to have to be a lot more pain, a lot more suffering, a lot more inflation, a lot more corruption, a lot more, you know, like what's going on in the UK. Those 3 girls that were raped to death. There's going to have to be more of that.
Yeah, when it gets bad enough, it doesn't matter who. Anybody who willing to make a change and fight for the country, the original country itself, will get elected. It's just why shooting baby Hitler wouldn't have done anything. Someone else in the Nazi party
it would have been someone else.
Would have just became the leader anyway.
It would have been someone else. Like, the thing is like... Look, you see this is a very Jewish way of thinking about it because look how they deal with Iran. They just keep assassinating people. Like, they can't do anything about Iran, but they'll assassinate this nuclear scientist and this commander and this politician. That's all they know how to do. They keep... Because they're trying to kill baby Hitler. But, like, Iran, like, they just replace these people. There is no baby Hitler in Iran that you can kill to prevent Iran from doing X, Y, or Z. So, like, this obsession with killing baby Hitler is kind of, it's a very Jewish way of thinking. Because, again, like, what other countries other than Israel goes around assassinating people, trying to find the baby Hitler among them that's going to save their skins or something? It's fucking stupid. Anyway, my point is this. In 10 years, when the hyperinflation begins, when the people are ready to do the thing, there will be a leader. He probably won't have a Hitler mustache. He may not even be... He may be stridently anti-fascist. He may be totally anti-fascist, anti-Nazi, whatever. But he will be nationalist. He will see that like this country is in dire straits and the government has to go. And he'll unite the people and they'll follow him and that'll be that. And, you know, and then the ruling class, which will be mostly Jews, and they'll be like, oh, it's anti-Semitism. It's like, well, you know, when you're when you basically enmesh yourself into the corrupt ruling class and then you piss off the entire population against the ruling class and it falls disproportionately on Jews because you've enmeshed yourself into the ruling class, it is what it is. And again, like the Orthodox Jews who live in their communities and don't bother anyone, they're fine. And you know who agrees with me? Iran. Iran actually has a pretty sizable Jewish population, and they live in their communities and don't bother anyone, and they're fine. No one cares about those Jews. I mean, and the people who are racist and anti-Semitic and will attack random Jews for existing, fuck you. Like, you're part of the problem. The Jews who are the problem are the ones in the government. You know, the ones actually doing the shit. The Jews who are like wear their silly hats and, you know, eat pizza in their little communities, they're literally not bothering anyone. Just let them live their life. Treat them like the Amish. Like everyone likes the Amish. They don't bother anyone. They just live. I think the difference is the Amish live on like large farms in Pennsylvania and Ohio, whereas the Jews live in the city. And just like like with black people, like for example, the Native Americans, there's way more crime in the Native American community than the black community, which may be hard to believe. But the difference is the Native community is way out away where you don't see it. You don't see the crime in the Native American reservations because you're not there. Whereas you see the black crime because they're right there in front of you. They're interacting with you. They're committing crime to you. So if you separate them out, if Jews didn't live in the cities, if they're more like the Amish and they have their little enclaves out there, people wouldn't give a shit. It's just because they're in the city. They're just like, I don't know. And I don't know what you do about that. Like, that's just, everyone wants to live in the city, I guess. I don't know. What do you do? What do you do to solve this problem? Everyone wants to live in the city, but everybody hates each other. I don't know. I just don't live in the city. That's my solution. But everybody loves living in cities for some reason. All right. Anyway, yeah. So things are gonna get worse, and we'll see. We'll see something happen in the next decade or so.
Dix Insider donated $5. Wanted to drop this here. I came into work Wednesday afternoon and happened to walk into a khaki huddle tasing place. Just some leadership shooting the shit in the office. I just sat quietly and listened. There was an LT who is in the need to know on a lot of things and he was mostly venting about manning issues. The others were complaining why our squadron wasn't getting more personnel. Well, he explained why the billeting is almost up, but then the conversation took a turn 1/8.
Okay, alright. So
Oh wow, part 8 hard.
here we go. Strap in.
Dix Insider donated $5. He said that as of Tuesday afternoon our Commodore had been tasked directly by SecDef to assemble a MH-60S helicopter detachment with multiple MH-60S to embark on a supply ship to insert and extract SEAL Team X, he wouldn't say, to fight the Houthis in Yemen. He guaranteed our Commodore was working late as hell Tuesday night and came in early as fuck Wednesday morning trying to come up with a plan to carry this out. The LT said there are only 2 squadrons who could pull this off 2/8.
Alright, here we go. Part 3. Plot thickens.
Dix Insider donated $5. Our squadron is too undermanned and has been slated for other tasks, so this task by SecDef will probably fall to our sister squadron. The conversation shifted to Special Forces and their tasking. The LT revealed some stuff, not exact details but enough. I just sat quietly and listened. He went on to say that one of the best things our Navy helicopter pilots do is they are trained to drop from a few thousand feet in seconds, hold and hover at 50 feet for inserts and extracts. 3/8.
Wait, so he's active in the Navy right now? Is it okay for him to share this much?
It's probably not, but whatever. Gotta honor the super chats.
Dix Insider donated $5. Army/Air Force helicopter pilots trained to hover at 20 feet. Reason why is Navy has to hover over water. If you're hovering 25 feet over the water and there are 20-foot waves/swells, they are gonna hit your aircraft and cause a crash. That's why Army/Air Force hover at 20 feet, because they have the luxury of flying over land. Anyways, LT went on to how the Navy killed 2 Delta Force guys a few years ago, resulting in a total mission failure. He wouldn't give details of when or 4/8.
Okay. Quite the tale.
Dix Insider donated $5. Where, but it was a very important mission in the Middle East. He says there is a unit out there who handles a lot of shit, but they have been overtasked for over a decade and can no longer assist other operations, so the military branches had to start assisting and working with each other. Anyways, a Navy HSC squadron got tasked with inserting and extracting Delta Force. They do these inserts/extracts under the cover of night with no illumination, complete darkness. The helicopter 5/8. Dix Insider donated $5. Dropped from 4 to 5,000 feet in a few seconds and stopped at 50 feet and held for insertion. The Delta Force had seconds to egress. The Delta Force guys' ropes are only 25 feet in length. This was missed in the brief. Delta Force was not familiar working with Navy pilots, they did not know Navy hovers at 50 feet. So in the complete darkness of night all of the operators reached the 6/8. Dixon Cider donated $5. End of their ropes and free fell with all their gear for an additional 25 feet, killing 2 and seriously injuring the rest. LT wouldn't say more but said it was a complete failure. He went on to say there are a lot of these preventable fuck-ups happening right now and it's deeply frustrating. There is more but I shouldn't say. He said this mission better not fail due to the MH-60S fucking up because it was sold to the Navy as a multi-mission aircraft and this task is at 7/8.
Alright, last one.
Dixon Cider donated $5. Bread and butter. If the MH-60S fails for what it was sold as there will be hell to pay. Anyways, I wanted to inform that they are planning on sending in SEALs utilizing the MH-60S aircraft embarked on a Navy supply ship to fight the Houthis. Will it work? I don't know. Thank you for being patient. Carry on.
Well, so, okay. Well, thank you for that very detailed... That's a very fucked up story, how these Special Forces guys basically fell to their death because they thought they had 20... they're used to airdropping at 25 feet, but then the Navy pilot dropped them at 50 feet, and then they fell 25 feet, and 2 of them got killed, and, that it is what it is. So, yeah, anyway, regarding the Houthis. The Houthis are... The Houthis are tough. Like, they've been in a civil war for over 10 years. Fighting NATO-backed and trained... The former government of Yemen was armed and trained and funded by NATO. They're used to fighting NATO weapons, NATO soldiers. Now, Delta Force, obviously, Special Forces, they're the best of the best. But there's only like a handful of them. And they're far from invincible. If they get caught in a firefight, they're little better than infantry. They're good infantry, they're crack shots and they're good at stealth and everything, but they die in a few bullets just like anyone else. So and the thing is, they've tried other stuff, like they tried creating they tried supporting their enemies or paying off people to spy for them, and those spies got sniffed out almost immediately. So now they're gonna send in SEAL Team 6 to try to assassinate the leaders, I assume. Okay, well, good luck. I mean, that's... I don't know. Well, the problem is Special Forces are good at their job. But you can't... There's been a very... This has been a problem. This has been a problem since fucking... Even when I was in the military. Because our job in the military was, counterinsurgency, we relied a lot on Special Forces. Basically the regular military would provide security, but then you'd have these leaders of Al-Qaeda or whatever, and they would be in deep into enemy territory where we couldn't get any guys without suffering, massive, rocket attacks and sniper attacks and whatever. So we'd send in Special Forces to take those guys out. And as badass as they are, first of all, you play Hitman, right? Agent 47. He's like a white bald guy, but then he knocks someone out and he takes their uniform and everybody I remember the original Agent 47. You're fighting a Chinese triad, and you're a white guy, a white bald guy, and you beat up a Chinese guy, and you take his clothing, and so you're wearing a Chinese headband and Chinese clothes, but you're still a white bald guy, and everybody ignores you. It's perfectly natural this white bald guy who's in the middle of a Chinese triad is walking around not suspicious at all, even though he's the wrong fucking race. And that's a fun video game moment. But That doesn't work in real life. If like you can't. You have to rely on sniping and moving stealthily because you stick out like a sore thumb. To use like to use like Warhammer, you might be more not influenced, but familiar with Warhammer. So you got to compare like the Alpha Legion to the Raven Guard. So the Alpha Legion are like your Agent 47 stealth, spies who dress like the enemy, infiltrate the enemy, that kind of like deep penetration spying. That's your Alpha Legion. The Raven Guard, they are like your special forces. They do like, they can be invisible and they can move stealthily and they can, be good snipers and all that stuff. They're completely different. They're both technically special forces who can like get in there and spy and assassinate, but they do so very differently. And the problem is here's what we learned in the Middle East. Back when I was in the military, here's the issue. Special forces are great when you're fighting people who look like you. Like when you have special forces that can blend into the population, like they're good in like a metropolitan area where they can blend into the population. Or if you're fighting a war in Europe, Delta Force were great in like World War II when you're fighting the Germans because, like a German or an American or a British, they all kind of look the same. Who's to say? If you steal some German uniforms and put them on, people are going to assume you're a German soldier. That doesn't work when you're on the other side of the world fighting people who look absolutely nothing fucking like you. It just doesn't work. So basically you have to be like, you just have to like walk around at night and stick to the trees and be, super. You basically have to be like the Predator, except you don't have a stealth field. You just have to like be really quiet and sneaky. And maybe you get close enough to a compound. Maybe you squeeze off a few sniper rounds, kill like a target, and then get out and get. That's your best case scenario, is sneak in, snipe the target, and then leave. If you're caught, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked because there's like what 5 or 6 of you, and there's like 100 of them. And, you might have a couple magazines on you. You're going to run out of bullets pretty goddamn quick, no matter how good you are. And, the video games, don't work. And there have been stories of, like, special forces. You get caught out of position, you're all dead. All dead. And the thing is, like, the government won't even acknowledge. They'll just say some shit that you died in a training accident in Fort Bragg or something. They won't even acknowledge like how you died or what you died for, especially if you're like, trying to assassinate people. But just so you know, like the Houthis, the Taliban, they're used to this sort of thing. Like special forces have been overused when it comes to these terrorist, actors all the time. So anyway, it is what it is. Will they? Here's the thing: even if they succeed, so I guarantee you, their job is to take out the leaders of the Houthis. Which look what Israel does. Like they kill and assassinate people with precision strikes and kill these people. And what happens? Does Hezbollah collapse? Do you think the Houthis are going to stop because their leader got assassinated, or do you think they're going to do exactly what the Houthis and Hezbollah do? Or fucking Iran, for that matter, when their president was killed. Like they just move on. They just designate a new leader, and they keep doing what they're doing. They're used to that shit. Like, they're used to just, like, they have, like, I don't want to say a chain of command, but they have a process to replace their leaders if they're killed. This idea, like, there is no baby Hitler for you to assassinate to solve the Houthi problem.
If nothing else, they just galvanize the entire group.
Right, and the thing is like, what's funny is, like, we do shit that would be, like, we call them terrorists for doing what we do. Like, we're allowed to assassinate people, we're allowed to do it because we're America. We're doing it for the right reasons, because, it benefits us. It's all, like, it's okay when we do it bullshit. But they're terrorists. They're terrorists. How dare they, shoot at, ships that are supplying, shipments to Israel while they're committing genocide. Like, we seized Iranian, so we sanctioned Iran, said, hey, Iran, we're sanctioning you. You're not allowed to trade. And then if we find them trading oil, we seize their oil. We actually, commandeer their ship and take their oil. Who gave us the authority to do that? Oh, we did, because we're America. We do whatever we want. But if the Houthis, they're terrorists for doing what we do. So it's all bullshit. It's all like it's okay when we do it. Double standards bullshit. And unfortunately, the only way, America's going to go down. This story with this officer complaining about all the fuck ups and the Manning shortages. You can feel it. You can feel the empire crumbling beneath you. These problems are not going to go away. They're only going to get worse. Wait until the inflation hits. Wait until the government can't just print their way out of this. Wait until the civil unrest starts. It's over. When the empire collapses, it'll be thoroughly deserved. And all these people, I understand these people are just doing their job. But why didn't you leave? You see these people are, and you're like, oh, I got a family. Okay, well then, I don't feel bad for you, by the way. I don't feel bad for, if you're in the military, if you're a police officer, if you're serving the government because you want the paycheck or whatever, just understand who you're serving. And when bad things happen to you, you fucking asked for it. You took the paycheck. And also, by the way, if the government ordered you to murder me and burn my house down, you would. I've seen
right. And if you're killing other people's loved ones for the sake of your loved ones, you don't have any stance.
Yeah, I don't feel any sympathy
to really argue.
I knew MPs who would go in, they're military police, and they would get domestic violence calls, and they knew the woman was just trying to set the man up so that he could take all of his money. But their superior officer was like, yeah, you got to arrest him. And he knew it was bullshit, but he did what he was told. And that's so. Just so you know, when you knowingly do what you know is wrong because you're ordered to do it, and you don't leave that job, you're the bad guy. You understand that? You are the bad guy. Don't give me this, I'm just following orders. Yeah, but you're I understand, hey, you got to serve out your contract, but you're choosing to follow orders you know are wrong, and you're doing it anyway. I get hey, money's important, but can't you find a way to make a living without doing things you know are wrong? And if the answer is no, then that's fine. Just embrace the fact that you are the bad guy, and when bad things happen to you, it's justified. You're not a victim. But it's fine, whatever. All right. Let me get through all this 8-part thing. But it'd be interesting to see if this Delta Force SEAL Team 6 guys, if they're successful, maybe they kill the Houthi leader. It won't change anything, but it'll make Israel this is a very Jewish thing to do. Let's just kill their leader. Got to kill baby Hitler. I promise you, it won't change anything. The Houthis are not going to stop. And SEAL Team 6 cannot genocide the entire population of Yemen with their fucking machine guns. So yeah, whatever. Or maybe they might all be killed. They might, if the Houthis find them, they'll all die horribly. So, we'll see. You accepted the risks when you took the job.
Villainous Jack donated $13. I am 52. Sex drive gone. Business makes $20,000 per year. My joy is watching the world collapse. What do you look forward towards? Someone else's fantasy. Life is about being content with what is.
Well, so, okay, I am content with what is, but I also want to be free. If, you have people, here's the thing, you go your own way to defend yourself against, the gynocentric system that's designed to enslave you. And that's a great first step. You protect yourself from these traps that have been laid before you to rob you of your freedom and turn you into a slave. And if that were the end of it, then I would just talk about that and I would enjoy my life. I'm trying to enjoy my life as much as possible, frankly. However, now it's become apparent there are people actively trying to enslave everyone in the West. Like that Great Reset, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's open enslavement. So now you might be like, I'm just going to enjoy my life, and I don't care if they're going to try to enslave me or kill me or whatever. I'm going to enjoy life. Like, okay. Point taken. It's important to enjoy your life. But ignoring threats to your freedom while you enjoy your life is stupid. Now, not every threat manifests. Like the CBDC is basically dead because of BRICS. Which was BRICS was supposed to fall. Trump was supposed to be dead. Things aren't working out so well. It is what it is. But, you have to be aware of the threats. This is the whole thing, like that Harry Brown book, How I Found Freedom in an Unfree World. You need to accept that, the average person doesn't give a shit about freedom. You have to make conscious decisions in your life to maximize your freedom. And when you do that, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You have to adjust your lifestyle to maximize your freedom, or whatever is important to you. And it's also important to enjoy your life. You can't spend your life worrying about the future. You have to enjoy the present, which is why you should have hobbies. You should, get a waifu and be happy. Because what's the point? The only reason why your freedom is important, because it gives you the opportunity to fulfill your purpose and meaning and enjoy your life. But if you never enjoy your life, it's like winning $1 million and being so worried about losing it that you just hoard it, but you never spend it and enjoy it. Your freedom is like this $1 million, pile of money. But it's just paper and metal coins unless you spend it and enjoy it. So you have to enjoy your freedom. But you also need to protect your freedom. You don't just want to be heedless of the threats and just enjoy life and not think about it like fucking Timon and Pumbaa. Just Hakuna Matata, no worries. Just ignore all the problems around you and just hope they don't come for you. Because I promise you they will. And if you don't prepare and you don't think about these issues and try to work around them, they're just going to slap you across the face. You're going to be mugged by reality. So, yes, enjoy your life. Enjoy the present. Absolutely. But also be aware of any potential threats and take reasonable precautions. That's all you have to do. I'm not telling you to become a paranoid conspiracy theorist, but just be aware of people who are actively threatening your freedom. And it may be as simple as moving out of the city, moving to a red state, moving out of the country. We're not talking about the answer isn't always going to war. In fact, going to war should be the last answer. Only when every other option has been taken from you do you choose violence. And you should also make it very clear that you don't want to choose violence. You want these problems to be solved non-violently. But if people will just not listen and ignore all of your warnings and they just keep doubling down, then you fuck their shit up. You remind them that you weren't fucking around. And this is the position Russia and Iran and all these countries are in. They want to negotiate. They want peace. But the West and Israel are no, you do what we say because we're America. And it's but you don't control the world anymore. Yeah, we do. We still control the world. And so you got to remind them, no, you don't. And if this is what it takes to fucking get you to see reason, then so be it. All right. Let us move on. We're almost done, actually. Going to be a fairly short show. Oh, shit, we forgot to... You know what? I've only done 2 giveaways.
Mickey503 donated $5.
We'll have to do the rest next show.
The Gulf War bros got it bad. The Agent Orange boys have those welts almost perpetually. As of 2021, the military still is kicking people out for refusing the anthrax vax. And everyone wonders why nobody wants to join anymore. ML Bosch got all the same systems you were talking about and just got worse over time. The crap they gave us in 1998. That was the bad stuff. It worked to keep you alive, but effects are long term.
You know what I wonder? So I have these... I don't know what vaccine it was. It was either the anthrax vaccine or it was the some kind of vaccine. They injected some stuff into my forearms, and it made like a hard lump. And the idea was the lump was going to basically tell them if there was a reaction to the vaccine. Something was supposed to happen to the lump. I've had these lumps in my forearms since that day. I have them right now. I can feel them under my skin. These like hard little lumps from this vaccine I got from when I was in the military. And that was like 20 years ago. And they've never gone away. You can actually see them because, like, again, my arm, I take care of myself, so my arms are fairly defined. You can see the lump in my forearm from the vaccine back when I was in the Navy. I don't know, maybe that's why I got fucking trigger finger and my fingers hurt. Maybe it's just like, now that I'm in my 40s, these old vaccines from when I was in the military are like activating my immune response or some bullshit. Again, like I said before, like, I have arthritis in my family. It's not like, I know people are like, no, just do carnivore. Like, okay, thank you for your input, but yeah, it's a thing. I don't know. Maybe it's vaccine related. They did give you a lot of shit in the military. God, so many vaccines. The anthrax one is a fucking bitch too. Was it the smallpox? I think it was a smallpox vaccine. I think that's the one that I got the little things in my arms is for smallpox. No, the smallpox one was on my bicep. What were the ones I got on my forearm? Fuck, I don't even remember. They injected me with so much shit. I should be like a super soldier at this point. But the anthrax one, that one hurt so goddamn bad. Like, when they injected that with you, it felt like somebody punching you in the arm with knuckles made of bees. It stung so fucking bad. It burned for like minutes. So, yeah, apparently, but, at least I didn't have to worry about anthrax, which of course never happened. What are you going to do?
Man who sold the world donated $5. Native Americans commit more crime per capita than blacks. There's quite a difference between the crime of getting high on narcotics and robbing a 7-Eleven. I'd rather put up with crime where there's no victim. Also, will we see retard finance brothers suicide this year or nah? God, they're annoying.
Well, so the problem is the Native Americans are all on welfare, and there really aren't that many businesses in the Native American reservations to, that sell except for like the store that everybody shops at, and you're going to be recognized. So people know like not to rob it, and they get enough money from the government. Like Native Americans get a lot of welfare because of all these treaties that were signed in the 1800s. They're the poster children for welfare dependence, and they're also the poster children for why it's not IQ, it's welfare dependence, because Native Americans get the most welfare of any group because of all the treaties that the Native Americans signed in the 1800s. Their IQs are between whites and Hispanics. So if you rank races based on their average IQ, it goes Asians, whites, Native Americans, Hispanics, blacks. So you would think, now generally the crime rate goes like Asians commit the least crime, then whites, then Hispanics, then blacks. But then you have Native Americans committing more crime than blacks. So if you look at it as IQ, the Native Americans are a weird outlier because their IQ is higher than Hispanics, but their crime is worse than blacks. But if you look at his welfare dependence, there is a correlation between low IQ and welfare dependence, but Native Americans are like this weird exception because they're not particularly stupid, but they get so much welfare and they commit so much crime. That's the basis of my hypothesis that it's the welfare dependence that creates this culture of crime. But anyway, it's whatever. Yeah, the black crime is very interesting because the black crime became a problem. It becomes a problem the more society turns a blind eye to it. Like in the 90s, they were locking up black criminals left and right. And because the black communities were so bad that the black people were saying, please get rid of these criminals, lock up these drug dealers. and that basically cleaned up the crime. But obviously, it put a lot of black people in prison. But everyone was fine with it until like decades later, because what happened is the people who were the victims of the crime were happy that the black criminals were taken away. But then, like 20 years later, people forgot that these were criminals. And then they started thinking like, oh, black people in jail, that's racist. And they started like, then the black community, I think because so many black people were thrown in jail that they took like prison culture to be black culture. And so black people started like identifying as criminals and then started defending criminals. And then it was racist to throw criminals in jail. So now the black communities are just crime-ridden shitholes. And now you can't, now there's no snitching. No snitching. Snitches get stitches. So now you just have to like tolerate the crime, and now the blacks are just completely fucked. Now, what caused that? Was it low IQ? Was it? I don't know. It's just it's basically a combination of voter dependence or welfare dependence, voter pandering. I don't know. It's fucked. I mean, look. At the end of the day, when everything goes to shit and the welfare collapses, these populations will eat each other. Without the welfare, they're going to immediately start killing each other and preying on other groups who will kill them. That's how it be. So no one's gonna shed any tears for them, by the way. Anyway, okay, that's our last super chat. I forgot about the giveaways. I only did 2 giveaways. So again, if you won one of the copies of the game, just take a screenshot and DM me, and I will send you a code. But that's it. I only gave away 2 of them. I totally forgot. I was going to do 1 per hour, but I just kind of I lost track of time. But we still have 3 more copies, so we'll give away a couple more copies next show. So maybe
why not? I know he only paid for 2 streams, but I'll play the game one more time for next stream. Just as I see it here, I made it to level 9, but I kind of want to get to at least level 12 for an achievement and unlock.
Well, look, just because he's not sponsoring doesn't mean we can't give away codes. You know,
right? And the game's fine enough. So it's not something super spectacular, but it's pretty decent for a run-and-gun developed by one guy. And if you want to support a fellow game developer in a Red Pill community in the Manosphere, I say it's worth enough for its cost.
Do you have any other feedback about the game now that you played it after the updates?
Yeah, he fixed a bunch of bugs we mentioned outside. And the level 3, and so every 4 increment no longer has a glitch where you fall out. He fixed that for sure. And the only thing is sometimes the control may be a little glitch. Seem to be a little glitch if you take a sharp turn. You keep on going in the same direction you were going, even though you're holding the opposite direction of movement. I don't think that's intentional.
Yeah, probably.
But otherwise, the gameplay seemed pretty fluid, and it zoomed out a little more. It's better to see everything.
Okay, there you go.
And the lagging thing, I don't know. It might be my old laptop overheats a bit too quickly. So if most other player has no issue with any kind of lagging in their feedbacks, then it's probably just my hardware.
Okay. I mean, the only thing I noticed just watching you play was the environment seemed pretty bland.
Yeah, it's all in the kind of rocky mountain area with some industrial platforms and such. Yeah, he didn't add a different variety environment each level.
You might want to think about, like, in Contra, how the first level's a jungle, and then it's like a waterfall, and then it's like a cave, have different...
Right, snowfield, and
different environments. You might want to mix vertical and, have one level that's horizontal and one level that's vertical. Have, a waterfall level, that kind of stuff. Just something so that the levels feel more distinct.
Well, it depends on if it's too much work for him as an individual or not. He's definitely not making new level designs. That's too much.
So we're just talking. I'm talking about like the skybox. So you just change the background in the skybox. So instead of it being like a dusty industrial area, you can make it a jungle and a waterfall or whatever. Um,
Yeah,
the
that probably the only real difference. He kind of switch between different times of day. There's a during daytime, during sunset, and one during night time. But it's all in the same Rocky Mountain background. But if it's just kind of a still image in the back, I think it wouldn't be too much for him to change into a bit different, nature scenario.
Yeah, and then maybe having a level that's more vertically oriented than horizontally oriented, so you're doing more climbing and dropping and less going left and right.
That would be require him to design new level detail inside out. That's probably too much.
All right. Well, I'm just throwing out ideas because again, like he clearly took inspiration from Contra. So there you go.
No,
I
I
don't know.
get it, but I'm reading his patch number 3, the update 1.3. He said he don't plan to do any big updates after that unless there's some really clear bug found.
Okay. All right. Well, then never mind. I
But
guess.
maybe changing the background image isn't too hard.
Well, or he
Adds a little visual variety.
could save that for the sequel. Like. But yeah, just if every level, especially if the levels repeat, having the like what you could do also, how in racing games, how there may only be like 5 tracks, so you play 3 tracks, and then you have to do another cup where you play the same 3 tracks, but then you get the 4th track, and then you do that, and then you do the 5th track. But then what they do is you do the race backwards, and then it's at night. It's the same track, but now you're racing it in reverse, and it's nighttime, so it feels like a new track, even though it's the same track. So you could take the levels you've already made, and you could flip them where you don't go left to right. You just literally flip the whole map. So you start on the left and go right, but the map it's the same level, but it's been flipped. And then you could change the time of day, or change the season, or change the topography to make it feel more distinct.
Right. For example, the leveling here, right? It's only 4 different kind of level design, and then starting level 5, every 4 it just repeats. He can have like 5 or 6 different kind of background, but then the four different level design, and then the 5 or 6 different kind of background. They just go in one after another, and then they can have different combinations as you get to higher levels to
Right.
look at
Or
least a
so
little more different.
Yeah, so maybe like the first round where you go through all the levels, like it's all sunny and bright, and then when you go through the same levels again, now it's dark and the levels are reversed, and then when you go through them the third time, now it's winter and it's snowing, or like you just so each loop adds something different and changes the level slightly, so it gives you a sense of progression instead of you just going through the same exact level again. There's some progression where it looks different. You can tell like what loop you're on based on the season or the time of day or something. I don't know, but if that's too much work, that's too much work. That's just something like I don't think that would be too much effort because you're literally just copying the same maps and flipping them and changing the skybox into something else to give it some more visual variety.
I'm sure he'll do whatever he can reasonably do. He's very quick to respond with updates, considering
Yeah,
he put out 3 patch updates since last weekend.
yeah. Again, I'm not like I understand. I appreciate that you're an indie developer and you're like one guy. So that's why I'm thinking like just flip the levels, like just flip them horizontally. So then you basically create a different layout without any real effort. You're just taking the assets and just flipping them over, and then change the skybox. And you might making a vertical level would probably take more effort, obviously, but it might be worth creating a vertical level just to break up the gameplay. So instead of you constantly going left to right, you're actually going up and down more, and then it just makes the game like that level will stick out and break up. It's like how in some games there might be uh, like an on-rail shooter section or a turret section or some other gameplay just to kind of break up the typical gameplay so it doesn't feel too monotonous. But if that's
Right, or a lot of platforming, yeah, occasionally an underwater level.
Right, an underwater level, or they'll add ice physics, or they'll give you an animal friend for you to ride, just to kind of just to vary the gameplay loop. Throw something different your way. But look,
He might do that in the sequel
yeah,
if they get
maybe
this
the
game do
sequel.
well enough.
Yeah, maybe save that for the sequel, one to grow on, as they say. All right, well
Yeah,
that
we're just
is.
tossing some ideas.
Yeah, and I'm not saying the game is bad if you don't do those things. It's like I'm trying to think of not low effort, but like low cost, low time investment things that could basically the return on investment in terms of the amount of money and time spent versus the quality improvement would be worth it, in my opinion. But if it's too much work, or I'm just because I've never programmed a game. So I don't know what I'm talking about. So if I'm just fucking blowing smoke up your ass, that's fine. All right. Oh, I'm Mickey503 with the last super chat.
Yeah, and Mr. Horse is here.
And Horsewad showed up at the last minute.
I'm Mickey503 donated
Hello.
$5. You know what I realized? When Russian says peanuts? It sounds awfully like penis. Good night all of you. Keep your spirits up, and remember, everything is going to be okay. Well, maybe. P.S. Watch out for the good girl psyop. Also, found a way to put money in Russian banks for my trip there. Anyways, enjoy the weekend. Smile, peace.
What is the good
Oh wow,
girl?
honestly, that part with the Russian bank's not bad. I'm surprised he can do that fairly easily. Cause remember last summer when I traveled with my family to a Asian country, and they don't accept any U.S. citizen creating a bank account, or depositing any any money there
That's
because
because they don't need to report to the IRS. They don't give a shit. What's the IRS gonna do? Sanction them?
Right.
no, they just don't let us open an account or save depositing money there. They don't want to deal with the U.S. and their bank and their financial system.
Correct. It's basically the IRS reporting. There's a lot of banks that won't do business with U.S. citizens, not because they're anti-U.S., but because the IRS requires all this reporting that other countries don't, and they just, unless you're a big account and you're bringing a lot of money in, it's just not worth their effort to comply with the IRS for the amount of business that you're bringing in as an American. It's just better for them to tell you to go fuck yourself and go work with some other bank, and they don't want your business. And it's just the government. They make it expensive to do business with Americans outside of America. What is the good girl psyop? Are talking about like the trad wife, where women are like putting on aprons and LARPing as traditional housewives to try to attract a man?
Pretty sure it's just referring to that. Like when the time gets bad, a lot of women will try to find the nearest guy they can to protect and provide it.
Yeah.
No, but that's just regular women.
That's just regular
I would
women.
I would think all these trad thoughts on TikTok and YouTube that are pretending to be traditional.
Well, those actually, see a little bit slightly ahead, that they started presenting themselves a bit early before the time gets really, really bad.
Well, yeah, and like it
About
doesn't.
what we should watch out for those too.
Now I noticed, like, now that war might be happening, you're gonna see women all of a sudden be like, "Yeah, I don't want women's rights. I hate feminism." Yeah, once they start getting but there's no talk of drafting women. If there's ever talk of drafting women, you're gonna see women like abandoning feminism and wanting to give their rights up, which would be hilarious. But the trad cucks won't let women give their rights up. They'll be like, "No, women, we can't let you give your rights up. That would mean the birth rates would stabilize and everything would be fixed. Don't worry, we'll send the men to die for you. Continue to, make OnlyFans content and wait until your 40s to think about having kids. Why is nobody having babies? We have to ban porn." Like, oh, trad cucks, why aren't you dead? Haven't the Russians killed you yet? Haven't you? Go die for Israel. Go do something useful and go die for Israel. All right. Okay, Okay, we got Dick's Insider with the last one.
Dick's Insider donated $5. I feel like I let you down. I know you're disappointed in me. I'm disappointed in myself. I did, though, I really did. I held out to the very last day before getting the jab. I wasn't in a position to say no. I did get the Pfizer jab, but I never got boosted. I seem to be alright, but time will tell. Who knows, maybe I'll get VAIDS or become infertile and can't rebuild the patriarchy. Just know I can't bring myself to do the horrible things you said. Thank you, guys.
Well, okay, if you're in the military and the government's like, hey, we want you to do horrible things, and you're like, no, that's okay, good. You're not an irredeemable monster. But a lot of people are like, well, I'm just following orders, rat-a-tat-tat, as they like gun down civilians. And then when they get arrested and tried for war crimes, they're like, I was just following orders. It's like, yeah, that's what they all say. But
notice how the mainstream now is in the West. They only condemn World War II Germany, Nazi Germany, for the excuse of just following order, but not anybody else.
Well, again, Hitler's biggest sin was losing the war. That's it.
Right, that was my point, because now it's their orders.
Right, so if you lose the war, you're a horrible monster, you're a genocidal dictator, any atrocities were justified to stop your mad, thing for power. If you win the war, then again, look at what's happening with Israel, where they're defending themselves. They're just defending themselves. That's why they have to kill all these civilians. It's all about self-defense. Like, you're an occupier. You stole these people's land and you're killing them. Like, yeah, but they're defending themselves. Like, they're only trying to kill you because you stole their land and you're killing them. Yeah, we have to defend ourselves. These horrible Palestinians that are trying to kill us just because we're killing them and stealing their land. Like, you're the bad guy. And they're like, no, we're defending ourselves. And that's fine when you win. Like, if Israel genocides the Palestinians and steals their land forever, they'll just be like, yeah, there would be people who lived here and they were really bad and they were terrorists and they deserve to die. And that'll be how history remembers them. When Israel's destroyed, they'll be remembered as a genocidal state, an occupier, a colonizer, and they were justifiably killed. And but it all depends on, all that matters is who wins. That's all that matters. Like, again, you look at Abraham Lincoln. He did horrible, horrible shit. But he won. So he's Honest Abe, the guy who saved the Union. Whereas Adolf Hitler, he lost, so he's a horrible, horrible dictator, worst piece of shit that ever lived. That's what you get for losing. And look at what they were doing with Putin. Putin's trying to conquer Europe. He's gone mad with power. We have to be stopped. Reddit bros unite. Let's send the Reddit brigade to go fight the Russians. They thought this would be so easy, and then after they, let's say Russia lost, let's say everything went according to plan. History will remember that Putin was this horrible, megalomaniacal monster who tried to conquer Europe, but luckily America stopped him. His mad. That's all bullshit. But as long as you win, you get to write the history books. All of your enemies deserved it, and everything you did was justified. Until you lose. And then, oh shit. Oh no, that's the sound of accountability. So, look, I was in the military, and I'm proud of, like, what I did professionally, but in hindsight, yeah, it's kind of fucked up, like, the lies we were told. We were told we were there to defend our freedom from these terrorists who were trying to conquer us and force us all to be Muslim. And it turns out, no, that's not how it is. Al-Qaeda attacked the World Trade Center because of our support for Israel. That's not an opinion. That's what they literally said. They were attacking America because of their support for Israel. That's why the terrorism happened. It's because they see us supporting terrorism against them. They see us corrupting and buying off their, the rulers in like Saudi Arabia and whatnot. and supporting Israel as they kill Arabs, and so they get pissed off and they realize, well, the only way to stop Israel is to stop America, and that's why they did it. They don't hate our freedom. They just they hate that we are giant fucking hypocrites, and we steal their oil and their food, and corrupt their ruling class against them, and then support genocidal, occupying, states like Israel, who basically are a bunch of Europeans coming into their land and stealing it from them and killing their kids. And you know what? If the shoe was on the other foot, you would be the same way. You would be chanting death to America too. So, there we go. And here we are. Anyway, Dick's Insider. A lot of people got vaccinated and didn't suffer any effects. We don't really know why. Maybe your batch wasn't properly refrigerated, and you got a dud. Or we don't even know what genetic factors contributed to the side effects. There might be some genetic predisposition which was causing the heart attacks or whatever. If you seem fine, and if you're not getting sick any more than you normally are, if you're doing fine, if you haven't been sick in years, you're probably fine. Maybe you got a bad batch. Maybe it worked as intended, and you were able to kill the spike protein without it altering your DNA and turning your body into a spike protein factory. I don't know.
Well, if there's any luck for him, maybe the first batch overall is not as very effective. That's why they had to keep pumping out more boosters.
No, he did say he got the last one.
Yeah, no, he got he
got just one.
He got the one because he was forced to by the military, and he wasn't in a position to say no. But he never got the boosters, which that's fine.
Right.
Yeah,
my guess is that these pharmaceutical companies wanted to basically milk it as a subscription option with these boosters. That's what I don't know.
Well, so yeah, it's fucking stupid. But anyway. We won't know exactly what causes it because the politicians' hands are all over it, so they want to just completely ignore it and hope it goes away. So until these politicians are either removed from power or retired or dead, we can't really even do an investigation to figure out what the fuck happened and what the risk factors are. It's going to be like the asbestos shit, where everybody, the government was mandating asbestos because it's supposed to protect you from fire. And then years later, they found out it caused fucking cancer. And then they tried to sweep it under the rug with a mesothelioma, fund where you get a couple $100 for getting cancer because the government gave you cancer. But you don't get completely compensated because it would bankrupt the government. So again, it's like if a private company did this shit, they'd be sued into bankruptcy. When the government fucks up, oh well. And the government basically gave these pharmaceutical companies immunity, so they can't be held accountable for what they did. So and if the government rescinds that immunity and says, you know what, fuck your immunity, we're going to sue you. Okay, you'll bankrupt them, and then what? What's going to happen? That's not going to that's going to bring anyone back. And once you liquidate their assets, then what? The government still did it. The government was still behind it all, and no one's going to face any accountability. Oh, well, Fauci's dead, and Biden, and they're all dead, and so yeah, there you go. Oh, great. It's, I don't know. You just look. The only justice you're going to get in this life is the justice you take for yourself. If you let the system investigate itself, it's just going to always declare that it did nothing wrong. So it's whatever. What can you do? Anyway, look, if you had to get the vaccine, I don't, just like if you're married, if you tell me you're married, I don't wish any harm to you. I hope that everything works out for you. I hope you're the 1 in 10. I hope you're happily married and you dance the funky chicken with your wife on your 45th wedding anniversary. If you got the vaccine, I hope that you live a long, happy life and nothing happens to you. We don't know exactly what's causing it. Obviously, the death rate is a lot higher than it should be. There's a lot of unexplained deaths. There's a lot of heart attacks, a lot of compromised immune systems. We don't know exactly what's causing it. We don't know exactly what the risk factors are. But, it's already done. So good luck. I hope everything works out. And if it doesn't, watch the movie Crank with Jason Statham. It has a really good story, a really good moral of what you should do when somebody injects you with poison that's going to kill you. But, that's a personal choice. It's a personal journey that only you can go on. Anyway, all right, that is it. Nice 5-hour and 20-minute show. So, with that said, our sponsors are The Dollhouse, purveyor of fine waifu and waifu accessories, Love Nestle, MetWeb, AMR's web hosting platform and VPN, Lucas the Mucus, available on Amazon, and Shattermere Comics, and S Prism Destroyer from Maids with Guns, which HD has been playing, which has all kinds of anime girls driving a mech, and it's somewhat like Contra. It's a nice little, one developer indie running gun. And we'll be giving away some more copies next stream, because I only gave away 2 of them. We had 5 of them to give away. Oh wait, we got one more. One a naughty mouse has one last super chat.
A non-e-mouse donated $5. Subscriptions, games as a service, software as a service, fees, rent. Does the West even make anything of value, or are we just a bunch of rent-seeking vampires?
Well, okay, so the whole point of this subscription service is to try to create recurring income, because there's just simply more money in it. So if you, for example, if I sell you a $60 game, I made $60 one time. Now let's say instead of selling you a $60 game, I give you a free game. It's a free game, completely free to play. But if you subscribe to this game for only $5 a month, then, you get all these things. And,
but that's not what these faggots are doing. They're charging you $80 for a game, another $500 for the PS5, another $80 for the PlayStation Plus so you can play online with your friends, and then another subscription so you can enjoy all the perks of the game.
Well,
they do it because it works. There's more than enough for consumer sheep who will do. And then more recently, it's where they started doing even the game that you pay up front, like $60, $70. They still sell a whole bunch of in-game gachas or other stuff that you can pay indefinitely to get quote-unquote perks.
Yeah, you got your season passes, you got your cosmetics, you got your, all kinds of stuff.
It used to be at least the initial game is free to attract all the people in. But now even all the game that you pay for up front, they're not complete either. And then they start to nickel and dime.
Yeah, here comes DLC and then the online
so the problem
function.
So you got to have the whales, but in order to attract the whales, you got to have some type of thing to hook them. But you have games that make a lot of money without any kind of exploitive season passes or microtransactions. Like Fate Grand Order, it's a gacha game, and it's single player. There's no multiplayer. There's no leaderboards, and it makes shit tons of money because people want to get their favorite little anime girl, and they gotta they gotta buy the Saint Quartz to get the anime girls. So, it is what it is. But, yeah. The whole... And now, this started with Warcraft. MMOs are where the games as a service started. Because people would buy the game, and then they'd pay a monthly fee to get, all these premium perks to play the game that they already bought. And, World of Warcraft was making shit tons of money back in its heyday. People were paying, $5, $10 a month for their Warcraft stuff. And so you're talking multitudes more than selling a game was earning them. So imagine you spend 5 years developing a game, you sell for $60, You sell a bunch of copies. Maybe it goes on sale, becomes like a greatest hits. It sells for $20. You sell even more copies. But after you sell all your copies, you're kind of done. And then you just move on and make another game. But with Warcraft, and this also, to a lesser extent, you had like Madden and some, like where you take the same game and sell it over and over again while only making minor tweaks. And
it's a lot higher return on investment.
It's a massive return on investment. So that's where the software as a service model came from. The massive return on investment was just undeniable. Because you could take a game that you already made. So you take World of Warcraft, already made, everyone's buying it, everyone's playing it, and then people are giving you money to get access premium features, and then you make an expansion pack, which is just the same game. Add some levels, add a new class, but it's basically the same game, and you're charging full price for it, and with even more, and money's just being raked in. Now, here's the problem with games as a service. So the reason why World of Warcraft did so well is because everyone played it. The problem is you only have the same 24 hours in a day as everyone else. You can't play multiple games every day. You can't spend 4 hours playing game A and then 4 hours playing game B and 4 hours playing game C and C. You still got to like live life, shower, sleep, all that stuff. Presumably go to work. So you only have enough time in your life for like 1 or 2 games, usually. And so the problem with games as a service is when there's a lot of competition, it's an all or nothing game. If you're not the biggest, best game that everybody's playing, nobody's playing you. Whereas when it came to...
Here's another problem with this. This shit trickled also into the professional realm. With, Office programs, you got AutoCAD that basically eliminated perpetual licenses. So now if you want to get into something like design and engineering, you're going to have to pay an upfront fee if you want to self-start. And it's a huge one. You can't just like buy a perpetual license anymore.
Well, yeah. So, and I've seen software where, like, you might have a perpetual license because you paid for the software back in the day, but then they changed it to where now it's a subscription. So you can't use the software. Now, if you're just using it for yourself, you could just pirate it. But if you're running a business, you can't run a business on pirated software because like someone will turn you in, your employees will turn you in because they actually get a reward for it. So any disgruntled employee will turn you in for using pirated software and basically get their revenge on you for firing them. So when it comes to that, you have to actually use the paid software. And yeah, it gets expensive, especially if it's business software. Like they know that you'll pay for it, so they charge like $100 a station for this software a year to use this software. Now you hope for $100 a year, you're getting like, constant updates and, good user interfaces. And it's not just like, use this old shit, but just, like, for example, I've been using the same set. Been using Microsoft Office 2010 for years because it was the last version of Office that was basically you could buy it and install it and run it, and it didn't require an annual subscription. So I
actually got an Office 2016. I bought a perpetual license for it for like $160.
Yeah. So I still have the same copy of Microsoft Office 2010, and I've been using.
Is it on a disc or?
It's on a disc, but it's it's my disc. It's my copy of Microsoft Office 2010. So if I want to install it, it works, and I don't need a fucking annual fee to use a spreadsheet or a word processor. Anyway, so what are you gonna do? Okay, hold on. We got a naughty mouse. He's like, now he's like trickling in the donations to keep the show going.
Anon E Mouse donated $5. I was referring to Western economies in general, not just gaming. It seems the only industries we have left are fake and gay tech and finance and how to get money from nothing, hence the term rent seeking. But good talk and good night.
Okay, yes. So there's only 2 industries that are basically propping up the American economy, and that is the financial industry and the tech industry. So Silicon Valley and Wall Street. That's propping up the entire U.S. economy. Like, we have some companies, and obviously a lot of companies are headquartered here, but they're like the fabulous profits that drive the U.S. economy's growth is all in tech and finance. And the thing is, finance is fairly boring unless there's like a big bull market going on. What finance is doing is like creating ever more, complicated and derivative vehicles in order to, get people to buy into some FOMO and lose their life savings. And as far as tech, like, yeah, obviously, look, technology is great, but I mean, look at the AI bubble. So I call this shit fucking immediately. People talking about, oh, AI is the future and AI is going to replace all these workers, and I'm like, no, it's not. So now they're realizing, oh, these AI companies actually aren't turning a profit, and like all these, like you have like OpenAI and all these companies that made like $1 trillion investments in AI data centers. They're not profitable. They use a shit ton of energy, and these AI products just aren't in demand. No one's willing to pay. They're not revolutionary. They're not changing anything, and people just aren't willing to pay that much for them. And it's like, yep, I could have told you that. But, all these people spent, we're talking trillions of dollars wasted on this speculation that AI is the future, and it's all fucking retarded. It's because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They just believed the hype. They're believing the narrative. But yeah, that's what the U.S. economy is built on. It's all built on get-rich-quick schemes and narratives and bullshit. And yeah, we don't make anything. We used to like design, cars and all kinds of shit. We don't even design anything more. I mean, maybe we design like I don't know. What do we even design anymore?
Black dildos.
Yeah, but Bad Dragon. That's what we need. We need the people from Bad Dragon to run the economy, because at least they design things. They might be horsecock dildos, but they're something, damn it. Anyway. Okay. Assuming that's the last donation, that's the end of the show. So, all right. Do you have any, Horse Twat, you haven't even been here the whole show. Do you have any thoughts on the Iran, Israel, Russia, American war?
Yeah, Israel and America is fucked. That's all I can see.
Yeah,
because they're very desperate.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I agree. Well, this is going to be a test, because like all the haters and all the doubters are like, oh no, America, Ukraine doesn't count. This, America's going to fuck Russia up, and so now America's going to be on the receiving end of a proxy war. And I explained this to Halsey on Wednesday. So right now, the proxy war in Ukraine.
The thing is that I can see from both the American and other Western militaries, you're very inflexible. Basically, when shit changes and circumstances change, you basically caught with your pants down because you can't adapt that quickly.
Right. Well,
so
yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. Like I was explaining to Halsey, when America was using Ukraine as a proxy against Russia, the losses to Russia were real losses to Russia. Like, every Russian soldier killed is a Russian soldier killed, whereas the Ukrainians, no one fucking cares about the Ukrainians.
But don't forget another thing.
What's up?
Russia doesn't just use Russian soldiers. They use Armenian, Azerbaijani soldiers, other Central Asian sorties. Some even Ukrainians went back there because they want to liberate their own country. It's not just Russians fighting there.
Right. My point is though, like with Ukraine, we had a proxy war that was directly harming Russia and not directly harming the United States. Because other than the trainers we were sending that are getting killed, Americans weren't dying in Ukraine. Russians were dying in Ukraine. Obviously, more Ukrainians were dying than Russians, but Russians were dying in Ukraine, and Americans weren't. So now, with this, if we go to war with Iran, because Israel told us to, this is going to be the opposite. So now Russia can use Iran as its proxy to inflict casualties against the United States at no cost to themselves. So now America is going to be suffering casualties while Russia is completely, Russia's not even involved. They're just providing all the weapons to Iran. The same thing we're doing in Ukraine. So this is like really
and
stupid.
with this new AI mania, that should get up that should get more processing power and more clean software for missiles. So basically, you just install an optic on the missiles. Like now, it can track the F-22 and F-35. So
That's
no
not,
more of this
that's
tricking
not,
with flares.
No, you that's not how AI works. So
No, I'm saying it's also it prunes the existing software as well. I promise you, China and Russia are working on that.
Right. So no, but okay. So the way you have a learning model is you have to create a fitness function, and you have to iterate on the fitness function until the AI learns how to do it better. Okay, so you need data to train the AI to identify like F-35s or missiles or whatever you're training it for. And you have to basically train on that data until the AI gets really good at it. Okay, but like, what does that look like? How would you do that? How would that be faster than just like if the radar already identifies the missile and then immediately launches a counterattack? What is AI going to do to speed that up?
Well, here becomes the question: does the radar communicate with the missile in real time?
Yes.
Or
they're automatic.
there you go.
So now the only thing AI can do is find secondary and tertiary inputs that are associated with a missile launch, but before the radar can even track it. However, the problem is if you start reacting to secondary and tertiary inputs without direct radar confirmation, you run the risk of basically a false alarm. Like a bird or something like that could trigger a missile launch because, a certain reading can be.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about once the missile is launched, it's confirmed there's a jet there.
I'm talking about how AI works. Like you'd have to train on some data. So the missile's launch, it has its targeting data already programmed into it. It detects a missile using some onboard radar. If you program it to seek out the jet in mid-flight, it'll already do that automatically. The AI doesn't add anything. The whole thing AI does is it basically simplifies things. It can take a lot of data and it can basically intuit its way through this endless kind of maze of choices and do something which is coherent most of the time. Or sometimes, depending on how much the AI has been trained. That's all AI really is at the end of the day. It doesn't no matter how good AI is good at conversation, it's always going to make mistakes, and it's always going to be less coherent than a real person. And
okay, well, I'm talking about a situation where the plane is trying to use a distraction tactic like a flare or something else, and then it's just. The missile can quickly identify and still goes after the plane. It doesn't change.
All right.
Change direction.
The problem using what? So here's the thing. Do you know how flare and chaff and all those other countermeasures work? Is they basically misdirect the radar because it can't. The radar signal is pinging off of the chaff or the whatever, and it can't find the plane.
That's where the optic on the missile takes over and the AI.
All right. So it can already do that. It already does that.
Great.
So, right. But here's the problem.
Well, I now want to see an F-22 and F-35 shut down.
Right. So the problem is radar is far longer range than a camera on a missile. You understand? Well, that's the point. You use radar to basically drive because the radar is much more accurate and much longer range. You can have a camera on the missile. Like they have drones that have cameras. And in fact, that's the answer. If you have a drone that can react from visual input, that's your best bet. You just have a drone operator manually take over the missile, or have the drone operator just drive the missile directly to the target, and they could react in real time to if they see something, if they see a juicier target or something. They do that with drones all the time now. But the thing with missiles, they move so fast, they move faster than the human eye can track. So by the time the image is seen on the camera, it's already gone. where by the time the drone operator sees the plane, it's already gone. It's just moving too fast. Both the missile and the plane are moving at supersonic speed. So that only works with drones, which is why missiles and planes rely on radar, because radar is so fast and so long distance. But you can fuck with radar using chaff and other countermeasures. And if your answer is, well, can't they just look at the plane using a camera? Not when it's traveling at supersonic speeds. I understand.
Light travels at 300,000 kilometers a second, and
okay, by the time you see the picture and process it and react to it, it's already gone. That's why it has. I understand. And look, the problem is, you're like, what about AI? Like, that's the normie thing. Normies don't understand what AI is. They think AI is some magical thing that you just add AI to X and then X does magic, and that's not how AI works. AI is just,
can AI identify pictures? Let's say you got a non-neutered one.
Yeah, sometimes an AI can, like, if you give an AI a picture, it can tell you what that picture is if you've trained it on similar pictures.
There you go. If you can improve the non-failure, the failure rate is gonna go down, then it's worth adding.
Okay. So a camera. So here's the problem: if a camera takes a picture, I don't know what the shutter speed would be when you're traveling at supersonic speed, but the camera is going to take a picture to identify what it's seeing, because that's all your vision is a series of pictures. And so the camera sees a picture, it sees a blur, and it knows that blur could be an enemy fighter jet, or it could be a bird, or it could be, who knows. And it just fucking explodes or launches. You're going to have... The problem is with the AI, with AI in general, is it's wrong. It's wrong fairly frequently. It's wrong at least as much as it's right. And that's why you have to have a human being verify AI is a useful tool. But this idea that AI can replace humans or replace a human, that's bullshit. It's not...
It won't replace humans. It'll supplement them as well.
Yes, as a tool. It doesn't do, like, the thing you're talking about, like, just train it to act on...
I'm not saying completely remove humans. I'm saying just
right.
improve
Your idea is train the AI to immediately, in a split second, identify an enemy fighter jet, and not basically to bypass the radar so it's not distracted by the chaff and continue to hit the fighter through the chaff, because it's not relying on radar, it's relying on this camera that's taking supersonic pictures and processing them instantaneously and identifying the enemy fighter in real time and moving the missile around the chaff into the fighter. That's all we got to do. We just need to equip all these missiles with instantaneous AI data centers that can process and take pictures
that
in
is
real
assuming
time.
What Halsey said, that the radar signature is so small and it's a bird.
That's how stealth fighters work. Stealth fighters basically disguise their radar signature so that they don't register as jets until it's too late.
Well, looks like the entropy chats they're not there.
Okay, well then the entropy chats aren't there. Oh, okay.
No, it's just,
okay.
Yeah, I mean
all right. All right. So these are okay. So actually, this is good because I always forget to check these until after the show. So normally I check these after the show and screenshot them and answer them next week. But okay, I will answer these now. All right, Death Culture for $5. Why are Jews allowed to suck baby penis? Also, do you follow any financial gurus? I know you don't like Robert Kiyosaki. So it's part of the ceremony of circumcision where the rabbi sucks the baby penis. And it's part of their culture. Like, circumcision itself is completely unnecessary and barbaric. But, obviously sucking the baby penis is even worse. But, oh well. You're allowed to suck baby penis. But here's the thing. Look, let's be very clear here. They're only sucking their own kid's baby penis. It's not like Jews are going around sucking random baby penises. They're just sucking the baby penises of their own children. So this is basically an entirely Jewish problem that only affects Jews. So if Jews want to let the rabbi suck their son's dick, what if that's part of their culture and they're down to clown? It's like, okay, that's you. I wouldn't let a rabbi suck my son's dick, but that's your thing. So that's how I look at it. If it's it's their kids, it's their culture, it's none of your business. Is it weird? Absolutely, but it's none of your business. Financial gurus. I still like Peter Schiff. I still follow him. Now I understand he's basically a gold salesman. He always pushes gold, but he understands economics, and he knows his shit. So I appreciate that. I don't really follow a lot of financial. There's some YouTubers that I will listen to, but mostly for the interviews, depending on who they're interviewing. But I don't really follow the guru directly. If they're interviewing someone interesting, I'll listen to the interview though. But usually it's because that person is a knowledgeable expert in a given industry or something like that. It's not. I don't really consider them a guru, but they're like. The problem is, as one person, you can't be an expert in everything. So you have to lean on people you trust and experts you believe in. So financial gurus who just talk about, investing in economics. Yeah, I already know all that shit. But obviously I'm not an expert in every asset class or every commodity or every industry. So I still like to listen to people who are to get a good look into what's going on. Now, there are some people who are touted as experts and who I don't trust. But I'll listen to them okay, this guy looks good. So the next time I know that he's doing an interview, I know this guy knows his shit. I'm going to tune in and hear the interview. But usually it's because I'm interested in that industry or that sector or that commodity or that thing that they're an expert in, and that's why I'm listening to them. All right. NeoZoo for $3. Now I normally don't answer $3 donations. It's supposed to be a $5 minimum, but the whole entropy thing is weird, and also Celestina doesn't read them, so whatever, I'll read it. Even gymnastics for women in the past was at most a dance routine, while the men did the more complicated acrobatics. Yes, but so men are more strong and women are more flexible. So women doing a dance is them showing off their flexibility, and men doing flips is showing off their strength. They're both beautiful in their own way. Doing graceful twirls and flips is just as beautiful. It's beautiful in a different way than doing spins in the air using your upper body or something. But anyway, yeah, look, my point is there are ways, the whole point of the Olympics, the whole point of competition is to find people who are good or the best at a thing. And there are things that women excel at that we could turn into Olympic events to celebrate the things which women are uniquely good at, like their flexibility, stuff like that. That's all I can think of. The problem is a lot of things women are good at are directly related to giving birth to children. That's actually why they're more flexible, because it helps them give birth to children. So you can't have the birthing Olympics. So the big mystery is, okay, what Olympic sports could you create that would accentuate feminine attributes and allow women to be considered Olympians that wouldn't be the Special Olympics, essentially, where you're just LARPing and letting them pretend to be
ice skating?
Not. Yeah, ice skating, gymnastics, synchronized swimming, mud wrestling, scissor. We could have Olympic
volleyball.
Scissoring. we could have Olympic scissoring, where women just rub their
No, please don't. Otherwise, all the American feminists are gonna come here with their
well,
fat
look,
rolls.
you basically just have to stay scissor, and the first one to orgasm loses. So they have to scissor each other until one of them orgasms.
Bro, the thing is, they're so fat, they won't touch their pussies. And if they have so much friction in between them, they're going to light their legs on fire.
We're talking about... No, these are Olympic athletes. They'll have to train. They'll have to get their scissor muscles.
Can you imagine childbirth actually being made into a female Olympics where a lot of women just train to see who can give birth to as many kids as possible while they're young and fertile?
What they could, so there's, I don't know if so a woman can work her what's called their pelvic floor muscles to basically tighten your pussy. And you could have women shoot ping pong balls out of their vaginas at targets using their pelvic floor muscles to shoot the ping pong ball out, and that could be an Olympic sport.
Sounds like some porno idea.
Oh my god!
I'm just saying. Look,
you're gonna turn this into a sport for gay dudes where they're gonna train to do that, and you're gonna be forced.
No,
to
that's the thing.
watch.
That's the
No
thing.
thanks.
Look, trainees couldn't do that. What are they gonna do? Use their frankenpussy to like? How would a
Use
trainee,
their asshole.
How? You can't launch a ping pong ball out of your ass. I guess you could fart it out, but like.
That's exactly. They're just gonna have some beans and toast.
That's diarrhea.
And they're gonna fucking shit it out.
Look, I'm trying to
Here
think.
comes some diarrhea on the way.
I'm trying to just shoot their cum bubbles out as they launch their ping pong ball. Look, I'm trying to think of sports.
Cum pigs.
I'm trying to think of things that like women can do that are a sport, like that trainees and men can't do, that would allow them to be athletes. Because obviously boxing isn't it. Oh, it'd be fun. Oh, actually, it'd be like the best female sport is you could have them take responsibility for stuff, and like the one who avoids responsibility the longest wins. But they're like, you have two women like trying to avoid responsibility until one of them takes responsibility for something.
Why would you encourage this bad behavior?
I'm trying to think of
the
things.
opposite.
I'm trying to think of things women are good at. Women are really good at avoiding responsibility.
Yeah, men are good at violence and killing people, but we don't make competition for
we
that.
absolutely do. What do you think? The pistol and the archery and the fencing and the wrestling.
Yes, that's made into skill. I meant directly harming and killing.
Well, it's competition. So, but wrestling, boxing, shooting, archery, fencing, all of these are basically war Olympic sports, like that are there to test a man's ability to kill and maim his fellow man. They've just been turned into sport.
Well, if you can turn some kind of avoiding responsibility into some kind of positive exercise that have positive impact on women, sure, but I wouldn't say rewarding them to see who can avoid responsibility
I'm trying to think outside the box. I think the scissoring. I think the scissoring until one of them comes is probably like going to be the best sport. Just have the women scissor each other until one of them orgasms, and then the one who lasts the longest. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe instead of encouraging them to avoid orgasm, like you have to come the quickest, and they put sensors to make sure you're not faking it. So you have to like run up and just start scissoring each other and try to like have an orgasm as quickly as possible. And that's how you win the gold.
No, I think the best one would be big titty bull riding.
Just what like a bull like a bull.
I don't know. I would use a mechanical bull or a real bull and just put a girl with big tits and watch him bounce.
But that's okay. Having big tits isn't a competition. Like you can't do anything to train to have big tits.
The qualifier has to be that you have big tits, so that when the bull goes up and down, the tits hit you in your face. You
could do tit slapping, where you basically the women have to slap each other in the face with their tits until they like.
Like a slap fight. Keijo basically is that anime with.
Yeah, except it's like slap fighting, but instead it's with boobs. So like the women have to.
That's the premise of Keijo. You can only use your chest and butt. You can't use your arms or legs, but to knock each other off the floating platform into the water.
Yeah. So there you go. We could turn what's called Keijo.
I remember reading like Germany or some European country try to replicate that. Just like the anime, but it's too difficult to do in real life. You cannot do it on a floaty shifting that's constantly waving around platform on the water. The woman can barely stand.
Right. Well, yeah. Anyway, so we'll see. Maybe. Oh, Voodoo's been in the patron pit the whole time.
I
'cause-
put him up earlier, but he did not speak. I wonder if he has
Alright.
audio issues.
Well, no, okay, so Kingsland's dropped off the planet, and apparently Kingsland is the only one who knows how to do stuff. Alright, yeah, it's not adding him.
Let me
So-
try and pull him up.
Oh, wait, there he is.
There you go.
I put Voodoo, can you
Like
speak?
you all did.
Test
Yeah,
your
yeah.
audio.
There we go.
Okay.
For some reason, Firefox is shitting the bed with it,
Yeah,
so I was trying to fix
Using
it, and then
Yeah,
I
you
disconnected.
You can't use
Don't
Firefox.
use Firefox.
From what I've heard, you have to use
Haven't you
Chrome.
I have to use Edge.
You have to use Chrome or Edge for Jitsi.
No, I use
Yeah,
Brave and
so-
it works okay.
Or I get maybe I don't know.
I have a female sport that women can compete on the same level as
Okay.
men. No
Alright.
difference.
My
All
body's
right, let's
ready.
hear it.
Olympic 10-pin bowling.
Okay. I'm pretty
Olympic what?
No, but okay. So, yes, women can bowl, okay, but no, we're talking about a female-only sport that only women can do, that they could actually shine in and be celebrated for.
Figure skating.
Yeah, they already do that. I'm talking like to replace boxing
Oh.
and these other
Oh,
sports.
to replace them. Okay.
Yeah, what are women uniquely good at that you can turn into a sport?
Well, I mean, like, you could have. Well, I mean, like, you couldn't turn this into a sport per se, but like, there are aspects you can do to highlight women's femininity. You could have like the crime statistics of countries, and then like,
What?
because that would
Bro.
have the
What?
implementation of that.
How are you gonna train crime statistics?
Yeah, what does crime statistics do?
Well, no, because like women break up families, right? And like the crime statistics
Oh.
spike when single
So what?
mothers.
You're gonna have an Olympic
That's-
divorce competition?
Dude, stop encouraging bad
Yeah, well,
behavior.
yeah,
It's
what-
like when you reward crimes and what happens.
What do you think about my competitive scissoring, where like first one to come wins?
I mean, so that's actually a thing. It's called sex. It's called sex wars.
sex wars.
Yeah, it's already a thing. Yeah, and it's a mixed competition too.
Oh, there you go.
What?
And
Is it just
the premise
orgasm
is, yeah, it's basically just whoever orgasms first loses, and it's a mixed competition.
So here's okay. I'm actually being somewhat serious about this. Like, I know this is ridiculous, but the thing about like women can scissor with their clothes on. They're just rubbing their pussies together. They're basically rubbing their clits on each other. It's basically like the way bonobos dick fence, but they're like clit fencing.
All right.
Yeah.
You want a woman-only sport that requires a vagina? It's vaginal weightlifting. The current
Yeah.
world record is 31
Yeah.
pounds.
There you go.
There you go.
Vaginal weightlifting.
Vaginal weightlifting.
And trannies couldn't do it because their franken pussies would fall out under the pressure.
Yeah. So what? So they attach a weight to like a dildo, and they gotta like clench the dildo.
No. So basically, it's almost like a weight, and basically they just clench, and then
But what
Yeah.
are they holding on to?
I'm pretty sure it's a ball.
It's
If I remember
insert-
correctly, it's an insertable ball,
They put a ball.
and then they clench.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So so they clench onto a ball. Yeah. There you go. So just vaginal weightlifting, and then the trannies wouldn't be able to compete because the ball would just fall out of their franken pussies, and they can't clench because they don't have any muscles in their
I'll be
franken
back.
pussies.
Yeah.
There
The
you go, we
current
did
world
it.
record to beat
You're
is
welcome,
31
ladies.
pounds.
Vaginal weightlifting. We saved the day. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. Like, if a woman's like, I'm an Olympic boxer, like, I could kick your ass. Like, you're not impressed by that. But if a woman's like, I could lift 25 pounds with my vagina, and like, now you're thinking about like the fucking mind-bending sex you're gonna have when she like clenches on your shit and like milks you for
Yeah.
every drop. Like milks your cock.
You
like
know
a
you're
fucking
not
cow
getting out
udder.
of that.
Yeah, like you try to pull out, and she's like, "You're not going anywhere." Like, no! She's like clenching onto your dick. Give me your cum. Like, ah! Save me! No! She's like jerking you off with her pussy muscles. Like she like has perfect control. Like she can make her pussy muscles go up and down your shaft. while she just like pulls you in, like locks her legs around you and won't let you go. You're like,
There's
rape,
no trading.
rape, help me.
A lot easier for baby entrapment, I guess.
Well, yeah, but you know what? It'd probably feel really fucking good. Like, can you imagine if a woman like could clench on your shit and like jerk you off from the inside?
Yeah, man.
It might be worth it. Like, it might be worth the child support. I'm just saying.
Try attaching a 31-pound weight to your dick. It's not gonna end well.
Yeah, look, look, 31 pounds. That's a lot.
And she's Russian, so we already know.
Fuck, man.
You got a lot to compete. Like, seriously, I don't know what feminists has been doing, but getting fat and dyeing your hair, it's like, no.
And I'm just,
You gotta train your pussy.
I'm just being real. Like, a woman who's an Olympic boxer, but got her ass whooped by a tranny, her boxing skills are completely non-existent. Like, it's a joke. But a woman who could lift 35 pounds with her vagina, I mean, that's like wife material right there. I'm just saying.
You know, speaking of this, I don't remember where I saw it years ago, but I saw it in some European countries. They had a sex-related Olympic competition, not as big as Olympic itself, of course, but in their country. And then it showed that once the competition was, it's all among heterosexual couple, where the guy is a lot bigger and burlier than the woman. It actually has he insert into the woman's vagina and then lift her entire body up with his penis, hands free, and see how long they can hold her up in place, hold her feet off the ground before he had to let her down.
Wow.
A whole woman.
Now the camera doesn't show their lower body because they're actually completely naked down there. But
So let me guess. She wrapped her legs around him.
no, I'm pretty sure the country she can't wrap in any way with her legs. So their judges there watching it. The camera obviously can't show their new body below.
Were the woman's legs up around his up middle
Yes,
back?
you can see
wow.
a bit of her leg completely spread straight apart, not wrapping around his leg or his waist in any way. A lot of these the couple just as a man's a lot bigger and burlier than the woman.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of have to be.
Yeah.
I don't think you can hold an
gotta be able to
Amazonian.
do-
Yeah, but that was actually a real thing. I don't remember what country it is, but all the contestants are Caucasian, so it's in some European country.
Probably. They could do like cock push-ups or something. Just use your boner to lift you up. Anyway, all right. Oh, we got I'm Mickey 503.
And another
I'm
one's
Mickey
coming.
503 donated $5. TFM, please check chats on Entropy and Rumble. Thanks.
Well, Rumble. Who's? I
I
don't.
didn't
I don't
exactly
do-
see anything on.
Yeah, there are no super chat. There's no super chat functionality on Rumble, as far as I know.
There is, but we've been telling people don't donate on Super.
Oh, people have been
Super
donating.
Chat on Rumble. It doesn't keep. It doesn't fit into the widget.
Yeah.
It's just gone after the stream.
Oh, but okay. Yeah, don't donate via Rumble, guys. You got to ask your questions via Entropy or MigTed.tv. All right. Okay, Avarix for $5. Our really last for realsies super
Avrix
chat.
donated
A big
$5.
generic question.
Hello TFM, been fan for years. Anyway, what are your thoughts on current day manga and Western comics? Why do they not have a lot of creative forces like back in the early days with Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko? Also fuck Voodoo, that Aussie cum dumpster slime obsessed Coomer. I miss Bachelor, he was awesome.
Damn.
Wait, who was Bachelor?
I don't know. Like, I don't know who he means actually. Anyway, so the problem with comic books is a lot of the good artists, they're like, so here's the thing. In my opinion, I don't know, like there might be people who do like a deeper dive and explain this better. What really happened, in my opinion, is the good artists got promotions. or they got to do their own projects. Like, people like to create things and they want to work on what they created. They don't want to work on someone else's creation. So what you have is you have the major the major studios like Marvel, DC, etc., and they want to hire people to make new comics of their own IP. And talented artists don't like working on other people's stuff. They want to work on their own stuff. So all the good artists they went off and created their own stuff, or they got jobs in other industries that pay a lot better than comic books paid. Comic books was like something people did because they couldn't find more lucrative work, or they really enjoyed it. But the people who really enjoyed it and became superstars, they tended to graduate and move on and start working on their own stuff rather than make Batman and Superman comics, because they didn't invent them. And maybe they do a run, maybe they put their own spin on it, but then they want to do their own thing. And you can only do so much with Batman and Superman because they're very established characters and they're very important characters. So they don't want you getting too experimental. And people who are talented, creative people like to experiment. So they want to have their own thing that they do. So once they kind of make it and become famous, they're already looking for the door because they want somewhere where they can express themselves freely. They don't want to continue to work at DC and Marvel. So by a consequence of this, the people who do work at DC and Marvel are the shitty hacks, the shitty writers, the shitty artists, and that's why their comics are shitty. Now, the reason why manga has really good art and there's a lot of passion, because here's the thing, you very rarely have artists working on someone else's manga. You don't have like a manga started by this guy, and then years later, some other guy starts making issues for it.
And there's no never-ending franchise or IP that goes on for decades and decades.
Right.
There's just occasionally a long-running one that's popular, but all the manga artists have their own unique IP that they focus on and create.
Right, and like
there's not like Batman, Superman that always had to be rewritten and keep getting republished again and again.
Right, so like you have like Berserk, the guy who made Berserk died before he finished the story, and so the story is just never going to be finished. So someone else, like even someone who loved Berserk, if he tried to come in and finish the story, people would reject it because he wasn't the original designer artist guy. He's some other guy. But in the West, we've kind of embraced this idea that the company can just hire whoever and just relaunch the character and it's fine. But in manga, every story, every manga artist and their creation is very personal, and so that I think that goes a long way. Like the people who make the manga, that's their creation, so they're very passionate about it. They want to make the exact story they want to make. But if you work for Marvel and DC and they tell you to work on Batman, you can't make Batman. You can't do your own little take on Batman or make your own character. You have to make Batman the way Batman is, and so you're very hamstrung, which is going to cause like. The good artists are going to say, no, fuck that shit. The shitty artists who can't find better work, they'll do it, because it's better than getting a real job, but they're not going to be good. So simply by the way the industry works, the artists aren't that passionate, and then the ones who do it, they aren't that good. So the problem is, you look at Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, they created the characters. I think that really explains a lot of it. Like, you had... what's his name? Oh man, Stan Lee.
This model of you get a team together for a project and then you let them go at the end of a project, and then you have to fish for them again to make a part 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a really good model. I think you should keep them on payroll to see if the thing tanks. Then the team is ready to make part 2.
Well, if they're freelancers, you could get the band back together later unless they're already working on another project. But the point is like, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, they created their characters. And now the problem is when they have these shitty writers, when they allow them to make their own characters, they're like awful woke garbage that nobody likes. Because they don't have any life experience or anything to pull from that's going to make an interesting character. But that would be the answer. If you're going to hire an artist, you want them to make something themselves, not just work on something somebody else made. If you want to see them actually be passionate about something. It's just a lot of these DC and Marvel artists are just kind of shitty hacks who can't draw and can't write, so their original characters are just as bad as everything else. Anyway, that's my opinion about.
And also, there is a bit also the extreme Japanese work ethics there, where the competition is extremely fierce in the more popular manga magazines that serialize each chapter. Right, if your manga comes to the bottom of the list in the magazine like three weeks in a row or something, you are out, and a new series will replace you. It's very cutthroat, and there's a lot of Western artists cannot handle that level of competition, and there's a bit bad side of it too. Some manga artists actually work themselves sick or even to their death.
Yeah, but that's art is an expression of.
Yeah, honestly, but it's also quite a disgrace to be fired in Japan, so they try to pressure you to let you go. So most of the time,
they usually they'll pressure you to end your series like in the next couple chapters. That's why there's so many act series, and then you are out of the magazine, and then a new series coming and replace yours.
But the opposite means if they want to keep you, they're gonna keep you running with it.
This is why, Cowboy Bebop. That's one of my favorite anime. It was one season, 32 episodes, beginning, middle, and end. Show over. They didn't make it to be infinitely expandable with season 2. They kill off the main character in the last episode, so it's over. So, you did, that's it. That's, hope you enjoyed it, had a good time. Now, you could always make another story. You could, if you really they made Samurai Champloo, which is supposed to be kind of a spiritual success for Cowboy Bebop. But they kind of, I didn't like Samurai Champloo. Because the problem is the theme. So Cowboy Bebop, they made the theme about, kind of moving forward with time, letting go of the past, that kind of thing. When it came to Samurai Champloo, the theme was literally nothing. They intended deliberately to make the theme of the show nothing. Kind of like how Seinfeld was a show about nothing. They wanted to make this show, it is supposed to be very meta, and it's about nothing. And yeah, they succeeded. They're the show's about nothing. Nothing fucking happens. It's boring. Having a strong theme is important, and Samurai Champloo kind of I don't know why they chose that theme, but it didn't work. It didn't land. You basically, every episode is interchangeable with any other episode. Nothing happens until the very end, when you find Fu's dad, and there's one episode, and then it's over, and that's it. That's the show. Nothing fucking happened. And you're waiting for this to go. With Cowboy Bebop, there was a third of the show had a narrative. There were some filler episodes in episodes that that kind of didn't need to be there, or one-off shows. But there was a through line where the group grows and they get to know each other, and they have to deal with their own issues, and then they eventually part ways, and then Spike dies at the end, and that's the show. With Samurai Champloo, nothing fucking happens. It was all style and no substance. And they even had talent, they did the music and the art. It was basically supposed to be another Cowboy Bebop. They tried to recapture the magic of Cowboy Bebop, but the theme of nothing was just a really bad call. All right, okay.
Oh, and people mentioned in the chat, Bachelor's referring to Bachelor Roll, the regular donor from a while back who has 3 baby mamas.
Yeah, he
was still doing okay.
Yeah, he kept. He basically had to hide his money. He had physical gold, and he would hide his money from his baby's mamas, and he'd have to leave one for another, and he kept getting them pregnant. Bro, you got to learn how to.
Is he black?
No, he's what is he?
Was he Jamaican?
Yeah, he's white.
He's somewhere in the.
Yeah, he's like white Jamaican or something like that. But he's basically mixed,
Okay.
but he looks white, but he basically acts black. Like he's basically a reverse Oreo. He's white on the outside and chocolate in the middle.
Yeah, he just constantly is mobile and on the run. He just don't settle in a place for too long that he could get taken to divorce court.
So yeah, but
Yeah, of course, none of us saw him because we saw the donation was referring to another co-host from before because it was just mentioning voodoo right before.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So now there we go. You successfully pushed the show past 6 hours. So now for realsies, I'm going to go to bed. So enjoy the rest of your week, and hopefully you guys have a better week than Israel's going to have. And I swear, if Iran cucks out, I'm going to be so pissed. Don't fucking cuck Iran. Don't be a bitch. But we'll see. We'll see what happens when it happens. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Watch out for nukes and glide bombs and drones if you happen to live in the Middle East. But probably you
Jukum
don't.
rain
Watch-
if you live
yeah.
in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Batcher Rose from Trinidad. I remember
yeah,
it was the
Trinidad.
Caribbean region.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's like a Caribbean country. But yeah, anyway, all right. So that's it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourselves, and goodbye.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
War never changes. In the current year, women have declared war on men. Men are not only guilty until proven innocent, but they are not even allowed to prove their innocence. In response to this warfare waged by women, known as feminism, men have sought refuge with waifus, artificial women able to satisfy a man's need for love and sex. Retailers like the Dollhouse began to spread, bringing waifus to men everywhere, freeing them from the enslavement of feminism. Get your waifu today from thedollhouse.com or dc.dollhouse.com if you're in the United States, before they're banned by feminism so they can control men once more. Go to thedollhouse.com and dcdollhouse.com to find your waifu today, before it's too late.
メイズ・ウィズ・ガンズ。プライム変身。ファイヤーソード。アイスボール。エスプライスム・デストロイヤー。